Chapter 1143. Dumplings? What are dumplings? In the Guanghua building of the Yinhuang Academy, Ku Shiqing was reviewing his homework. He used to be the top student in the School of Mathematics. Ever since the new students of the School of Mathematics joined the Yinhuang Academy, he had never been the top student again. As a person who had once been in the clouds, if he accidentally fell halfway, he would definitely want to climb back up again. Ku Shiqing was the same person. In the past 6 months there was not a moment when he did not want to climb to the top again. Since he could not go home during the winter break, he had been revising his homework in the hope that he could deepen his understanding of engineering. When he heard the news from his classmate, he could not help but wonder. Zhang Ziren scratched his head and looked confused. He said, "I don't know what dumplings are either. Anyway, Yamacho asked us to go, so we'll go." Today was New Year's Eve. Most of the students in Class 1 had returned to Chang'an for the new year. There were less than 15 students left. The 2 of them were from out of town, so they could only stay in the school to study by themselves. "Yamacho is here? Let's go and see." Ku Shiqing's eyes lit up as he stood up. Ever since the fall of the Cui family, Li Zixuan rarely came to Yinhuang College except for the hot pot banquet. It was said that he had been staying at home and rarely went down Yunshan. This made Ku Shiqing a little worried. Although Li Zixuan did not say it, his intuition told him that the Cui family had brought a lot of trouble to Li Zixuan. If this was a year ago, Ku Shiqing wouldn't have cared if Li Zixuan was dead or alive. However, in the past year, Li Zixuan's vast knowledge and powerful charisma had won over most of the students in the school. He was one of them. Li Zixuan was now the one and only spiritual idol in his heart. Of course he would be worried if something happened to his idol. The 2 of them walked together and arrived in front of the cafeteria. At this time, many students had gathered in front of the cafeteria. The crowd was noisy and everyone was talking about the dumpling competition. "Jian, what are dumplings?" "How would I know? But since these dumplings need to be wrapped by hand, and Yamacho told us to come to the cafeteria, these dumplings must be eaten. Therefore, I'm guessing that these dumplings are probably food similar to steamed buns or hundun. F***ck. Jian, your analysis makes sense. So we're all in for a treat tonight? Haha, was there even a need to ask? Since it's Yamacho's new food, it definitely won't taste bad. That makes sense. Hey, Yamacho said it was a dumpling making competition. Does that mean there will be a competition later? Yeah, since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. I wonder what surprises Yamacho will bring us this time. Ku Shiqing and Zhang Ziren looked at each other. They found the group of students from Class 1 and walked over. Is everyone here? In the cafeteria, Emozhong pushed open the door and entered. Before he could speak, Li Zixuan raised his head and asked. Emozhong cupped his fist and answered. "Yamacho, everyone is here. Since it's New Year's Eve, there are only 300 students left in the academy. The rest have gone home for the new year." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go out and talk to them about something. By the way, Emozhong, the guards of the academy must be vigilant tonight. This place is decorated with lanterns and decorations, and there will be fireworks at midnight. It's easy to catch fire, so you have to strengthen the patrols. It's been hard on all of you these 2 days. You can't reunite with your families during the new year, and you still have to guard your posts. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go home and rest for a few days. I'll let Pang Feiji take care of the academy's safety for the time being." Emozhong didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so considerate of the guards. He couldn't help but feel touched. "Yamacho brothers, it's not hard at all. We've been in the academy for so long, and this place has long become our home. There's no need to reunite." These words were not out of politeness. People's hearts were made of flesh. Ever since they came to Cloud Mountain, they could clearly feel how Li Zixuan treated them. He really treated the academy as his own home. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Okay, I'm very happy that all of you feel a sense of belonging in the academy. However, you still have to take a break. All of you go back and rest for a few days before coming back. You can't reunite with your families tonight, but you have to make it up to them tomorrow." Emozhong thought for a while, and finally bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, Yamacho, for your understanding. Brothers, go back and rest for a few days before coming back. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and walked out of the door. He couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness in his heart. Mo Zhong and the others were originally from the Mo clan, and the Academy's imperceptible influence on them during this half a year had finally caused them to develop a sense of belonging. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before this group of members from the Mo clan would completely belong to the Academy. Although they might still think of themselves as belonging to the Mo school, in their behavior, the line between Mo school and engineering would become more and more blurred. Yamacho is out. Quiet down, all of you. Yamacho is out. As soon as Li Zishuan came out, the students in front of the cafeteria became restless. Then they automatically quieted down. This was Li Zishuan's prestige in the hearts of the students. No one could replace him. At the same time, this also showed that the first batch of students from Yanhuang College truly loved engineering the academy, and, no, it was worship and respect for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stood on the steps in front of the cafeteria, facing the fanatical, worshipful and respectful gazes of the students and said, "Today is New Year's Eve and tomorrow is New Year's Day. On behalf of all the teachers of Yanhuang College, I wish you all a happy new year. I wish you all the best in your studies and progress in the new year. By the way, I'll also give you a poem. Hard work ends today, the youth can still be praised." In modern times, after New Year's Eve, the first day of the first lunar month was called the Spring Festival. However, in the Tang Dynasty, there was no such thing as the Spring Festival because there was only the lunar calendar. The first day of the new year was called New Year's Day, Yuan Day, Yuan Zheng, or Sui Day. As for the poem, Li Zishuan said it was an encouraging poem sent to his younger brother, Su Zhe, during the new year by Su Shi, an 8th rank official in Shangxi. The general idea was, young people should seize this day well, only then will they have the spirit to guide the country. Thank you, Yamacho. I also wish Yamacho a happy new year. The students were secretly praising Li Zishuan's literary talent and poetry, as they cupped their hands towards Li Zishuan and said in unison. Li Zishuan was in a good mood and laughed. Haha, okay, I'll accept your blessings. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Next, I'll tell you the rules of today's dumpling making competition. Chapter 1144. Yamacho, what are dumplings? In front of the Academy's cafeteria, someone finally asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and explained, "Dumplings are similar to wonton, stuffing the dough with fillings. But I think dumplings sound better. Tonight, Z hour is the beginning of 2 years, the time to welcome the new and bid farewell to the old. It has a special meaning. Dumplings are named after the meaning of coming of age. Z means Z hour, which is homophonic to dumplings. It represents festive reunion and good luck, indicating good luck in the new year. In the future, no matter what position you hold or where you are, as your former Yamacho, I hope that you can eat dumplings during the new year and remember today's dumpling making competition." Good. Anyway, Li Zishuan said that the name of dumplings sounded good, so it sounded good. All the students cheered loudly. Li Zishuan continued, "Today's dumpling making competition will be held in classes. The time limit is 2 hours. The dumpling wrappers and dumpling fillings have already been prepared by the chefs in the cafeteria. After 2 hours, the class with the most dumplings will win. Note that those dumplings that are randomly made to make up the numbers will not be counted in the total, and the corresponding amount will be deducted from the qualified dumplings. As for the reward for the winning class, in addition to winning money, everyone will have a chance to personally light fireworks tonight. In addition, all the students can eat dumplings for free tonight. It will definitely be enough. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. If there are no questions, then go in and start making dumplings now." Winning money is almost equivalent to the modern red envelope. It was first popular in the Western Han Dynasty, but this kind of money is not the currency circulating in the market. It is specially cast into the shape of a coin to ward off evil spirits. The front of it is usually cast with words and various auspicious words, such as, "Long live the ages," "Peace in the world," "Get rid of evil spirits," etc. The back of it is cast with various patterns, such as dragons and phoenixes, turtles and snakes, fish, sword fighting, stars, etc. This is equivalent to the auspicious gifts that relatives and friends give to each other. Can't be used to buy things. Yamacho, what kind of dumplings are qualified? Song Ziren asked. Li Zishuan asked Wang Eru, who was behind him, for a portion of dumpling skin and a spoonful of dumpling filling. He casually made a dumpling shaped like a gold ingot. He often made dumplings like this in his previous life, but as far as he knew, the dumplings made by northerners were crescent-shaped. The dumplings made by southerners and other places were more unique in appearance. There were pigeon-shaped, willow leaf-shaped, skirt-shaped, cicada-shaped, and gold ingot-shaped dumplings. In Li Zishuan's previous life, this kind of gold ingot was popular in his hometown. Well, this is just an example for you, but it's not limited to what you can wrap up like this. As long as it's not obvious, it's fine. Also, before making the dumplings, all of you have to wash your hands clean. You can't go to the outhouse or pick your nose. Do you hear me? Haha. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the students burst into laughter. But laughter aside, they still accepted Li Zishuan's request. After all, these dumplings would be in their stomachs at night. Shurqing, the situation is not good for our class. Qingke, Zifan, Changchumo, and the others have all gone home. There are only 13 people left in our class, and I think the average number of people in the other classes is around 20. How can we compare? Song Ziren said with a frown. After entering the cafeteria, the students divided up their seats. The others also looked at Shurqing. When Li Tai and the others were not around, Shurqing had the most prestige in Class 1. Shurqing frowned for a moment and said, "Who has made dumplings at home before?" "I have." "I haven't." 8 people raised their hands and 4 shook their heads. Shurqing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I have too." Later, those who have made dumplings before, concentrate on making them. Those who haven't, help to distribute the dough. If we work together, we might have a chance. Okay. Everyone roared in agreement, and then they quickly spread out according to their individual duties. Shurqing quickly took the dumpling skin from his companion, and then put a spoonful of dumpling filling on the skin. Then, everyone saw his hands kneading, and a crescent-shaped dumpling was formed in an instant. The speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. "Damn! Shurqing, your speed is amazing. You are a master," Song Ziren said in surprise. "Yeah, I didn't see it. Shurqing, you have such a trick up your sleeve. Amazing. Now we might have a chance to get first place." The students of Class 1 saw hope from Shurqing's operation, and were overjoyed. "Haha, this is nothing. But I can't do it alone. If we want to get first place, we must work together." Shurqing smiled, but he sighed helplessly in his heart. It was said that children from poor families learn to take care of the family early. These classmates only saw his speed in making dumplings, but they did not know that his family used to sell dumplings. When he was young, he often helped his family make dumplings. This was all practice. Shurqing is right. Everyone hurry up. With his encouragement, the students of Class 1 were suddenly filled with motivation. An hour later, Class 1 had made 10 trays of dumplings, about 600 of them. Shurqing was doing 3 by himself and his speed was very fast. Class 2 also made 10 trays and their speed was about the same. The other classes mostly hovered around 9 trays, and no class dared to say that they had an absolute advantage. "Damn! Are you all really making dumplings here? I heard that there is a big prize for first place. I'm not too late." At this moment, a few students walked in from outside the cafeteria. It was Cheng Chumo, Wang Meng, Li Tai, and the others. They all came over after the reunion dinner at home, but when they returned to Guanghua Building, they found that there was no one inside. They asked the academy guards and found out that there was a dumpling making competition in the cafeteria, and that there was a prize, so they hurried over. Because Li Tai lived in the palace and did not have his own residence, he needed to accompany concubine Yang in the palace, so he did not come with Li Tai. "Phew! Chumo, you're finally here. Come and help. If we win, we can personally set off the fireworks tonight," Zhang Ziren said with a sigh of relief. "There's such a good thing. But I don't know how to make dumplings. Qingke, do you know how to do it?" Cheng Chumo was overjoyed at first, but when he saw Shurqing's dumplings, he was immediately dumbfounded. Li Tai opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know how to do it either, but I can learn. Shurqing, I'll learn from you." No matter what, one more person means one more chance of winning. With that, the little fatty rolled up his sleeves and prepared to personally participate. If Li Zixuan saw that his son was going to do such a thing, his eyes would probably pop out, and then he would come and fight Li Zixuan to the death. Damn! I'll also learn. When Sun Zifan, Wang Meng, and the others saw this, how could they have the nerve to stand outside and watch? They all joined the battle and began to make dumplings for the first time in their lives. With the addition of this new group of people, the first class, which was not at a disadvantage, quickly pulled away from the other classes. Oh! Chapter 1145. Class 1, 1576 valid ones. Class 2, 1499 valid ones. Class 3, 1402 valid ones. Class 4. The dumpling making competition officially ended when it was close to 5 p.m. Li Zixuan ordered someone to count the number of dumplings and began to announce the results. The students were very high during the process of making dumplings. At this time, they didn't particularly care about whether they could get first place or not. However, they still had a trace of hope in their hearts that they could win first place, because the first class could personally light the fireworks. Fireworks were priceless in the whole of Tang Dynasty. They had been eyeing it for a long time. If they could light it themselves, they would be able to brag to others in the future. Class 15, 1327 effective ones. Class 16, 1575 effective ones. Oh! As Li Zixuan finished reading, there was a gasp from Class 1, followed by Chang Chumo's excited shout. Damn! If I remember correctly, we are first place. Haha! Chonyo, you remembered correctly this time. We are first place. Sun Zifan shouted heartily. Shiqing. Good job. This time our class is in danger because of you. Li Tai patted Shiqing's shoulder and sighed sincerely. However, this little fatty's hands were full of flour. When he patted Shiqing's shoulder, there was a claw mark. However, Shiqing was in a state of excitement at the moment and didn't notice this small detail. He smiled modestly and said, "This is not just my credit. Class 16 is only one less than us. Qing Ke and the others, if you didn't come back in time, our class would have lost." Li Tai laughed and said, "No matter who the credit is, as long as we protect the glory of Class 1. No matter what, our Class 1 is the best in every aspect." Haha! The glory of Class 1. Shiqing was startled, and then his heart burned with passion. Their class could be said to be Li Zixuan's direct class. Ever since they were incorporated into Yanhuang College, whether it was military training or ordinary exams, it could be said that they never fell behind. The atmosphere of the entire class was also full of enthusiasm. In the past, Shiqing didn't understand why his classmates were so hardworking, nor did he know why he was so hardworking. Later on, he couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the overall environment. However, after listening to Li Tai's words, he understood that these direct students of Li Zixuan all had a trace of pride and persistence in their hearts. They would subconsciously protect the glory of this direct student class. Fight for glory and win every battle. Qing Ke, you're right. We're all here to protect the glory of Class 1. Shiqing looked deeply at Li Tai and solemnly said. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Dahu, quickly get someone to put away these dumplings. Make half of them tonight and the other half tomorrow morning. Li Zixuan pointed to the mountain of dumplings on the cafeteria table and ordered. In this weather, there was no need to worry about the dumplings going bad overnight. It was very convenient to store them. Yes, Yamacho. Wang Dahu responded and asked the cafeteria staff to carry the dumplings. Li Zixuan looked at the students again and said with a smile, "All right, go wash your hands. The class that didn't get first place doesn't have to be dejected. There will be free dumplings tonight. And I just changed my mind at the last minute. Everyone will have money to bet later." Oh, Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Many students were still a little hesitant, but after hearing the second half of Li Zixuan's sentence, everyone suddenly cheered. Even if they lost the first place, they still had dumplings and money to bet. They didn't lose out this time. This was Li Zixuan's little trick. He actually wanted to give each student a red packet from the beginning, but obviously the experience of regaining something after losing it made the students happier. The students of Class 1 weren't disappointed because of this. As the champion, they had another special privilege later: lighting fireworks. After 15 minutes, the students sat neatly in the cafeteria according to their class. Sanbao carried a sack from outside and walked to Li Zishuan and said, "Young master, the money is inside. Okay, you carry it and follow me to give it out one by one." Li Zishuan said, "Yes, young master." Sanbao wiped the sweat off her forehead and carried the sack again. She followed Li Zishuan and gave out money to each student one by one. Each set of money was placed in a small pouch sewn with red cloth. It looked very exquisite and festive. This was the red packet that Li Zishuan wanted to recreate as modern as possible. The students received the red packets and quickly thanked him. Then they solemnly put the red packets in their pockets. After 30 minutes, Li Zishuan gave out a red packet to each of the 300 students in the cafeteria. In the end, there were still some left. He simply let Sanbao give one to each of the cafeteria workers. At this time, the sky outside was gradually turning dark. Wang Dahu just happened to report that the dumplings were cooked. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to announce that dinner was ready. The students stood up and lined up to get their food. Li Zishuan walked out of the cafeteria. He planned to go home and bring his family over for the reunion dinner. The more people there were, the more lively it was. "Have you brought little Yor and Ma Zhou over?" After walking out of the cafeteria, Li Zishuan looked at Sanbao and asked. Li Zishuan had planned for the whole family to celebrate the reunion dinner at the academy. Not only that, he also sent people to Chang'an to bring Li Yu and Ma Zhou over. The two of them had no relatives in Chang'an City. Their house was even rented. He thought that it would be too lonely to celebrate the reunion dinner alone, so he brought them over to celebrate the reunion dinner together. "Young master, they are here. Miss Li Yu and Mr. Ma are at the side yard now." Sanbao replied. "Good. Then go and invite Mr. Mo, Ink Girl, Dao's son, Mr. Wenji, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang San, Yan Xiaoning, and the rest to the academy. Since we are going to have a reunion dinner together, how can we leave them out? It will be more lively if they are all here." The second floor of the cafeteria was specially prepared for the teachers of the academy and Li Zishuan's family. It was not a special arrangement, but the first floor was really full. Sanbao could feel the joy in Li Zishuan's words. She smiled and replied, "Yes, young master." After saying that, he ran off like a wisp of smoke to make arrangements. Li Zishuan walked towards the side yard. Inadvertently, he saw the moon hanging in the sky. He felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. New Year's Eve. This was the first time he was celebrating New Year's Eve in this space-time. Chapter 1146. Come. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat. Yanhuang College, second floor of the cafeteria. A few tables were temporarily put together to form a large table. Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, Li Gang, Mo Huai, Li Yu, Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, and the others were all sitting together. The atmosphere was very lively. Oh, there was also Han Lijing and Iron Egg. Li Zishuan had invited them too. Han Yuxi had told him a long time ago that she would invite her father over to celebrate the new year together. Now that the Li family had chosen to celebrate the new year in Yunshan, Han Lijing did not have to travel that long distance. After the dishes were served, Li Zishuan stood up and greeted them. Good. Everyone, let's eat. Don't reject the Yamacho's good intentions." Among this group of people, Sun Simiao was the oldest, 87 years old, followed by Li Gang, 81 years old. However, Sun Simiao did not like this kind of social interaction, so Li Gang became the opening person. The old man's son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were sitting next to him. Today, it could be said that several families were gathered together at this table. Everyone gave Li Gang face and picked up their chopsticks one after another. Even the bearded guest was no exception. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, Brother Ma, all of you have worked hard for the students of the college for more than half a year. As the Yamacho of the college, Ziwan has not fulfilled his responsibilities as the Yamacho. The college was able to run smoothly for a semester because of all of your help. Today Ziwan proposes a toast to all of you. Ziwan was the name Li Zishuan given to him by Li Er. This was the first time he used it in public. At this time, Li Zishuan stood up and solemnly raised his cup to Li Gang and the other teachers of the academy. They quickly stood up. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yamacho, you're too modest. Not to mention other things, almost all the teaching materials of the college were written by you. Just this point alone, I'm afraid that none of us can beat you. Majo also smiled. Yamacho, you built the soul of Yanhuang College. Without you, the college is just an empty shell. The bearded man snorted and said coolly, no matter what, my contribution will be the least. You don't have to fight anymore. Everyone laughed. Li Zishuan said, Mr. Zhongsan's martial arts are outstanding. It's precisely because you're overseeing the academy that those rascals don't dare to be impudent in Mount Yun. How can you say that my contribution is the least? He wasn't deliberately flattering him. There were too many secrets in the college that outsiders wanted to know. For example, the telescope. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the other forces didn't know about it. However, they didn't dare to rashly come to Yanhuang College to steal it. This was because 3 of the world's top masters lived in Yunshan. Moreover, Li Er's elite troops might be lying in ambush in the dark. That was what Li Zishuan thought. However, the bearded man couldn't help but blush. What outstanding martial arts! To him it was simply too ear-piercing. At that time he also thought that his martial arts were outstanding. He wanted to go up Yunshan to teach this junior, Li Zishuan, the principles of being a man. Who knew that in the end, he was beaten to the point that his own mother couldn't recognize him. If Hong Funu and Li Jing hadn't arrived, he might not have been able to leave Yunshan. Haha. Don't talk. Good wine is the way, only drink. This old man will drink first as a toast. The old drunkard Wang Ji looked at the bearded man with a smile that didn't look like a smile. No one knew if he wanted to help the bearded man or if he was greedy for the good wine in the cup. Haha. What Mr. Wang said makes a lot of sense. Let's not argue anymore. Drink. Tonight we won't rest until we're drunk. Li Zishuan laughed loudly. He raised his head and drank the good wine in the cup in one gulp. Everyone else followed closely behind him, and they finished drinking the wine in their cups before taking their seats. Li Zishuan poured himself another cup of wine and looked at Sun Simiao. He raised his cup and said, Priest Sun, in March you saved my life. At the end of the year, you returned to Chang'an and helped me quell the chaos in the city. I gained fame and fortune, but you retreated behind the scenes. In the coming year, you are willing to take charge of the medical school and the Tang Dynasty United Hospital, and help me realize my dream of treating all the sick people in the world. As the saying goes, great kindness can't be thanked with words. Priest Sun, if you have any orders, even if I have to push mountains and flatten seas, I will definitely do it for you. Today I toast to you. This old Taoist was the living bodhisattva of the Tang Dynasty. A true immortal. Li Zishuan had to respect him. Sun Simiao laughed and stood up. Haha. Shaoxian, you are too serious. Some things are not only your dream, but also my lifelong pursuit. So I am not helping you. However, I will still drink this cup of wine. After saying that, the old Taoist raised his head and drank it in one gulp. After Li Zishuan finished drinking, he poured another cup and looked at Yen Lide, Yen Liben and Yen Shaoning. He said, the construction of Yanhuang College can't be done without the help of the Yen family. Uncle Yen Shaoning, I will drink first as a toast. Haha. Shaoxian, you don't have to be so polite. Yen Lide laughed and said. Then he gave Li Zishuan face and drank a cup. After the toast, Li Zishuan sat down and invited everyone to eat. Tonight's banquet was very sumptuous. The brothers Wang Dahu and Wang Era used all their skills and made all the new dishes that they had learned or invented in the past year. There were more than 30 main dishes and more than 10 side dishes that filled the entire table. Just smelling it was enough to make one salivate. Eating it was even more intoxicating. The group of people ate and drank as they talked and laughed. The atmosphere was very lively. See, sir. Little Fishy also toasts to you. Thank you for saving me back then. If it weren't for your kindness, I'm afraid I would still be homeless on the streets. After eating for a while, Little Fishy finally mustered up her courage and stood up to raise her wine cup and said to Li Zishuan. She might have been a fearless person in the past, but today there were bigwigs of the royal court like Yen Lide and Yen Liben, as well as esteemed seniors like Li Gang and Sun Simiao. Furthermore, she wasn't very familiar with any of them, So how could she dare to be presumptuous? Therefore, since the start of the meal, she rarely spoke. If she did, she would only speak to Han Yushi, who was sitting beside her. Ahem. Little fishy, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, I'm ashamed. You asked me to find out where your parents are. But I was too busy and didn't put in all my effort to find them. Next year, I'll send someone to help you find them. Li Zishuan said to Little Fishy with an awkward expression. Little Fishy quickly waved her hand and said, Sir, you don't have to blame yourself. In this vast sea of people, it's very difficult to find two people. Actually, Little Fishy is living quite well now. With Sir taking me in and Uncle Ma taking care of me, Little Fishy has been very happy this year. This toast is to both you and Uncle Ma. Haha. Good. Then, sir, I'll drink this cup of wine first as a toast. Li Zishuan laughed. Ma Zhou, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He thought to himself, Little girl, why do you call Li Zishuan sir but keep calling me uncle? Am I that old? Chapter 1147. Halfway through the reunion dinner, Qin Xiong, Yu Qijingda, Chang Yaojin, and Niu Jinda arrived together. Li Zishuan hurriedly ordered people to add 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and warmly invited these big shots to sit. Hee hee. Xiao Xian, we've already eaten before we came. Don't trouble yourself. Qin Xiong smiled and waved his hand. Their families belonged to the new aristocratic groups after the establishment of Tang Dynasty. During the new year, they had many social engagements in Chang'an. That was why they could only come now. It's all right. Uncle Qin, even though you've already eaten, it's fine if you eat a few more dishes. Li Zishuan laughed. Haha, Xiao Xian is right. Even though we've eaten in Chang'an, we still have to drink a few bowls of wine here. Chang Yaojin laughed shamelessly and sat down beside the bearded man. Then the old man said, Hey, I heard that you've taken a fancy to my Chonyo? That's right. You have good taste. It's not that I'm bragging, but my Chonyo's martial arts talent is second only to Xiao Xian. It's mainly because I'm usually busy with military affairs and don't have time to train that kid. Since you want to be his master, I'll reluctantly agree. Next year, you have to fulfill your responsibility as a master and teach him martial arts. Old Chang will drink with you tonight. Haha. Everyone covered their faces when they heard this. There was no other reason. This old man was 2F** king. Oh, 2F** king shameless. What did he mean by his martial arts talent was second only to Li Zishuan? Even people like Yen Lide who didn't know martial arts knew that Chang Chumo's martial arts talent was far from Li Zishuan's. But this old demon spoke against his conscience and praised Chang Chumo to the heavens. If Chang Chumo was here, he would probably blush if he heard this. Dad, do you have another son named Chonyo? Speaking of the devil, Chang Chumo also quietly came up the stairs. Perhaps he happened to hear the last few words of Chang Chumo. He suddenly froze in place, looked suspiciously at Chang Chumo and asked, Oh! Scram! Chang Yaojin's old face turned green and white. In the end, he roared at Chang Chumo. Oh, father, don't be angry. Chang Chumo quivered and immediately fled. He had only gone upstairs to ask Li Zishuan if he could give them a batch of fireworks to play with. Now that things had turned out this way, who had he offended? Ahem. Unfilial son. What an unfilial son. Old Zhang, you've seen it for yourself. Choax has no confidence in himself. He doesn't know his own potential. You have to guide him well when you return. Chang Yaojin first coughed dryly, then continued to speak to the bearded man without blushing or skipping a beat. Haha. All right. Lu Guogong, don't try to persuade me anymore. Since I've promised to train Choax for half a year, I'll definitely do it when the time comes. The bearded man laughed heartily. He originally didn't have any good or bad feelings towards Chang Yaojin. However, when he heard that old Chang was going to drink with him, his interest was immediately piqued. As for the rest, he didn't care. Half a year? Old Zhang, why can't you train him for another 2 years? Chang Yaojin was slightly dissatisfied. The bearded man replied, I have an agreement with the Yamacho. I'll only stay in the academy for a year. Next year I'll be going out to sea. Choax naturally can't follow me. His days in the academy were nothing more than teaching students, drinking fine wine under the setting sun and bragging. It was indeed very comfortable, and it was comfortable to the point his fighting spirit was almost completely exhausted. However, the sea was where he should be. He liked the feeling of being able to roam the 4 seas. He wouldn't give up. Going out to sea? Oh, all right then. Come. Let's not talk about this first. Drink. Qing Yaojin was stunned. Only then did he remember the bearded man's other identity, the pirate leader. He could only say helplessly. Suddenly, with this old bastard shouting and joking around, the atmosphere at the table became even more lively. Toasts were exchanged, cups were exchanged, laughter was exchanged, and drinking games were played. The scene was so lively that it was a little out of control. In the end, Li Zixuan had no choice but to let his mother leave with Han Yushi, Lana, and the other women from the other families. Following that, this group of men bragged and talked nonsense here, becoming even more unscrupulous. Chang'an City. There were millions of people living here. It was even more lively on New Year's Eve. Under normal circumstances, families would sit together peacefully and not sleep for the whole night. This was the custom of staying up for the new year, that had been passed down from the modern era. The people of the Tang dynasty especially liked liveliness. When families gathered together, if there were old people in the family, there might be a house full of people staying up for the new year together. With children and grandchildren, wouldn't it be joyous? On the streets, although it was already dark, the streets were not dark at all. Basically, every house had 2 big lanterns hanging outside their doors. Every square also had lanterns placed at the entrance. Looking down from the sky, Chang'an City was like a city that never slept. Tens of thousands of lights were embellished in the city, as beautiful and moving as the stars in the sky. There was no curfew tonight. Many naughty children were chasing and playing in various squares. There were also some who set off firecrackers. However, these firecrackers were not made of gunpowder. They were purely made of bamboo sticks. Once this thing was thrown into the fire, it would make a muffled bang sound after a while. If passers-by happened to pass by, they would often be scared out of their wits. In addition to the naughty children, many love-struck men and women, couples would also come out for a stroll. After all, in a year, the number of times that there was no curfew in Chang'an City could be counted with one hand. If they didn't come out to have some fun, they would feel sorry for themselves. Shao Qin, see if Baoshan has prepared the carriage? South of Chang'an City, and Lu Square Lin family's backyard. Lin Hao had just finished his dinner and went straight back to his courtyard. This fellow rubbed his stomach as he asked the maid beside him. Young master, Baoshan said not to touch the things at home. I've already prepared them. However, I'm asking too much. Young master, are you really going to leave the city alone? The maidservant named Shao Qin first responded, then asked timidly. Lin Hao raised his head and said matter-of-factly, of course. If I bring my parents along, they will definitely nag in my ears again. Hurry up. Let's sneak out from the back door. Young master, let me tell you, the fireworks at Yanhuang College are really beautiful. When the time comes, I guarantee that you won't be willing to come back after seeing it. This fat otaku actually wanted to go out to Yanhuang College to see the fireworks? The sun really rose from the west. Since he was born, only God knew if he had taken the initiative to leave Chang'an City more than 5 times. Today, he actually took the initiative to leave the city. How rare. As for where he got the news that Yanhuang College was going to set off fireworks at midnight, it was self-evident. Chapter 1148. Where do you think you're going? At the back door of the Lin mansion, Lin Hao brought Qin Qi, Shu and Hua along with the 4 servant girls and was about to sneak away. Outside the door was the prepared carriage. But who knew that a cold snort came from behind him? He was shocked and turned around. If it wasn't his father, who else could it be? Father. Why are you here? Lin Hao was a little dumbfounded. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and stuttered. Why am I here? I want to ask you why you're here. It's the new year. Why are you here alone instead of talking to your mother? Lin Wenyuan glared at him angrily. Father. I'm going to the latrine. Yes, I'm going to the latrine. Lin Hao was anxious. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, he could only come up with an excuse. The 4 maids covered their faces and lowered their heads. They thought that their young master was really stupid. How could there be a latrine where they were now? This person was too honest. He didn't even know how to make up a lie. As expected, Lin Wenyon furrowed his brows and roared, "Bullshit! You unfilial son, how dare you lie to me? Humph! You just want to leave the city? Kai Fu, prepare the horse. Madam and I are also leaving the city. To Yanhuang College." "Ah, master! Are we leaving the city now?" The old steward behind Lin Wenyuan said in disbelief. "Yes, go and prepare." Father, why are you and mother going to Yanhuang College so late at night?" Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to be confused. Lin Wenyuan looked at his son indifferently. Although he was proud, he didn't show it on his face. "I'm going to do whatever you're going to do. You brat, why didn't you call your parents when you had something good? You're really ungrateful." At this point, Lin Hao finally understood that his father already knew that he was going to Yunshan to watch the fireworks. "Father, how did you know?" Lin Hao opened his mouth and said in surprise. "Heh, you don't need to know that." Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and proudly swaggered off. As for Madame Lin, she had already packed her things and was preparing to board the carriage and set off. "Humph! Little brat, you dare to play petty tricks with your father? You're still too young." Lin Wenyuan thought proudly in his heart. At the same time, the group of Yanhuang College students who had returned to Chang'an for the new year began to take their families to Yunshan. They wanted to go there to watch the fireworks up close. These students, together with their families, made up quite a crowd. Once there were too many people, it was inevitable that the news would leak out. "Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. We're going to Yanhuang College to watch firecrackers." "Firecrackers? What's so good about firecrackers?" "Oh, those things should be called fireworks." Yes, they were fireworks. A few days ago, the rainbow-colored skylight from the Cloud Mountain was the light from the fireworks. What? The skylight was made by the fireworks? That's right. Wang Lauer, you said that there would be fireworks at Yunshan tonight? Where did you get the news? Hey, I heard it from the servants of Assistant Minister Wang next door. Their young master is a student of Yanhuang College. How could the news be fake? Now their whole family is already on their way to Yunshan. Whoa, there's such a thing? Wang Lauer, wait up. I'll go get my wife and children. We'll go to Yunshan tonight to watch the fireworks. Even if we can't enter the college, at least we can take a look from afar. It's not a wasted trip. Haha, Zheng Lauer, hurry up. I'm afraid that there will be too many people, and we won't be able to get a good seat. We're not the only ones who know about this. Okay, I'll be right there. Similar conversations appeared in many shops in Chang'an City. This was not an important business opportunity. Many people would gather their friends and go to Yunshan together after hearing the news. One person spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. As a result, more and more people went to the East City Gate of Chang'an City. It even far exceeded the flow of people during the day. Such a huge commotion naturally woke up many people who were interested. Those who were interested asked around in private, and soon joined the group leaving the city. The group grew bigger and bigger. It started with a few hundred people, then a few thousand people, then tens of thousands. Later on, the number of people was about to exceed 100,000. Therefore, for the first time in the history of Chang'an City, such a strange scene appeared. On New Year's Eve, countless people did not stay in the bustling city to celebrate the new year. Instead, they flocked out of the city and headed towards the barren Yunshan, the imperial palace. Tonight, the palace was brightly lit and decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Li Tai had set up a family banquet in the back garden earlier. The concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem all attended the banquet. However, Li Tai only ate a few mouthfuls before he found an excuse to leave. The banquet lasted for more than an hour before it ended. At this moment, Old Li was with Empress Zhangsun in the corridor on the second floor of Taiji Palace. They were admiring the thousands of lights in Chang'an City tonight. At this moment, a chamberlain came downstairs and whispered something to Li Tai. Then he left quietly. In the end, Li Tai smiled and said, "Ha! Yunshan tonight will probably be more lively than Chang'an City. Guanyin, do you want to go take a look later?" Tens of thousands of people in Chang'an City rushed out of the city to Yunshan. How could Li Tai, who was in the palace, not receive the news? The chamberlain just now came for this reason. Empress Zhongxuan's eyes turned and she said softly with a smile, I don't know where those people got the news. In this way, won't the foot of Yunshan be densely packed with people tonight? I found out a few days ago that the Marquis of Yong and would set off a large batch of fireworks at Yanhuang College tonight. I originally planned to go take a look tonight. Now it seems that even if we go, we probably won't be able to squeeze into Yunshan. Haha, since Guanyin wants to see, what's so difficult about that? I don't believe that Li Zishuan dares to let my Empress freeze at the foot of the mountain. Men, prepare a carriage and summon the Crown Prince, the King of Han, and the other princes to accompany me. Li Er laughed heartily and ordered. Actually, Empress Zhongsun wanted to see the fireworks, but Li Tai himself might not have no intention of seeing it with his own eyes. Yes, the chamberlain beside Li Tai was about to leave with the order when he heard Empress Zhongsun say, Wait! Your Majesty, Changqian and the others have all gone with Your Majesty. Wouldn't it be boring to leave Changel alone? Why don't you bring her along? She was a mother after all. She could always think of her daughter first. Li Tai clapped his hands and said, Aye, the Empress is right. Let Changel accompany you. But remember to prepare warm clothes. Don't catch a cold on the way. When Li Tai heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly added. Chapter 1149. Under the Night Sky. For imperial carriages sped out from the main gates of the imperial city. A small group of elite imperial guards dressed in black armor closely guarded the front, back, left, and right of the leading carriage. Clearly, the person sitting in the first carriage had the most honorable status. Upon closer inspection, the silhouette of the carriage was 80% similar to the Don't Touch Me from the Curious Pavilion. It was highly likely that the carriage had been modified from Don't Touch Me. Imperial Father, I've heard that many students from Yanhuang College did not return home this year, instead spending the new year at the academy. With so many people gathered together, Yunshan should be very lively right now. Within the first carriage sat Li Er, Empress Zhongsun and Princess Changel. Although Li Er's harem was not particularly large, if he had brought all of his concubines, even several dozen carriages would not be able to fit them all. Thus he simply did not bring anyone, only bringing Zhongsun the Empress. From this, it could be seen that Empress Zhongsun had an irreplaceable position in Li Er's heart. Haha! Of course Yunshan is lively. We previously heard that Li Zishuan had the students organize a dumpling-making competition this afternoon. Ever since Qing Ke was born, she had never done anything like cooking. Unexpectedly, she was bewitched by that brat Li Zishuan to personally make dumplings. How preposterous! Li Er reclined on the sofa in the carriage, squinting his eyes as he spoke in a satisfied yet unhappy tone. Next to him was a stove, causing the interior of the carriage to be as warm as spring. Dumplings? Imperial Father, what are dumplings? Changel's eyes brightened as she softly asked. Li Er thought for a moment before replying. These dumplings are wontons. However, it is a new name that Li Zishuan gave them. It is said that tonight is the Z hour, the time for the new and the old. It has a special meaning. These dumplings just so happen to have the meaning of making friends at a younger age. I didn't expect that brat to have such meticulous thoughts. Yanhuang College clearly had old Li's eyes and ears. Otherwise, how could Li Er have such detailed information? Dumplings? Making friends at a younger age? This name is quite appropriate. Changel muttered to herself. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. Father, with Brother Qingchua's skills, Changel really wants to see what kind of dumplings he makes. Speaking of this, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This Empress also really wants to see Qing Ke's dumplings. Hey, I reckon you guys are looking down on them, because those dumplings might have already entered the students' stomachs. F***CK. Why are there so many people in front? And there doesn't seem to be any movement. It seems like we can't go up Cloud Mountain? Sigh. I should have come earlier. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, there was already a sea of people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Previously, when Li Zishuan received the news, he hurriedly ordered to block the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. If so many people swarmed up, it was likely to cause trouble. Moreover, There were rows of flowing flames on the cement road outside Plum Village. It was obvious that more people were coming this way. Under such circumstances, he dared not open the mountain path. It was not that he was stingy, but once there were too many people, it was easy to cause trouble. Last time, when he used public opinion to mobilize the people to destroy the Chui family, some hooligans took advantage of the situation to steal and molest the Chui family's maids. This was a very good example. Li Zixuan had always taken this as a warning in his heart. Moreover, when the fireworks were set off later, the people would be able to see very clearly even if they stood at the foot of the mountain. There was no need for hundreds of thousands of people to swarm up Cloud Mountain. Hey, Commander Mo, it's me. It's me. Can't I go up too? At the entrance of the mountain path to Cloud Mountain, Mo Zhong and the Academy's guards were maintaining order. Cloud Mountain was close to 200 meters above sea level. It was not considered high, but it was definitely not low either. At present, if one wanted to go up Cloud Mountain to Yanhuang College, this was the only way. They had set up a checkpoint here. It could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 people. At this moment, a young man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged couple. Although they were dressed ordinarily, their aura could not be concealed. Chu Yanfu? Mo Zhong had stayed in Yanhuang College for so long that he was familiar with most of the students. He fixed his eyes on the young man. Who else could it be but Chu Yanfu? This child went home 2 days ago to prepare for the new year. He did not expect to return to Cloud Mountain today. As for the couple behind him, their identities were even more obvious. Mo Zhong pays his respects to Assistant Minister Chu. Mo Zhong clasped his fist and bowed to Chu Suiliang. Haha, this old man is just here to watch the fun. Commander Mo, you don't have to be so courteous. Chu Suiliang did not put on any airs. He stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yanfu Yamacho said that if the students of the academy want to go back to the academy at night, they are allowed to do so, and they can bring their families along. You and Assistant Minister Chu go up quickly. Mo Zhong nodded and said to Chu Yanfu with a smile. Chu Yanfu thanked him happily and hurriedly brought his parents up the mountain. The crowd of onlookers was naturally envious. Those who had children at home were muttering in their hearts. Next year, they must let their children get into Yanhuang College. Not only would they have a bright future, but they would also receive special treatment everywhere. Although the commoners were envious, they did not feel indignant and used this as an excuse to cause trouble. After all, the students were going back to their own academy. Young master, what should we do? They only allowed Yanhuang College students to go up the mountain. We can't go up. Xiao Shi, the maidservant of the Lin family, ran over to the carriage at the back and said, there were 2 carriages parked in an open space by the roadside. Since we can't go up, then let's watch from the foot of the mountain. Before Lin Hao could say anything, Lin Wenyuan, who was in the carriage in front, said, Father, don't. Let me go up and talk to the guards of the academy. Lin Hao was not willing to just watch the fireworks at the foot of the mountain. He jumped off the carriage and volunteered. After saying that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the mountain path. Young brother, Yunshan is not receiving guests today. Please forgive me and stop. Mo Zhong immediately recognized that Lin Hao was not a student of the academy. He blocked the way and spoke in an elegant but not polite manner. Lin Hao came prepared. How could he retreat because of this small setback? He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Big brother, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, my master is Han Li. He's a student of Yanhuang College. So, I'm also a student of Yanhuang College. Big brother, please let me in. Han Li. Mo Zhong muttered doubtfully. Then, he quickly tried to recall if there was a student named Han Li in the academy. After a while, he shook his head and said with some displeasure, Young brother, don't make fun of me. There's no student named Han Li in the academy. There was a hint of anger in his words. Obviously, he thought that the young man in front of him was making fun of him. That's impossible. I've asked around. My master's master is a disciple of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Big brother, you must have heard of him. Think about it again. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Then he remembered Iron Egg's other special identity and quickly said, Young brother, please leave quickly. Little brother, please leave quickly and don't cause trouble here. The disciple of the headmaster? Are you talking about Bruiser? When Emojong saw Lin Hao trying to defend himself, he subconsciously wanted to scold him to leave. But when he heard Lin Hao say that Han Li was a Yamacho's disciple, he changed his words. Yes, yes, yes. My master's nickname is Iron Egg, Lin Hao said excitedly. Emojong patted his forehead. Only then did he remember that Iron Egg's real name was Han Li. It was only because the people around him usually called him Iron Egg that he didn't remember it at first. That won't do. Yamacho only said that the family members of the students can go up the mountain. They didn't say that the students' disciples can go up the mountain as well. Emojong's expression turned serious as he refused righteously. In fact, the main reason was that he wasn't sure what the relationship between Lin Hao and Iron Egg was. If he let him go rashly, then if someone came later and said that he was a student's disciple, would he let him go? He couldn't allow this to happen. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A group of unruly people, get out of the way. At this moment, the crowd seemed to be separated by a powerful force. A luxuriously dressed young man, who was protected by a group of soldiers in black armor, walked towards Emojong. Hey, non-students of Yanhuang College can't enter? How arrogant. This king is going in today. Let's see who dares to stop me. The luxuriously dressed young man looked at the wooden sign next to Emojong and said arrogantly with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored Emojong and the others and walked towards them. When Emojong heard this young man call himself king, his eyes narrowed. However, he had been in the bitter cold for a long time and had only been in Chang'an for half a year. He wasn't familiar with some of the nobles in the current dynasty, let alone the young man in front of him. It's His Highness the King of Lu. The King of Lu? The Academy's guards are in trouble. Back off. Don't fight later. The King of Lu Li Yuanchang. This young man was Li Er's half-brother, the King of Lu Li Yuanchang. Emojong didn't recognize this person, but the people around him did. Someone shouted and the crowd became restless. The people quickly backed off. Obviously, they were quite afraid of this King of Lu. At this time, Li Yuanchang was still using the title of the 3rd year of Wuda. According to history, in the 10th year of Zhengguan, he would be changed to the King of Han by Li Er. Now, the King of Han title is still used by Li Ku. Your Highness, you can't go up. The Yamacho has. How dare you? What Yamacho? Yamacho? Li Zishuan is just an official. Even if he was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to this king like this. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if you lose an arm or a leg, this king won't be responsible. Li Yuanchang said rudely to Emojong with his nose in the air. Emojong's expression changed, but he still braced himself and said, The headmaster has ordered that Your Highness Prince of Lu, you cannot go up the mountain. However, I can pass the message on your behalf. Your Highness, please wait here for a moment. Get lost. You want this king to wait for Li Zishuan's permission? In your dreams. Ha! You still dare to hide? You're just AF * king dog raised by Li Zishuan. You still dare to hide? Guards! Take him down. This king wants to see how you're going to hide later. Li Yuanchang shouted angrily and raised his foot to kick Emojong. However, Emojong instinctively dodged. This made him even angrier. He pointed at Emojong and shouted angrily. Actually, he wanted to slap Emojong, but he couldn't reach him. He was only 1 year older than Li Tai. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to adults like Emojong. Yes, sir. The guards beside Li Yuanchang answered loudly. Then there was the sound of metal clanging. These guards unsheathed their Emo swords at the same time and slashed at Emojong. Obviously, they could tell that Emojong was a martial artist and wanted to injure him before capturing him. Protect the commander. Emojong and the other guards of the academy were facing a great enemy. They weren't afraid of these guards, but behind them was Li Zishuan. They couldn't help but be afraid. If they attacked too hard, they would create a great enemy for Li Zishuan. If they were captured without a fight, what awaited them would be endless humiliation from Li Yuanchang. As the guards of Yanhuang College, they were also the face of the academy. If they were humiliated by Li Yuanchang in front of so many people, wouldn't the dignity of Yanhuang College be trampled on by Li Yuanchang? Under all kinds of scruples, Emozhong and the others didn't dare to use their full strength. They only dodged the attacks of Li Zishuan's guards while praying in their hearts that Li Zishuan would come quickly. Damn! No, it's Chinese New Year. We're just here to watch the fireworks. Let's talk nicely. Why fight? Lin Hao was shocked. He didn't know any martial arts, so he hurriedly ran away. At this time he couldn't help but look in Li Yuanchang's direction and complain. On the other side, as time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang weren't idiots. Emozhong and the others who were afraid and didn't dare to use their full strength had a hard time dodging. There were already several light cuts on their bodies. Who dares to be so presumptuous in Yunshan? All of you stop. Under the ardent expectations of Emozhong and the others, Li Zishuan finally arrived. The people at the foot of the mountain only heard a muffled snort. Then, a series of blurry figures appeared on the mountain path. In the next moment, Li Zishuan stood between Emozhong and Li Yuanchang. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang had been sent flying in all directions. Bang bang bang. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Li Yuanchang could react, all of his guards had already landed heavily on the ground. He was instantly horrified. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, How presumptuous! You dare to hurt the people brought by this prince? What's your name? Quickly tell me your name. This prince won't let you go. Idiot! Li Zishuan was both angry and disdainful. This kid was obviously scared to death, but he was still talking nonsense and threatening him. He was really looking for trouble. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in Yunshan? Get back to the palace. Li Zishuan was about to speak when Li Er's voice came from behind the crowd. Then Li Er angrily walked out with Empress Zhang's son, Chang'e, and the others. Chapter 1150. Royal Brother. Greetings to Royal Brother. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, Li Yuanchang, who was still in shock, immediately regained his senses and ran to Li Er's side, bowing. In his opinion, even if Li Zishuan's martial arts were superb, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him in front of Li Er, right? After all, he and Li Zishuan were monarchs, and Li Zishuan was only a subject of the royal family. Li Er didn't give his younger brother any face and coldly said, Yinhuang College is an important place for learning. You brought people here to fight and kill. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the law? Li Yuanchang quivered and hurriedly explained, Royal brother, this has nothing to do with me. I heard that there are fireworks on Cloud Mountain tonight. I just wanted to go up and take a look. But this group of dog slaves, this group of guards didn't let me go up. This is outrageous. It's said that this world is imperial land. Since Cloud Mountain is within the Tang Empire's borders, what right does the Duke of Yong and have to not let me? Shut up. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Er sternly interrupted. You're asking why? Then let me tell you why. Just because Cloud Mountain was given to the Duke of Yong, and to build the college, if he doesn't let you in, you can't enter. Li Yuanchang shrunk his head in fear and wanted to leave, but he was unwilling, so he raised his head and said, Royal brother, it was Royal father who told me that he couldn't come because he was in the palace, and wanted me to come and see what the fireworks looked like. I had no choice but to come. Royal father? Li Er's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous gaze shot out from the slits of his eyes. The air around him suddenly became colder. Li Yuanchang was shocked, and only then did he remember that although this person in front of him was his brother in name, last year, this person in front of him killed his own brother, imprisoned his father, and usurped the throne. And he was only Li Er's half-brother. If he angered Li Er, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't kill him. Gulp. Thinking of this, Li Yuanchang's Adam's apple couldn't help but move, and then he trembled. Royal brother, I didn't mean anything else. Go back. You are not allowed to come to Cloud Mountain in the future. Li Er's cold and emotionless voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hammered Li Yuanchang's chest. I will take my leave now. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Yuanchang's back. He cupped his hands towards Li Er, then led his group of defeated soldiers and hurriedly fled. Li Zishuan, Li Yuanchang will remember what happened today. Just you wait. Crestfallen, he squeezed out of the crowd. Li Yuanchang's face was burning. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such grievances. Today he was humiliated in front of so many people, so he couldn't help but hate Li Zishuan. Sigh. What a pity. Such a pity. If I had come a step later, this trash King Lu would have fought with Li Zishuan. Even if Li Zishuan's reputation was not destroyed, it would have caused a lot of trouble for Li Zishuan. Feng Jidai, who was standing not far behind Li Er, saw this scene and felt that it was a pity. Yes, it was the new year, so the other officials were on holiday. However, as Li Er's secretary, if Li Er had an important event at the last minute, he still had to accompany him. On the other hand, although he had asked his father to give up on the plan of establishing himself as king, he still hoped that there would be some internal chaos in Tang, and that would give Lingnan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Especially Li Zishuan, this rising aristocrat of Tang, Feng Jidai had always been rather wary of him. His intuition told him that Li Zishuan was definitely the biggest variable between Tang and Lingnan. Your subject left Cloud Mountain without permission during the period of confinement. Your Majesty, please punish me. After Li Yuanchang left, Li Er's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. It definitely had a lot to do with Li Yuanchang's last sentence. Imperial Father sent him. At this moment, Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands, speaking. Li Er came to his senses and turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. Somewhat absent-minded, he waved his hand and said, "No matter. Today is New Year's Eve. We will not bicker with you about this. Let's all go up the mountain." Finished speaking, he took the lead and walked up the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. Empress Zhongsun, Princess Chang'e, Li Changqian, Li Ku, and the other princes promptly followed. Brother Shaoxian, don't worry. If Imperial Uncle complains about you to Imperial Grandfather, Chang'e will speak up for you. As Chang'e passed by Li Zishuan, she spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Being attentive and considerate, she instantly thought of the methods that Li Yuanchang would use to take revenge and the trouble that he would bring to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan glanced at the young lady gratefully. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated, especially when it involved Li Yuan. Although he currently held a high position and authority, if he was careless in this matter, it was very possible that he would lose everything. With Chang'e, a member of the palace, helping mediate, it would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Mozhong, you've worked hard just now. Quickly bring the injured brothers to have their wounds bandaged. Li Zishuan did not immediately chase after Li Er. Instead, he instructed Mozhong. It's fine. Yamacho. They're all minor injuries. Mozhong said with a smile. Minor injuries still need to be bandaged. Quickly go. Let the uninjured brothers hold the fort here for now. Li Zishuan insisted. All right then. Mo Yun, take the uninjured brothers and hold the fort here. I'll follow them up the mountain to have their wounds bandaged. No problem. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and followed the group of injured academy guards as he prepared to ascend Cloud Mountain. At this moment, Grandmaster, can you take me with you? A youth in the shape of a ball suddenly rolled out from the crowd. Then the youth was heard shouting. Li Zishuan was stunned. Grandmaster? Was he calling him? Since when did he become a grandmaster? Just as Li Zishuan was wondering if the person behind him was calling him, a rather quiet little fatty dressed in luxurious clothes scurried in front of him. Which family's child are you? Are you calling me grandmaster? Li Zishuan felt inexplicably amused. He was only 15 years old, and he was already a grandmaster? Yes. You're my grandmaster. Grandmaster, my name is Lin Hao. My master is Iron Egg. You're my master's master, so naturally, you're my grandmaster. Who else could this little fatty be if not Lin Hao? Seeing Li Zishuan's question, he quickly introduced himself. Lin Hao? Your boss Lin's son? Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had mentioned to him that Iron Egg was working part-time as a teacher in the Lin family. Hence he asked with a smile. Yes. Grandmaster, you should know my father. He's a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Lin Hao had never felt like this before. He felt that his father's membership in the Chamber of Commerce was so useful. Chapter 1151. Ahem. Marquis. Marquis. My son speaks without restraint. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, the conflict had dissipated. However, what followed was a scene of him acknowledging his grandmaster. The surrounding onlookers could not help but secretly sigh that they did not come in vain today. When Lin Wenyuan saw his son talking to Li Zixuan from afar, he hurriedly ran over and bowed to Li Zixuan to apologize. Lin Hao's words just now seemed to be stealthily changing the concept. This was because he only invited Iron Egg to be Lin Hao's teacher. There was a huge difference between a teacher and a master. The former was only responsible for imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts, or for passing down the orthodoxy. Haha, it's fine. I've heard of your son from Iron Egg before. He's a very interesting person. Since all of you are here tonight, then follow this marquis up there. Li Zixuan said nonchalantly. Haha. Thank you, Grandmaster. Lin Hao said happily. Lin Wenyuan was also ecstatic. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Marquis. One had to know that tonight not only were there fireworks on the Cloud Mountain, but the Emperor was also there. To be so close to the Emperor of the Tang Empire was an opportunity that many people could only dream of. Mo Yun, if there are members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce who come later, let them up the mountain too. Li Zixuan instructed Mo Yun before he left. Yes. Yamacho. Mo Yun cupped his hands and said. On the Cloud Mountain, Li Er first went to the canteen to check out the dumplings left over from the dumpling-making competition. Then he went to the side courtyard of the Cloud Mountain to visit Li Gang and Sun Simiao, the two national treasures of the Tang Empire. As for Changle, Empress Zhongsun, Li Chongqian and the other princes, they were at the field to participate in the Spring Festival Gala organized by the Academy's students. Actually, rather than a gala, it was more like a story gathering. The main thing was that the students formed a large circle. In the middle of the circle there was a fire. On the fire, there was a barbecue grill roasting a pheasant. If anyone had an interesting story, they could enter the circle to tell everyone. If they could make most of the people laugh, they could take a roasted pheasant from the grill. The referee on the field was Li Tai. The little fatty was sitting on the grass with one hand supporting his chin. He was listening to Wang Meng tell a story in the middle of the field. There was a scholar who was almost 70 years old. His wife suddenly gave birth to a son. Because he was old, he gave birth to the son and named him Age. Not long after, she gave birth to another son. He looked like a scholar, so she named him Ji Shui. The scholar laughed and said, To be able to have a son at such an old age, what a joke. Thus he gave him the name, Joke. When the three sons grew up, they had nothing to do. The scholar had them go into the mountains to gather firewood. When they returned, the husband asked his wife, Of the three, who gathered the most firewood? The wife replied, At such an old age I have no knowledge at all. However, I have a lot of jokes. Ha ha ha. Too funny. I'm dying of laughter. Wang Meng was also a joker. When this fellow was telling a joke, he was even dancing with joy. That cadence of his, coupled with his wacky movements, immediately caused everyone on the field to laugh out loud when they heard the joke. Kakik. Imperial Mother. This joke is too funny. And this son Ziffin, his acting is too talented. At this moment, Princess Changle was laughing so hard that she could not breathe. While everyone else was sitting on the ground, she and Empress Zhongsun were sitting on thick praying mats. Beside them were two heaters. This was not a special treatment. Rather, because of their physiques, they could not stand the cold. Haha, it really is quite funny. Empress Zhongsun smiled, happily speaking. Only after arriving here did she finally feel the joy of the new year. Compared to the imperial palace, this place was truly too lively. Ha ha ha. Wang Meng, you brat, you really are something. Everyone, does his joke count? Can we have him take away that pheasant? Li Tai laughed for quite a while. Only after everyone had quieted down did he speak in a loud voice. It doesn't count. Have him tell another one. Chung Chumo roared. This guy was trying to stir up trouble on purpose. Right. It doesn't count. Tell another one. Tell another one. With someone leading the way, there were others who followed. One after another, the students shouted loudly. The scene was quite lively. Standing by the bonfire, Wang Meng did not expect that his joke would be so popular. Scratching his head, he thought for a while before saying, "That's fine. I'll tell another one." Speaking of which, there was once a monk. It turns out that Yinhuang College is really so beautiful. It turns out that the students here are really as interesting as Mr. Han said. Because of Li Zishuan's special permission, Lin Hao also entered Yinhuang College. However, he was too embarrassed to directly join the crowd of students, so he stood outside the circle. Seeing this lively scene, he could not help but feel envious. At this moment, he actually had the urge to immediately join in, and that urge was so strong. Clang, clang, clang. The joy lasted for a long time. As time passed, the clock finally rang. Then, everyone, regardless of what they were doing at the moment, stood up at the same time and looked up at the night sky. Because the fireworks were finally about to start. Students of Class 1 take note. After lighting the fuse, immediately run back. If anyone does not follow the rules, all the students of Class 1 will be disqualified. Li Zishuan loudly instructed. At this moment, rows and rows of fireworks had been placed on the field. The number of fireworks was so large that all the students were amazed. "Yes, Yamacho!" The students of Class 1 roared in response. In fact, they had long been hungry and thirsty. Li Tai took the lead and carefully approached a plate of fireworks with a match. After a while, sparks flew in all directions, and the little fatty ran back. Whoosh! Bam! Accompanied by the sharp sound of gunpowder firing, a bullet flew straight into the night sky and flew to a very high place. Then it exploded instantly. A flower with a super large diameter proudly bloomed in the night sky. The colorful flames immediately lit up the dark night sky. Wow! Mother! It's so beautiful! Oh! It's very beautiful! At this moment, the calm Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be fiercely shocked when she saw this strange scene. Her eyes were very, very round. At this time, she couldn't care less about maintaining the dignity of a mother of a country. Whoosh! Bam! Wow! Look! Another 3 plates of fireworks have been lit. It's so bright. At the same time, another 3 sets of fireworks were lit up in the field. For a moment, fireworks bloomed in the night sky in a very short period of time. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. It was so dazzling that people did not know where to look. Oh, what beautiful fireworks! It's so colorful. So beautiful. So this is the colorful skylight that night. At the same time, the people in Chang'an City who came to watch at the foot of Cloud Mountain and the villagers who came from outside Chang'an City also saw the flourishing fireworks on Cloud Mountain at this moment. The huge crowd couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. They didn't wait in vain for a night. The atmosphere of Cloud Mountain's New Year's Eve was finally pushed to the climax. Chapter 1152. So these are fireworks. Li Er stood beside Li Zishuan with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although he was an emperor, this was the first time he had seen such a dreamy and magnificent spectacle. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little smug. How many people in the world could shock Li Er, a famous emperor? But while he was feeling smug, his eyes were still vigilantly watching the students who were running to light the fireworks. After all, if this thing exploded, the consequences would be very serious, so he had to be prepared to save people at all times. Marquis Yong'an, how can this firework fly so quickly into the sky? Suddenly, Li Er asked such a naive question. It seemed that the sky had a very strong attraction to the ancient people. Your Majesty, Qingke should know the answer to this question. Let her explain it to you. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Oh, Qingke, you know the reason? Li Tai, who was standing to the left of Li Er, stood up excitedly and replied, Father, as far as I know, the reason why this firework can fly so quickly into the sky is related to the gunpowder in it. Once the gunpowder explodes, it will produce a very strong thrust, which will make the upper part of the firework overcome its own gravity and fly into the sky quickly. As for the upper part of the bullet, its fuse will be ignited when it flies out of the pipe. The length of the fuse is calculated by Yamacho, so it can be guaranteed that it will fly to the highest point and explode every time. This is the scene we are seeing now. The previously arrogant Li Tai had now transformed into a big shot in the physics world. He explained the analysis of the force of the firework to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Empress Zhongsun, Li Changqian, Chang'e, and the others were all stunned. Thrust gravity? Faced with these new terms, Li Er was caught off guard. Although he had glanced at the Academy's physics textbooks, he had only glanced at them and didn't study them in detail. Of course, what caught him even more off guard was that his son had only stayed in Yanhuang College for half a year. How could he know so many things that didn't exist in the Tang Empire before? Seeing the shock on his father's face, Li Tai's sense of accomplishment instantly exploded. This was like a child who knew something amazing and would show off in front of their parents, asking for praise. Right now, Li Tai belonged to this type of person who wanted to show off. Cough. Father, when you talk about gravity, it's actually… All right. I have a rough idea what it means. Li Er's, he's s. Li's. Chang'e, who was at the side, suddenly had an idea. Brother Xiaoxian, since gunpowder can propel projectiles into the sky, can it send people to the moon? Li Er's eyes instantly lit up, and he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. That night at Yanhuang College, he had used an astronomical telescope to observe space. It was still unforgettable. Chang'e's suggestion made him feel a little excited. Although Li Zishuan had said that night that it would take at least 100 years of technological accumulation to send humans to space, what if there was a shortcut? Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard this. Chang'e's suggestion was a little similar to a rocket. He didn't expect her to have such a bold idea even though she didn't have much knowledge of engineering. Chang'e, although gunpowder is extremely powerful and can propel objects into the sky, it will explode instantly once it's ignited. It can only provide an instantaneous explosive force. We can't control its combustion speed, so it can't provide a continuous thrust to send heavy objects or human bodies out of the ground beneath our feet. Furthermore, with Tang Empire's current conditions, even if we send people out of Earth, we can't guarantee their survival in space. After all, there's air on Earth but nowhere else. Li Zishuan tried his best to explain in a language that Chang'e could understand. Oh. Chang'e thought for a moment, then nodded, not fully understanding. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If you have the ability to send people to the moon, just do it. As for whether they can survive on the moon, you don't have to worry about it." Old Li always had an obsession in his heart, and that was to go to the heavens. Even if he didn't do it himself, the people under his rule could do it. This was something that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qin Huang and Hongwu, couldn't do. So what if he had to make a small sacrifice for this? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Er over this matter. Aerospace was such a sacred thing. Even if Tang Empire had the means to carry out manned space missions in the future, as long as he was around, he wouldn't allow anyone to mess around. Li Er knew what Li Zishuan was thinking. He shook his head and remembered that today was New Year's Eve, so he didn't blame him. He just thought to himself, this kid is too kind. Boom boom boom. The sky of Yun Mountain was especially charming tonight. After the students of Class 1 finished setting off the fireworks, Li Zishuan asked the remaining guards of the academy to go into action together. Previously, there were 4 sets of fireworks, but later, there were more than 10 sets of fireworks aimed at the sky. Colorful sparks flew up and landed, blooming proudly in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Everything was there. Colorful purples and reds decorated the night sky beautifully and gracefully, illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This was really a night filled with fireworks to welcome the new year. The people on Yun Mountain and at the foot of Yun Mountain hadn't stopped exclaiming since midnight. Most people didn't even blink their eyes. They were completely conquered by the beauty of the fireworks. However, tonight's fireworks lasted longer than expected. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes. The clock chimed at 1 o'clock. But the fireworks on Yun Mountain didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. This made everyone exclaim in satisfaction, but at the same time, they were lamenting because their necks hurt from looking up. In the end, many people simply got some hay, laid it on the ground and lay down on their backs. The rich kids or rich old masters got people to get cushions or blankets and laid them on the roof of the horse carriage. This way they could enjoy the fireworks in the sky and save time and effort. As for Li Zishuan, after watching the fireworks for 15 minutes, he took his wife and old Li's family to the top floor of the left tower of Guanghua Tower. Oh, to be precise, it was Li Er who took him there, because the 10th floor of the left tower was Li Er's office. Only Li Er had the key. However, old Li had never been here before. Today was his first time here. After entering the dean's office, they sat on the sofa. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, they could see the fireworks above the sports field while lying down. It was extremely comfortable. At midnight, all the fireworks were released. Li Er stretched. He was very satisfied with this New Year's Eve. It could even be said that this was the most satisfying New Year's Eve in his life. Old Li was satisfied. Of course, he had to reward his subjects. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, "Tomorrow, oh no, it's today. Today is the imperial court meeting. I temporarily lift the ban on you. Remember to attend on time. If you're late or absent, humph." After that, he left with Chang'e Zhongsun, Li Changqian, and the others, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Zishuan. Damn God. What did I do wrong? Why are you punishing me like this? After a long time, Li Zishuan pointed at the sky and cursed. He wanted to stay up for the new year tonight. Tomorrow morning he still wanted to sleep in? And attend the imperial court meeting? Participate my ass. Yes, old Li thought it was a reward, but little Li thought it was a punishment. Chapter 1153. After Li Er left, Li Zishuan instructed Emozhong to wrap things up properly before bringing his wife and sister back home. As for his father, mother, maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother, they had already gone back to stay up for the new year. Tonight, Yunshan had set off fireworks for 2 hours. The night air was too cold, and they couldn't stand it for so long. After all, although the fireworks were beautiful, their health was more important. When they returned home, the whole family was gathered in the main hall, eating snacks and chatting. Since it was the New Year's Eve, the whole family had to gather together. Therefore, they all went to Li Zishuan's courtyard number 1. Li Zishuan was also happy to be lively. He moved a chair and sat next to them. He calmed down and listened to the family talk. Haha, I didn't expect this. The New Year's Eve on Yunshan is even more lively than Nanyang. I've lived for so long, and this is the most lively New Year's Eve I've ever had. Old Lady Yi said with a smile. The fireworks tonight added to the fun, and the scene of thousands of people celebrating New Year's Eve made Old Lady Yi feel that it was the New Year's Eve. Until now, the gorgeous fireworks scene still lingered in Old Lady Ye's mind. Mrs. Li said with a smile, "Mother, since you like the New Year's Eve here, then don't go back next year. It's not like there's no place to stay here. You and Father don't have much to do in the family now. Stay here and let me fulfill my filial piety. Otherwise, Yuzhu will not be at ease for the rest of her life." Hearing her sincere words, Old Lady Yi looked at Yi Guozhong hesitantly. It was not a problem to let her stay here, but this matter depended on Yi Guozhong's opinion. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, "Let me think about this. We'll talk about it after the new year." After saying that, he glanced at Li Zishuan. It was unknown whether he did it intentionally or not. Li Zishuan was puzzled by his look. He thought to himself, if you want to stay, then stay. How can I say no? What do you mean by looking at me? In fact, after getting along with Yi Guozhong for such a long time, he didn't have any ill feelings towards Yi Guozhong. Not only that, but he also sometimes admired Yi Guozhong's vision of the big picture. At this moment, San Bao Fu, Xiao He, Xiao Shi and the other servants walked over together. It seemed like they had discussed this beforehand. The 4 of them walked closer and knelt down in front of Li Zishuan. Then they said, "San Bao Fu, and Xiao He Xiao Shi. Wish young master and young mistress good health. We wish young master and young mistress good health and a young master soon." Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, it also depended on the time. According to custom, on New Year's Eve, when the time came, the younger generation would have to salute and give their blessings to their elders. The servants would have to kowtow to their masters and say auspicious words to each other. It was probably similar to how modern people wished for good health and safety. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Wasn't this the modern New Year's greeting? However, he didn't expect these people to be so courteous. Haha. Good. Young master, I'll give you red packets later. No, I'll give you bets to win money. Once this fellow got excited, he wouldn't be serious. He even pulled out red packets. Thank you, young master. The few of them thanked him joyfully. Then they began to wish Li Jingma, Madame Li Yiguozhong, and Old Lady Yi a Happy New Year. Later, under Han Yushi's reminder, Li Zixuan brought his wife along and solemnly bowed to the 4 elders in his family. Although he was not used to this kind of greeting as a modern person, when he thought of how Old Man Li and Madame Li usually doted on him, the knot in his heart faded a lot. Husband, you still have to attend the court assembly tomorrow. You don't have to stay up for the new year. You should rest early. After everything was done, Han Yushi reminded Li Zixuan. Xiao Xian is attending the court assembly tomorrow? Yi Guozhong heard and asked curiously. Han Yushi nodded and repeated the words that Li Er had said before he left. In the end, she looked at Li Zixuan and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Yi Guozhong nodded and said, Yes. Since you're going to attend the court assembly, Xiao Xian, you should rest early. You don't have to stay up for the new year. Li Zixuan didn't care and said, It's okay, grandfather. I can still hold on. Besides, it's just a court assembly. At most, I'll find a corner where no one will notice and secretly sleep for a while. Yi Guozhong glared and said angrily, Nonsense. Tomorrow is the Yuanri court assembly. How important is it? How can you sleep? Stop messing around. Go and rest. He wouldn't compromise with Li Zixuan on such a major issue, so his tone couldn't help but reveal a slightly stern and indisputable tone. Li Jingma also advised at this time. Xianer, your grandfather is right. The Yuanri court assembly is no small matter. You'd better go and rest early. Seeing that the 2 old men had said so, Li Zixuan could only say unhappily, All right then. Mother, grandmother, and wife, I'll go and rest first. In the Tang dynasty, although the court officials had a 7-day New Year's Eve holiday, on the Yuanri day, they had to attend the morning court assembly. That was to enter the palace to pay a New Year's visit to the emperor. The court assembly that day was called the Yuanri Court Assembly. It was considered one of the grandest court assemblies of the year. It could be called the collective New Year's greeting ceremony of the Tang dynasty's ruling group. First of all the civil and military officials in the capital had to clock in on time. They were not allowed to be late. Local officials from all over the country had to come from afar. The surrounding countries had to send people collectively to support them. It was like an international gathering. In order not to be late, the officials had to wake up early in the morning and bring their servants with torches into the palace. The early morning Chong and city was like a fire dragon at dawn. It was a magnificent scene. Li Zixuan was woken up by his wife and helped to put on his official uniform. After eating some porridge, he rode into Chang'an City and saw such a magnificent scene. Damn! So many people. I don't usually see so many people attending the morning court assembly. Seeing the fire dragon everywhere on the street, Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. Seeing that his marquis was like a country bumpkin, Pang Feiji was a little embarrassed. He quickly explained in a low voice, Marquis, there aren't usually so many officials attending the morning court assembly, but today is the Yuanri court assembly. All the officials in the capital, including those below the 5th rank, and the officials of other states and counties outside Chang'an City, and even the envoys of the surrounding small countries will attend this court assembly. Of course, there will be more people than before. Li Zixuan sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, Grandfather really didn't lie to me. This Yuanri court assembly is really awesome. But with so many people, wouldn't it be easier for me to fish in troubled waters? By then, wouldn't I be able to sleep whenever I want? Hee. Let's go quickly. Don't be late. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan chuckled, then spurred his horse and rushed out. Chapter 1154. After entering the imperial palace and arriving at the plaza in front of the Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan was greeted by a sea of people. With a cursory glance, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 people. Li Zixuan was elated at the sight of this. This was because the Taiji Palace would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. When the time came, there would be a group of officials standing outside. He could also take advantage of the chaos and fall asleep behind them. Logically speaking, he was not at all interested in this nuisance of a court assembly. Although he had never experienced it before, he knew that it would be nothing more than Li'er leading the officials to recall how awesome their achievements were last year, reflect on their shortcomings, look forward to what breakthroughs they should make in the new year, and so on. In any case, Li Zixuan did not like to listen to such superficial things. Yo, Marquis Yong'an? What a coincidence! Just as Li Zixuan's eyes were darting around, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw an old acquaintance, Provincial Governor Wang. You've also come to Chang'an? Who else could this person be but Wang Yu? Back then, Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Renyi, had urged the bandits to kidnap Han Yuxi and failed. Wang Yu had personally come to Chang'an to apologize to Li Zixuan. Now, more than half a year had passed, and Wang Yu's appearance seemed to have aged a little, with white hair at his temples. Haha, this old man has already arrived in Chang and a few days ago. Marquis Yong'an, I hope you've been well. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, his face amiable. However, his heart was not calm at all at this moment. After more than half a year, Li Zixuan had gone from being a lowly county boy to a marquis of the Great Tang. No one dared to underestimate him in court. But that was not the main point. The main point was that the Chui clan had collapsed under Li Zixuan's secret maneuvering. That was a 1,000-year-old clan that even Wang Yu had to be careful when dealing with. But it had collapsed just like that? Wang Yu couldn't help but secretly rejoice at his decision back then. If he had completely fallen out with Li Zixuan because of Wang Renyi, then before the Chui clan fell, wouldn't their Wang clan have fallen first? After hearing the news from Chang'an, Wang Yu could not help but break out in a cold sweat every time he thought of this. Logically speaking, during the annual Yuanri Imperial Court meeting, there was no rigid rule that required the provincial governors of each province to personally come to the capital. They only needed to send their adjutants. However, Wang Yu had chosen to come personally for two reasons. On one hand, he wanted to use his wife, Princess Tong'an, to further strengthen his relationship with the imperial family. On the other hand, he wanted to use Wang Renbiao to deepen the friendship between the two families with Li Zixuan. Wang Yu had no reason to make an enemy out of a young man with such strength at such an age. Since you can't be enemies with some people, then you can be friends with them. Unlike the other arrogant aristocratic families, Wang Yu understood the Wang clan's current situation very well. As such, he was always able to make the right choice. Haha, I wonder if Governor Wang is still doing well in Sui province? As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Moreover, Li Zixuan's enmity with the Wang family had long been resolved, so there was no need for him to deliberately keep a straight face. Everything is good. Everything was good. Haha. I heard that tens of thousands of flowers bloomed in the sky above Cloud Mountain last night. This old man was busy with mundane matters and had no chance to see it. It's truly a pity. Next year, oh no, it's this year's New Year. If there is such a wondrous scene on Cloud Mountain, this old man will definitely make time to personally take a look. Wang Yu stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Zixuan smiled. The doors of Cloud Mountain are always open for Governor Wang. As Li Zixuan lived outside the city, he was relatively late. The two of them didn't chat much before the imperial court meeting was about to begin. At this moment, on the steps of Taiji Palace, an attendant holding a horsetail whisk stood there and shouted in a sharp voice. The Yuanri Imperial Court meeting begins. Civil and military officials, envoys from various countries, enter the court for an audience. The previously noisy Taiji Palace immediately quieted down. The officials of all levels immediately lined up according to their ranks. Under the leadership of the civil official, Sun Wuji, they carried the imperial edict and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Halfway through, Li Zixuan wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak to the back of the line, but he was stopped by Wang Yu. Marquis Yong'an, all the officials in this Yuanri Imperial Court meeting must be positioned according to their ranks and merits. They cannot stand randomly. Crown Prince Zhanshi was a third-rank official, while the founding marquis was a third-rank official. As a result, Li Zixuan directly jumped to the sixth row of civil officials. Those standing in front of him were all the old officials who founded the country. This made Li Zixuan rather depressed. He originally wanted to catch up on sleep, but with his current position, how could he sleep? He didn't even have a place to lean on. After greeting each other, the officials began to pay their New Year greetings to Li Er. This New Year greeting wasn't just a simple kowtow or a sentence. It had to be read out by the Prime Minister. The entire greeting was long and awkward, so it had to be read out properly. Then, the various vassal towns and affiliated countries all had their own greeting, and the Prime Minister had to read them out one by one. Especially the greeting from the affiliated countries, it wasn't something that was difficult to understand. Many countries didn't even know how to express themselves in Chinese, so how could their greeting be smooth? It was even more difficult to read. But no matter how hard it was, it had to be read out. This was the face of the heavenly empire. Li Zixuan listened in the line and felt a toothache. He couldn't help but sympathize with Zhongsun Wuji. He didn't know how many times this old man had to read the greeting to be able to smoothly read out these awkward greeting. Actually, in the later dynasties, it wasn't as troublesome for the officials to pay their New Year greetings to the emperor. In the Song dynasty, after New Year's Eve, they only needed to write a greeting card and hand it to the emperor. They didn't even need to enter the palace to attend any court meetings. After reciting for close to an hour, Li Zixuan, who was listening at the back, was about to fall asleep. Zhongsun Wuji finally finished reciting all the greetings. This old fellow's face and neck were still red in the middle of winter, as though he had just finished running 10 kilometers, panting heavily. Next, Fang Xianling stepped forward to give a report on the work of the government. He first praised the enormous achievements the Great Tang had made in the past year, such as how many rebellions had been quelled and how many bandits had been wiped out. He also mentioned how in the spring and summer of last year, there had been a small drought in the Guangzhou region, which had caused the food supply of the people to decrease. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Li Er had promptly issued a decree to reduce taxes, allowing the people to continue living. Finally, Fang Xianling praised the Warm Tang Foundation led by Empress Zhongsun. Due to the warm winter operation initiated by the foundation, there wasn't a single person who starved or froze to death in Chang'an and the nearby counties. Such a situation had never happened even during the era of Qin Huang and Hanwu. In short, the first year of Zhongguan was a successful year, and also a year where the Tang Empire worked hard. This year, the treasury of the Tang Empire was filled, the people were rich, and there were more people who could read and write in the world. Chapter 1155. Old Fang's government work report made Li Er quite satisfied. This could be seen from the obvious smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind them, Du Ruhui stepped forward and continued to flatter Fang Xianling. He said that the saint cared about the people and should be worshipped by the people. Beautiful and dignified words came out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseous. However, no one said anything to accuse Du Ruhui of flattering the emperor. This was because it was the new year. Who wouldn't choose to say something nice when speaking to each other? Unless these two had a grudge. However, there was one exception, and that was Wei Zheng. As Du Ruhui's words became more and more exaggerated, and the flattery became more and more excessive, his old face had long turned black. At this moment he couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his foot and was about to go up and accuse Du Ruhui, but he was stopped by Xiaoyu. Left Minister Wei. His Majesty has been cautious and conscientious for an entire year. Just let him do as he pleases for once. It's not a problem for the overall situation. Xiaoyu said softly. Wei Zheng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't go up. After Du Ruhui finished his report, it was the turn of the chief officials of the 6 departments to go up and report. Li Zixuan let out a long yawn. The reports of the chief officials of the 6 departments were like notes of a lullaby that made him sleepy. His heart was already numb. Inadvertently, he glanced at a friend standing beside him. The latter had his head lowered and was shaking his head along with Zhongsun Wuji's report. During this time he didn't forget to nod his head in praise. It was as if Zhongsun Wuji's boring report was a peerless piece of literature that left him with endless aftertaste. Li Zixuan was just about to admire this friend's erudition, but who knew that the latter would let out a soft snoring sound. When he heard it, he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, I almost fell for your nonsense. Sleeping while standing with his head down, this friend's sleeping skills were really high. Hey, then I'll also take a nap. With this old man as an example, Li Zixuan also lowered his head and dozed off. After a while he fell asleep standing up. When the court session had just begun, the sky had not yet brightened. However, as time passed, the sun outside Taiji Palace shattered the dark blue canopy of the sky. Like a burning wheel of wind and fire, it suddenly rushed out of the horizon and revealed its face in the thin mist of Eastern Mountain, shooting out beams of intense golden light. Behind them, the morning sun rose higher and higher from the entrance of the main hall. The light passed through the thin mist and gradually covered the entire Taiji Palace. The warm sunlight made the already warm Taiji Palace even warmer, causing some people to sleep even more soundly. Li Zixuan didn't know if the martial arts strength of the Grandmaster realm would allow him to stand and not fall down. In any case, Li Zixuan had slept for nearly an hour and was still standing firmly in the same place, not moving at all. Even if he knew of this magnificent feat, he would probably be amazed by himself. All the envoys of the vassal states and affiliated countries come in one by one. At this moment, Zhao Song, who was standing at the head of the table, spoke in a loud voice, waking Li Zixuan up from his sleep. "Oh, it's not over yet?" Li Zixuan opened his eyes and saw that the friend next to him was still sleeping while the court session was still going on. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by the sleeping skills of the friend next to him. "On behalf of my father and the 800,000 people of Lingnan, Feng Zhidai wishes Your Majesty a new day of prosperity and longevity." Lingnan's chief, Fengong, had also sent an envoy to Chang'an to participate in the court session. Perhaps out of fear of death, Fengong did not come to Chang'an personally. Naturally, the leader of the envoy was Feng Zhidai, who was still in Chang'an as a hostage. Haha. Good. Minister Feng has governed Lingnan and made the people live and work in peace and contentment. It can be said that you have worked hard and made great contributions. I am very pleased, I am very pleased. Li Erda laughed. It was unknown whether he was really pleased or not. The envoy of Zhenla Puyatu pays his respects to Your Majesty, the Emperor of Tang. Our monarch wishes Your Majesty good health and the prosperity of the Tang Empire. The next envoy was quite interesting. He was also an old acquaintance of Li Zixuan, the envoy of Zhenla Puyatu. The reason why he was interesting was that he had spoken completely in Chinese. Although there were some mistakes in his pronunciation, he spoke very fluently. This surprised Li Zixuan, who had just woken up from his dream. One must know that a few months ago, although this Puyatu could speak a little Chinese, he spoke with difficulty. In just a few short months, this guy had actually practiced Chinese to such an extent? How could those foreigners in the future who couldn't learn Chinese endure this? Good. Thank your monarch on behalf of me. Tell him that I welcome him to Chang'an as a guest. Li Erda had obviously noticed Puyatu's huge improvement in Chinese, and he smiled happily. When Li Zixuan heard Li Erda's words, he could not help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself that although Puyatu was familiar with Chinese, he was not familiar enough to truly understand the profoundness of Chinese. Otherwise, he would definitely misunderstand that Li Erda wanted to capture their monarch and bring him to Chang'an as a guest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Puyatu said a word of thanks and retreated. In fact, he had not only come to give his New Year's greetings, but also to send gifts. This time, his monarch had asked him to bring a lot of local specialties. There was no need to mention the ivory and tiger skin. The rest were mostly things like jade. These gifts had already been handed over to the eunuchs of the imperial palace before the court, so he naturally could not move them to Taiji Palace. There were still many officials who could not squeeze in and could only stand outside to enjoy the cold wind while listening to the conversation between the monarch and his subjects. Next, the envoys from the small Nanyang countries who had come to the Tang Empire earlier were all here. They all came forward to pay their New Year's greetings to Li Erda. Other than that, there were also envoys from Tubo, Gaochang, and other neighboring countries of the Tang Empire. Finally, another envoy came forward. Li Zixuan could not help but narrow his eyes, because the other party's attire was that of a Japanese. The eldest brother of the Japanese nation, Yamabi, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He also pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire on behalf of our monarch. Japan. All the officials in the court looked at the person who spoke. A few months ago, the Tang Empire's official fleet had been ambushed in Japan's waters. More than a dozen crew members and dozens of soldiers had died because of it. Later, Li Shaogong personally led the army to land on the Japanese island and went straight to the Japanese capital to avenge those dead soldiers. Later, in order to bring supplies back to the Tang Empire as soon as possible, Li Shaogong ordered the Japanese to capture Nakamurakawa Yu, the leader of the ambush on the Tang Empire's fleet. Otherwise, he would ask the imperial court to send troops to Japan again. Now, at the critical juncture of the Lantern Festival, the Japanese had sent the mountain-back Big Brother King to the Tang Empire. What was the meaning of this? Oh. Chapter 1156. Heh. Is the Emperor of Wu well? Inside the Taiji Palace, as soon as the Wu envoy came out, the previous festive atmosphere in the palace suddenly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a kind of somber atmosphere. From the king to the ministers, they all looked at the Big Brother King with a faint unfriendly gaze. Li Er smiled faintly. His words could be said to have hidden a knife in his words. The Big Brother King's expression changed. He knew that if he didn't answer the next sentence well, it was likely that blood would be spilled on the spot. The term emperor was first proposed by his father, Crown Prince Shangde. Back then, Crown Prince Shangde sent Sister Xiaoya to the Sui dynasty and wrote in the letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, "The East Emperor respects the West Emperor." At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, causing the relationship between the two countries to break. The Big Brother King understood the pride in the hearts of the people of the Celestial Empire. Now that the Sui dynasty had destroyed the Tang dynasty, the Tangs would only be more arrogant and would even more scoff at the so-called emperor title. Even if his father created the title emperor, what could he do? The Tangs would not recognize it at all. In fact, China called the Emperor of Japan the Emperor of Japan the Emperor of Japan around the end of the Qing dynasty. Thinking of this, the Big Brother King felt a trace of powerlessness in his heart, but he had to face reality, so he took a step forward and bowed to Li Er. His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang dynasty is awe-inspiring. Under your prestige, who dares to call himself the Emperor? Your Majesty's words make the Big Brother King and the Wu people extremely fearful. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. Loki. Before setting off from Wu, the mountain-back elder brother had already thought of the difficulties he would encounter in the Tang Empire. After all, there had been some disagreements between the two countries, but he believed that as long as he kept a low profile and endured in the Tang Empire, the proud Tangs would never lower themselves to their level. Last year, the Tang dynasty's fleet went south and was ambushed in Wu. Did you catch the pirate leader? Li Er smiled contemptuously and then said in an unfriendly tone. The air in the hall stagnated a little, but this time the Big Brother King was prepared. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, ever since the Tang Empire's army withdrew from Neon, the Queen immediately ordered the entire country to capture Nakakawa Yu. Fortunately, God does not disappoint those who persevere. More than a month ago, the Neon army caught the bandit leader on an island in the south. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, Her Majesty the Empress specially ordered Big Brother Shanbei to personally escort him to His Majesty the Emperor. Right now Nakamurakawa Yuto is outside the palace. Your Majesty can decide whether you want to kill him or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the imperial court was immediately enraged. Your Majesty, I implore you to dismember this hut with 5 horses to comfort the souls of the soldiers and people who died at sea. Li Shaogong stepped forward and cupped his fists. As the Left Commissioner of the Department of Shipping, he should have been in Lingnan, but Li Er empathized with him and issued an imperial edict before the new year, allowing him to come back for the new year. However, on the 5th day of the new year, he would have to go south again. Of all the civil and military officials, he hated Nakamurakawa Yuto the most. This old subject agrees. I beseech your Majesty to kill this house. Qin Xiong was the second to step out, following which, many other officials also stepped out to support Li Shaogong. It was not about their stance, but because the sovereignty of Great Tang was not to be violated. Anyone who offended Great Tang would be killed no matter how far away they were. Li Er was silent for a moment before saying, Men, take Nakamurakawa Yuto the Supreme Court's prison. 3 days later, He will be paraded through the streets and executed by 1,000 cuts at the entrance of the West Market. When watching ancient dramas, one would often hear that so-and-so committed a heinous crime, so they will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Actually, this was just a joke in operas, novels, or folktales, and it did not exist in real history. If one were to carefully examine the names of the various dynasties and dynasties, one would realize that before the Yuan dynasty, there was no such thing as the Meridian Gate. In the Tang dynasty, there were clear rules as to where the death row criminals were to be beheaded. In the law of the Tang dynasty, it was written that all crimes are to be executed in the city. Thus, Li Er chose the place of execution at the entrance of the West Market. Your Majesty is wise. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, all the civil and military officials began to flatter him. The eyes of the mountebank's elder brother were like water. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. In fact, he was feeling very complicated at the moment. Nakamurakawa Yuto had committed a heinous crime and even implicated one nation and was blamed by Great Tang. But no matter what, Nakamurakawa Yuto was still a citizen of one nation. Today, he had personally sent the citizens of one nation to Great Tang to be slaughtered by the Great Tang's emperor. To him, this was not something to be proud of. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, felt great watching from the side. He thought to himself, it's so awesome when a country is strong. They can punish any country they want and that country will send their people over. This is the treatment of a big country. Your Majesty, the mountebank's elder brother has not only come to deliver the prisoners, but also brought a letter of friendship from the one nation's king, 200,000 jin of brass and 1,000,000 taels of silver. Ever since the second year of Emperor Guangwu's reign, one nation has been in contact with the Central Plains. Everyone in one nation admires the culture of the Central Plains. So I hope that one nation will be willing to maintain a good relationship with Great Tang. Furthermore, one nation is willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang and pay tribute to Great Tang every year. This is one nation's letter of credence. Your Majesty, please take a look. The mountebank's elder brother was very fluent in Chinese, and he was also very familiar with the history of the Central Plains. He quoted from the classics as if he had lived in the Central Plains for decades. But no one paid attention to this. 200,000 jin of brass and 1,000,000 taels of silver. They were even willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang. Everyone in the imperial court was stunned by one nation's generosity, especially that 1,000,000 taels of silver. Based on the Great Tang's current annual silver production, it would take 100 years to accumulate so much silver. Haha. Good. Come, bring me the letter of credence. In this day and age, there was actually someone who took the initiative to waive their money and ask to be a vassal. How could Li Er refuse? Moreover, it was in front of the envoys of so many countries. This undoubtedly made him even more proud. After receiving the letter of credence, Li Er looked through it carefully. Seeing that the words were very polite, he nodded with satisfaction and then said loudly, Queen Tuigu is very sincere. I accept one nation's goodwill to Great Tang. From today onwards, one nation is officially a vassal state of Great Tang, and will accept Great Tang's protection. Your subjects congratulate Your Majesty. This was a matter that was both practical and beneficial to Great Tang. Who in the imperial court would object to it? As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the civil and military officials congratulated him without hesitation. Li Zixuan secretly felt that it was a pity because if one nation became a vassal state of Great Tang, it would be difficult to take over them in the future. Although he thought so, he could not think of a suitable reason to object to this matter at the moment. He could only watch as Li Er happily accepted vassals. Chapter 1157. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation inside the Taiji Palace. Everyone was beaming with joy because the Tang Empire had gained another vassal state today. The Big Brother King was also smiling, but there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in the corner of his eyes. After the hall quieted down again, the Big Brother King continued to bow to Li Er. Your Majesty, I have admired the culture of the Tang Empire since I was a child. Now that one nation is a vassal state of the Tang Empire, I would like to stay in Chang'an for half a year to learn the classics, articles, systems, and laws of the Tang Empire so that I can use them to govern the people of one nation in the future. I hope Your Majesty will allow it. This change of address was really fast. A moment ago, he called himself by his name. Now that Wen Nation had become a vassal state of the Tang Empire, the big brother king immediately called himself a subject. It was said that when Li Xiaogong led the army into the capital of Feiniao and wiped out the Su family, there was no longer any dispute over the successor to the throne of Wen Nation. Therefore, the big brother king's words were not overstepping his authority. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and thought that the fox's tail had finally been revealed. It turned out that the big brother king had spent so much effort to learn the advanced culture and systems of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan did not care about the classics and articles at all, but he was afraid that the big brother king would secretly learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was about to object, but Li Er was faster than him. Ha ha ha. I allow it. I will also give you a house on Chongren Lane. How could Li Er, who was in the midst of joy, think of so many twists and turns? Moreover, the big brother king was willing to stay in Chong, and for half a year. This was undoubtedly expressing his loyalty to the Tang Empire. How could he, Li Er, disagree? Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. It was too late to say anything now. The big brother king happily stepped forward and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ooh. Accepting Wen Nation as a vassal state was a pleasant surprise. The court meeting continued in an orderly manner until it was close to noon. Many people were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. It was not a good sign to go hungry on the first day of the new year. Thus, as soon as Li Er announced the end of the morning assembly, the civil and military officials immediately went back to their respective homes. I've been grounded at home recently, so I can't visit my uncles one by one. I'll just stay here and wish you a happy new year. I wish you all good health and good luck. After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, Yuqijingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Li Xiaogong, and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to go door to pay his New Year's greetings, but he had to stay at home. Haha. Little Xian, we all understand your situation. You don't have to be so courteous. Qin Qiong said with a gentle smile. Haha. You're slacking off, using the imperial edict as an excuse to not pay us a New Year's greeting. Then we'll have to go to your house for a big meal later. When the time comes, if you have any good dishes, don't hide them. Oh, I don't want anything else, just hot pot. I understand now. Of all the hot pot in Tang Dynasty, your hot pot is the most delicious. Chang Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Li Zishuan said straightforwardly, Uncles, if you're willing to be my guests, I'll welcome you with open arms. When the time comes, there will definitely be plenty of hot pot and wine. Li Xiaogong was dumbfounded when he heard that. He muttered, hot pot? What's that? He had just returned to Chong'an a few days ago. How would he know about these new things? Speaking of which, he had only noticed the new coal stove and honeycomb briquette in Chong'an City on New Year's Eve. Yuqi Jingda licked his lips and said greedily, Haha, Xiaogong, this hot pot is a kind of peerless delicacy. When you try it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life. Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Xiaogong's interest was piqued. I'm leaving for Lingnan on the 5th day of the new year. Time is tight, so let's do it tomorrow. I'll go to your house tomorrow to try that hot pot. Little Xian, you won't refuse, right? Let's go, let's go. The group of old foodies led by Chang Yaojin immediately started to coax him shamelessly. Li Zishuan had no reason to refuse. Of course, I don't have any objections. Uncles, you just have to come to Yunshan tomorrow. Little Xian, I heard that you had a conflict with the king of Lu. After everyone agreed on the date of the gathering, they went back to their own homes. Chang Yaojin purposely followed Li Zishuan behind and whispered to him when he saw that there was no one around. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and admitted, I did have a conflict with him last night. I beat up all his servants. Then Li Zishuan told Chang Yaojin about the situation at that time in detail. Bah! This bastard is really a good-for-nothing. How dare he cause trouble in Yunshan? If it weren't for the retired emperor's protection, this kid would have died many times in the palace. When Chang Yaojin heard this, he spat a mouthful of saliva at the side of the road and cursed. After a while, his face turned solemn again. Xiao Xian, King Lu is a very petty and vicious person. I heard that many eunuchs and palace maids in the palace died directly or indirectly in his hands. Last night, you beat up his servants in front of so many people. With his personality, he won't let it go easily. So you must be careful in the future. Li Zishuan's heart sank. He then said gratefully, "Thank you for telling me this, Uncle Chang. I will definitely be careful." Cheng Yaoji nodded. After a while, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, "But little Xian, you don't have to be too afraid of him. Even if that kid uses the retired emperor to suppress you, so what? The retired emperor was nothing more than a decoration in the imperial palace. Who will listen to him? The emperor? Humph. What a joke. I believe that even if the retired emperor wants to kill you, the emperor won't sit by and do nothing. Heh. I don't believe that the retired emperor doesn't remember the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate at all. If he dares to make a move on you, we'll see if the emperor Old Chang and your other uncles will agree or not." Li Zishuan's expression changed. Old Chang's words were really too bold. If others heard it and it reached Li Er's ears, Old Chang would definitely not have a good time. However, this also proved that Old Chang really treated Li Zishuan as a family member. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such heartfelt words. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart warmed. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Chang. However, there are some things that you shouldn't say. It won't be good for you if it gets out." "Haha, I've lived for so many years. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, little Xian, you're not an outsider. Later, send some fireworks over. I plan to set off too for the Lantern Festival to celebrate." Chang Yaoji never treated Li Zishuan as an outsider. He also never treated himself as an outsider. Therefore, he straightforwardly asked Li Zishuan for fireworks. Chapter 1158. After bidding farewell to Chang Yaojin, Li Zishuan rode out of the city and headed towards Yunshan. Along the way, the passers-by talked about the fireworks show on Yunshan last night. That visual feast undoubtedly left a very shocking impression on everyone. Many people were so excited after watching the fireworks last night that they couldn't sleep the whole night. There were also some rich businessmen and children of big families who sent their subordinates to inquire about where to sell that kind of fireworks. However, these people were destined to be disappointed because Li Zishuan had no plans to sell those fireworks. When he returned home, it was already noon. Everyone was waiting for him to eat. Li Zishuan rubbed his stomach and realized that he had been tricked by old Li. That was because today's court assembly had nothing to do with him. So he woke up early in the morning and ran so far just to give old Li a New Year's greeting? Wasn't this too much of a trap? "Xianer, eat quickly. What are you thinking about?" Mrs. Li saw her son holding chopsticks but standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but ask, "Oh, nothing. Nothing. Eat." Li Zishuan snapped out of his daze and quickly started eating. As he ate, he said, "Oh right. Father, Mother. Tomorrow afternoon, Uncle Qin and Prince Hejian will come to our house to eat hot pot. Let the servants prepare the ingredients in advance." Mrs. Li nodded. Mother will arrange it. But Xianer, you are now grounded at home. Those generals close to our family, especially Yushi's adoptive father and granduncle, you can't even visit them. It's really rude." Li Zishuan smiled. His mother was talking about Qin Qiong and Li Jing's family. "Mother, don't worry about that. After the morning court session, I've already paid New Year's greetings to the dukes and dukes. Besides, Uncle Qin and Uncle Li aren't narrow-minded people. They're well aware of my current situation. Husband, why don't I go to Chang'an tomorrow? It would be rude if I don't go." Han Yushi couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan waved his hand and quickly said, "No need, no need. When I, your husband, am released from confinement, I'll bring you to pay them a visit." At this time he could not go out. Pang Feiji and the others' martial arts were too low. If Han Yushi met some robbers on the way, wouldn't she be blind? Speaking of which, he had offended so many people. This kind of thing was very likely to happen. "Little Xian, did anything happen in today's court assembly?" Yi Guozhong asked. Li Zishuan put down his chopsticks and said gloomily, "What accident can there be? From the beginning to the end, I had nothing to do with it. I don't know why His Majesty insisted that I attend this court meeting." Yi Guozhong glared at him and said, "Shut up. You brat. You don't know that having nothing to do with you is the best thing." You have committed such a grave crime. Yet His Majesty still allowed you to participate in this court assembly. He is already very kind to you. Little Xian, you have to understand His Majesty's painstaking efforts. Not having anything to do with you is the best thing. Yi Guozhong's words were quite reasonable. Previously, Li Zixuan was confined by Li Er for inciting public opinion. After such a long time, many people in the court knew about this matter. If Li Zixuan was not present at such an important occasion like the Yuanri court assembly, it could only mean that Li Zixuan had completely lost the emperor's favor. Li Er had lifted Li Zixuan up at this time, which could be said to be very crucial. Li Zixuan thought about it and realized that it was indeed so. He couldn't help but nod and say, "Thank you for your teachings, grandfather." "Oh, Yamacho, we are here to give you a New Year's greeting." In the afternoon, all the students of Yanhuang College in Yunshan came to Li Zixuan's Yunshan residence to give Li Zixuan a New Year's greeting. When Old Man Li and Mrs. Li saw that their son was so respected by the students, the two elders were naturally gratified. They quickly ordered the servants to take out all the snacks prepared in the residence and distribute them to the students. Did all of you just wake up?" Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the group of teenagers and said with a smile. This time he was actually quite happy. Only when he became a teacher could he experience the joy of being thanked by the students. Speaking of which, should he also promote a Teacher's Day in the future? Yamacho, we didn't just wake up, we woke up before noon. Kushirqing replied embarrassedly. For most of them, this was the first time they were out of town, and with so many friends to celebrate the new year. When there were so many people together, of course it was very lively. After the fireworks last night, they went crazy until 5 o'clock before going to bed, so naturally they woke up later. For scholars, sleeping in was of course a shameful thing, so when they heard Li Zixuan say that, their faces were more or less unnatural. As for Li Tai, Chang Chumo, and the others after the fireworks last night, they had already returned to Chang'an, so now the only people left in the academy were the foreign students. It's the new year, sleep if you want. Before the new year, you all were busy running around for the Nuantang Foundation, so take this opportunity to rest more. Li Zixuan waved his hand, not minding it at all. After chatting with the students for a while, Li Zixuan looked in the direction of Li Gang's residence and said, "All right, I won't keep you anymore. Since it's still early, you all should go and give Mr. Li Gang and Mr. Mo a New Year's greeting." "Yes, sir." The students responded and left the Li family's front yard one after another. Then they majestically headed towards Li Gang's side yard. "Hey, this bunch of brats, can't they come one by one if they want to give New Year's greetings? Why do they have to gather together? The courtyard is about to explode." Li Zixuan looked at the huge group of people and couldn't help but grumble softly. "Pfft." Han Yushi slapped Li Zixuan's arm and chuckled. "Hubby, you're obviously not saying what you mean. With so many students coming to see you, you must be happy inside." Li Zixuan didn't feel annoyed at all that she had seen through his thoughts. He said, "Haha, the one who knows me best is my wife." Xiaoxian Yushi, you're all here." At this moment, Han Lijing's voice came from outside the front yard. "Father-in-law, come in and have some tea." Li Zixuan turned around and saw that it was his father-in-law, so he quickly went forward to welcome him. Speaking of which, he was a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to his father-in-law's place to give New Year's greetings, but his father-in-law had already come to give him New Year's greetings. "Father, please come in and have a seat. I'll go and prepare some tea for you," Han Yushi said with a look of joy. Good. Let's talk inside, Xiaoxian." Chapter 1159. Xiaoxian. I'm here today to discuss something with you. In the main hall, Li Zixuan, Li Jingma and Han Tianhu were seated. Han Lijing took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Oh, father-in-law, please tell me what you want to say." When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately perked up. Ever since Han Lijing had returned from Yunzhou last year, Li Zixuan felt that his father-in-law had become a different person. Li Zixuan had no idea what had happened to Han Lijing in Yunzhou. He had asked, but Han Lijing refused to talk about it. There was nothing he could do. Now that Han Lijing had said that he had something to discuss with Li Zixuan, Li Zixuan's intuition told him that it might have something to do with Han Lijing's previous trip to Yunzhou. At this moment, Han Lijing was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Little Xian, last year you opened up 5 mines in Hudong Road." This old man went to take a look at them one by one. Generally speaking, each mine brought great benefits to the surrounding citizens, because the citizens could work in the mines to support their families. But as far as I know, the mines also brought a lot of trouble to the people around it. Trouble? What trouble? Did someone get into an accident in the mines? Li Zixuan frowned. He had a bad feeling about it, so he quickly asked. Father Li, who was beside him, also looked nervous. Obviously, he didn't want anyone to die in his son's mines. Han Lijing saw that the father and son had misunderstood, so he quickly waved his hand and said, No. The trouble I'm talking about is the dirty water from the mines. It often flows into the nearby rivers or lakes along the ditches. As a result, the people's daily drinking water is very troublesome. Last year, when there was a cholera in Chang'an City, I heard from you that it was mainly because the water source was polluted. Now I'm worried that the people around the mines will get sick if they use the polluted water source for a long time. Little Xian, I'm sure you don't want to see that kind of result either. That's why I'm telling you, so that you can make plans early. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that there was a problem with the sewage discharge from the mine. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly praise his father-in-law for being so meticulous. He could actually foresee the negative effects of the mine on the environment. No one else had such foresight. Xian, your father-in-law is right. This problem had to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be too late. It will also ruin your reputation. Li Xiqing's father chimed in. Li Zixuan nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, This is indeed a problem. Father-in-law, I have an idea here. Although it's a little troublesome, it can solve the water problem of the people around the mine. Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Little Xian, you have a way? That's great. Tell me about it. Li Zixuan frowned and ordered. Xiao He, bring me a pen and paper. All right, young master. Xiao He's assent came from outside. After a while, the young maidservant brought in a piece of white paper and a pencil. Li Zixuan took the paper and spread it on the table. As he drew, he said, First of all, we have to dig a sewage treatment pond between the mine and the river. The terrain of this sewage pond must be higher than the terrain of the river. At the outlet of the sewage pond, we have to set up special dams. These dams are filled with gravel and charcoal. After the sewage from the mine enters the sewage pond, it will pass through the gravel dams and finally be discharged into the river. In this way, it will not pollute the water source in the river. This method was actually called the biofilm treatment method in modern times. As the sewage continuously flowed through solid fillers, gravel, plastic fillers, etc., a mud-like biofilm would form on the fillers. A large number of microorganisms would grow in the biofilm. During the growth process, the microorganisms would release proteins that could convert the soluble heavy metal ions in the sewage into precipitates and remove them, thus purifying the sewage. This was the most effortless and feasible method of sewage treatment that Li Zixuan could think of at present. Jina, will this work? What if we end up polluting the local water source? Old man Li was a little skeptical when he heard that. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Father, don't worry. This method will definitely work. Han Lijing stared at the manuscript that Li Zixuan had drawn and frowned. He said, Xiao Xian, if you want to build this sewage pond, I'm afraid it will take a lot of manpower and material resources, right? Not only that, but this sewage pond also takes up a lot of space. Is it worth it to make such a big fuss over it? He was the one who proposed to treat the sewage, and he was also the one who felt that it was too costly. It was not that Han Lijing was pretentious, but he wanted to solve the sewage problem without adding too much cost to Li Zixuan. But how could there be such a perfect thing in the world? Father-in-law, this matter is not a matter of whether it is worth it or not, but whether to do it or not. If we don't do anything and wait for the water source to be polluted by the sewage from the mines, then in 100 years or even 1,000 years, our descendants won't even be able to drink a drop of clean water. So, for the sake of our children and grandchildren, we have to take the lead in this matter. There was no concept of environmental protection in this era. But Li Zishuan hoped that as the owner of the largest private mine in Tang Dynasty, he could set an example for the other mine owners. When the other mine owners became mine owners, they would more or less pay attention to environmental issues. Good. With your words, this old man is relieved. In a few days, this old man will leave for Hudong Road and urge the other mine owners to hurry up and prepare the sewage treatment pond. Hearing Li Zishuan's serious tone, Han Lijing nodded solemnly and said, Right. Father-in-law. How many villages are there closest to this son-in-law's 5 mines? Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Han Lijing did not understand, but he still replied, There are 3. Why? Li Zishuan chuckled, then said, 3 villages? That's good. This son-in-law intends to buy these 3 villages and give them to you. In the future you can take care of the livelihood of these 3 villages, okay? Han Lijing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. No. Xiaoxian, why are you buying villages for no reason? Even if you really want to buy them, you should buy them for yourself. Why must you give them to this old man? Li Zishuan explained. Haha. Father-in-law, listen to me slowly. These villages are very close to the mines. If there is any pollution in the mines, they will be the first to suffer. If we want to control the pollution in the future, we must carry out a large-scale transformation of these 3 villages. Under such circumstances, the best way is to buy all of these villages first. And this son-in-law already has 8 big villages under his name, so he can't expand anymore. So, I can only give these 3 villages to you, father-in-law. Chapter 1160. In the end, Han Lijing accepted the 3 farmsteads from Li Zishuan, mainly because he couldn't bear to see the people near the mine get sick because of pollution. Li Zishuan gave his father-in-law the farmsteads not only to make it easier to manage the environment around the mine, but also to find some work for his father-in-law. Now that Han Yushi was married and Iron Egg was in school, under normal circumstances, only his father-in-law was at home. After a long time, it was inevitable that he would feel lonely. Last year, it wasn't that Li Zishuan didn't think about arranging a marriage for his father-in-law. After all, Han Lijing was only in his early 40s. However, when Han Lijing heard his suggestion, he almost turned hostile with Li Zishuan and became his enemy. After that, Li Zishuan didn't dare to mention this matter again, because he knew that his father-in-law still missed his deceased mother-in-law. There was a kind of love in the world called to grow old together. There was also a kind of sorrow, called to be separated by yin and yang. Han Lijing's pursuit of love might have completely died with the tombstone. Li Zishuan suddenly gave the 3 farmsteads to Han Lijing, because he wanted to make Han Lijing busy. When his life was full, he would feel less lonely. Naturally, he wouldn't be alone. However, he didn't expect that this unintentional action would benefit the people. In the future, the number 1 farmstead in Hudong would come from Han Lijing's farmsteads. The next day around 9 in the morning, Li Xiaogong, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and a group of people came. Not only did they come, Li Xiaogong's younger brother Li Daozong and Li Daozong's daughter Li Shuyan also came along. Li Shuyan was less than 6 years old this year. When the fleet went out to sea last year, Li Zishuan saw her along the Ba River when he saw Li Xiaogong off. At that time, the little girl was a little shy and didn't dare to talk to him. Now that she was a year older, the little girl took the initiative to call him Brother Xiaoxian. Li Zishuan laughed and quickly asked Xiao He to take out a big red packet and put it in Li Shuyan's hand. Here. Shuyan, Big Brother wishes you a happy new year and hopes that you'll grow prettier and prettier. Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian. The little girl was so happy that she revealed 2 cute rabbit teeth. Coupled with her snow-white fluffy jacket, she looked like a little angel. Sigh. This was the future Princess Wencheng. What a cute little girl. Now that I'm here, I'm determined not to let those Tubo barbarians snatch her away. Li Zishuan thought with mixed feelings. At this moment, Lana realized that a young lady younger than her had come to the house. She was instantly excited and began to act like an elder sister. She brought Li Shuyan, who was visiting Cloud Mountain for the first time, out for a walk. Li Zishuan smiled. He was not worried about the safety of the 2 little girls. The entire Cloud Mountain was his territory. No one could hurt his family. Haha. Markyongan, this prince heard that there are delicacies here and came uninvited. Please don't blame me. Li Daozong watched as Li Shuyan was taken away by Lan. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and joked with him. Actually, he was not willing to come this time. After all, Li Zishuan did not invite him. However, he could not take advantage of little Shuyan's pleading and acting cute, and had no choice but to come. This was because he was very close to Li Xiaogong's residence. Moreover, Li Shuyan liked to visit Li Xiaogong's house since she was young. Of course, she knew that Li Xiaogong was coming to Cloud Mountain for a banquet today. Therefore, for the sake of his daughter, Li Daozong had no choice but to be thick-skinned and come for a free meal. Haha, what are you saying, Prince of Jiangxia? It's rare for you to come to Cloud Mountain. I can't wait to welcome you. How can you blame me? Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled. Then he called out, Uncles, don't stand outside. Come in and take a seat. Everyone nodded. Under Li Zishuan's lead, they entered the courtyard and came to the main hall. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin had been here before. They were still fine. However, Li Xiaogong, Li Daozong, Yuqijingda, and the rest were all deeply shocked by the luxurious, clean, and unique decorations in the room. They did not expect this Cloud Mountain courtyard to not only look unique from the outside, but also be so luxurious and grand inside. Tisk tsk. Looking at this house, I want to exchange my residence with Ma Qiyong. Li Daozong looked around, rubbed his chin and sighed. Li Xiaogong agreed. Haha, Daozong is right. This house is bright and grand. I don't know how it was built. It looks more comfortable than my residence. Aha, you must be joking. It's just a small courtyard. How can it be as good as you make it out to be? Uncles, please take a seat here. The ingredients are all prepared and will be ready soon. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Haha, no rush, no rush. Xiaoxian, you do your things first. We old fellows can take this chance to take a good look at this courtyard. Niu Jindao waved his hand and said in a rough voice. Li Zishuan saw this and went to the kitchen to help cut the mutton. He was the only one in the family who could do this kind of chores. About half an hour later, all the ingredients were on the table. This table was specially built by the Li family to be used for hot pot. There was a round hole in the middle. Under the hole there was a bracket for a small stove. The hot pot could be placed on top of the stove. A group of people could sit around the table and eat hot pot. It was very convenient. Li Zishuan asked someone to call Lan'er and Li Shuyan back. Only then did the banquet officially begin. Woo! Fragrant. It really has a different flavor. No wonder Chang Jijie shouted that he wanted to eat hot pot. This way of eating is really too delicious. Li Xiaogong tasted a mouthful of the mutton and his eyes widened as he praised. This hot pot really lives up to its name of being delicious. Li Daozong also tasted a mouthful. At this moment, he was somewhat thankful to his daughter. Otherwise, how would he be able to taste such delicious food today? And it's delicious. Father, let's bring some back for Mother to eat when we leave. Mother is so pitiful to be alone in the residence. This was the first time Li Shuyan had eaten such delicious food. She was a little speechless and didn't know how to describe it. But as long as it was delicious, then it was over. Furthermore, this young lady still couldn't forget about her mother at this time. Her filial piety was commendable. Haha, Shuyan, don't worry. When your father returns, I will let the chefs in the residence make it for your mother. Hurry and eat. Li Daozong patted his daughter's back with a gratified expression and said with a smile. When the young lady heard this, she immediately felt relieved and began to eat the hot pot. A few old fellows were eating hot pot while laughing and drinking loudly. Han Yuxi and Lan'er were taking care of Li Shuyan and helping her to eat. Halfway through the meal, Li Shuyan suddenly raised her head and said, Brother Xiaoxian, the academy on this mountain is so beautiful. When Shuyan grows up, can I also come here to study? Chapter 1161. Ahem. Shuyan, your brother Xiaoshuan's college only recruits male students. Why would a girl like you want to join in? Be good. Hurry up and eat. This hot pot won't taste good if it gets cold. In the main hall of the residence, Li Daozong choked when he heard that his daughter wanted to go to Yanhuang College. He quickly scolded her with a stern face. Although Yanhuang College wasn't an orthodox Confucian school, it was still a higher education institution that Li Er personally selected. How could it be a place where a girl could go? If Li Shuyan were to enter Yanhuang College, wouldn't it be a slap to Li Er's face? After all, no matter if it was an official school or a private school in Great Tang, there had never been a precedent of female students. Oh, perhaps because Li Daozong's tone was a little harsh, Li Shuyan's face darkened and she replied unhappily. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and looked at Li Daozong. He asked, "Your Highness, in your opinion, can Yanhuang College accept female students in the future? In my opinion, under the same conditions, some girls' learning ability isn't worse than boys." Actually, Li Zishuan already had the idea of letting female students enter the college. It was just that when he first established Yanhuang College, he was always entangled with worldly affairs and didn't want to be too troublesome. Thus he delayed it until now. Now that the most respected old officials of Great Tang were sitting here, he could ask for their advice. Li Xiaogong's expression changed and he said, "Xiaoxian, don't do anything foolish. Although this prince isn't a scholar, this prince still knows the 3 principles and 5 principles of Confucianism. Your Yanhuang College is built on engineering and has already been criticized by the world. If you let female students enter the college, the world scholars will definitely attack you and accuse you of breaking the principles of ethics. When the time comes, no one will be able to save you." "Uncle, why are others against Brother Xiaoxian letting female students enter the college?" When Li Shuyan heard Li Zishuan's intention, she couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan with gratitude and admiration. Although she didn't understand the whole of Li Zishuan's words, she still understood the gist of it. Thus she couldn't help but raise her head and ask. When she asked, her bright and beautiful face was full of grievances. It was very lovable. "Shuang, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up." Li Xiaogong shook his head and didn't explain. At this time Li Jing also spoke with a solemn expression. "Little Xian, this old man knows that you have lofty ambitions and your ideas are often unexpected. However, this old man advises you to be careful in this matter. The Cui family's matter has just passed, and your Yanhuang College's foundation isn't stable yet. If you want to have more say, you have to manage your Yanhuang College well before you talk about other things. When you have a certain level of strength or when Yanhuang College is recognized by more people, you can propose to let female students enter the college. Perhaps the success rate will be higher." The legendary war god of the Tang Empire not only had a way of fighting, but also had a way of conducting himself. After hearing Li Jing's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel deep admiration. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness and Uncle Li, for your advice. Let's put this matter aside for the future. Uncles, please eat first." Li Jing was right. Regardless of the era or the environment, strength spoke louder than words. The Yanhuang Academy had just started. Whether it was the talents they had cultivated or the results of their research, they were still too little. If they wanted to have more say, they had to wait until the Yanhuang Academy had more weight in the hearts of the people in Li Air. Now wasn't the best time to propose to let female students enter the college. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone rested in the courtyard for a while and then said goodbye. However, before leaving, Li Huiren inadvertently said something that made Li Huiren miserable. "Xiaogong, I remember that the college organized a hot pot banquet for the students before. Why does it sound like it's the first time you've seen hot pot? Didn't your Huiren mention it to you before?" "What? The college organized a hot pot banquet before?" Li Xiaogong's eyes widened and spat fire. He said angrily, "That brat." After eating such delicious food, he didn't even say a word. "See if I don't beat him up when I get back." If Li Huiren had told him about hot pot earlier, he would have had hot pot for every meal from the time he returned to Chong, and before the new year to the time he left. After all, there was nothing in Lingnan. It was hard to eat hot pot. If he didn't eat to his heart's content in Chang'an, wouldn't he regret it? After saying that, he waved goodbye to everyone and left in a huff. "Hey, Your Highness, do a check. Huiren has to come back to class in half a month. Don't cripple his leg. As for the other places, Your Highness, you can do as you please." Plop! Li Xiaogong, who had just walked a short distance, almost fell to the ground. After sending off the guests, the house returned to silence. Li Zishuan sighed. He looked left and right, sizing up the room. He still felt that this New Year's celebration was lacking something. Yes, even if there were fireworks, dumplings, and couplets, he still felt that it was missing something. The night of New Year's Eve was indeed lively. Hundreds of thousands of people celebrated the New Year together on Yunshan Mountain, and at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. It was hard not to be lively. However, after New Year's Eve it was back to normal. It was very cold and quiet. Hey, that's right. How could I forget about this? Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He thought of a very useful artifact for the new year. Li Zishuan immediately got up and walked towards the backyard. At the same time, he instructed Pang Feiji to prepare some things for him. As for himself, he found the wind-chasing sword and went to the backyard. Just as Li Zishuan was about to start working, Yi Fashion came over. He saw Li Zishuan holding a sword and cutting wood in the backyard. He was curious and asked, "Cousin, what are you doing?" He, his grandfather, grandmother, and Li Zishuan's parents had lunch in another house. "Haha, Fashion, you're here? Just find a place to sit." Li Zishuan greeted him and replied, "Cousin, I'm making a type of card now. A card that can be played. Later, our family can gather a few tables of Fight the Landlord." "Ah no. Fight the Bandit." That's right, what Li Zishuan wanted to do was make poker cards. It was just that he didn't have the cardboard shell to make poker cards, so he wanted to use his godly knife skills to cut out a deck of poker cards with the help of wood. It was the new year. Wouldn't it be nice for the family to gather and play a few rounds of Fight the Landlord? Oh, it couldn't be called Fight the Landlord, because their family was originally landlords. Therefore, Li Zishuan had an idea. He changed Fight the Landlord to Fight the Bandit. It just so happened that the king and little king in poker cards were equivalent to the mountain king in the bandit village. There were two kings. Chapter 1162. Bandit Fight? Cousin, how do we fight this? Back at the Yunshan villa, Yi Fashion was looking at Li Zishuan's wooden planks that were thicker than paper. He frowned and asked, "Hee, everything has its own rules. Of course Bandit Fight has its own rules. Wait a moment, Fashion. I'll tell you the rules after I've finished cutting 54 wooden planks." Li Zishuan replied as he showed off his sword skills. The piece of yellowish-white wood plank was like a piece of tofu in his hands. He could easily cut it and shape it as he wished. There were already 4 or 5 wooden planks on the ground that were exactly the same size and thickness. Seeing that Li Zishuan was keeping him in suspense, Yi Fashion pursed his lips speechlessly. About half an hour later, the number of yellowish-white wooden planks on the ground increased. Yi Fashion suddenly thought of something and asked, "Cousin, are you trying to copy the leaf trick onto the wooden planks?" Li Zishuan could not help but be stunned. Leaf trick? What was that? He had never heard of it in his previous life. There was no such thing in this body's memory either. Well, he could not be blamed. His previous life had gone to Dragon Tiger Mountain to learn martial arts when he was very young. He might be familiar with Taoist classics, but he knew very little about Confucian classics. Fashion, what is leaf trick? Li Zishuan could not figure it out after thinking for a while, so he asked, "Cousin, you don't know about leaf trick?" This time it was Yi Fashion's turn to be stunned. In his impression, his cousin was the kind of person who knew everything from astronomy to geography. How could he not know about leaf trick? Being stared at by his little cousin like this, Li Zishuan's old face reddened, and he became somewhat angry out of humiliation. As the saying goes, a wise man's 1,000 considerations are bound to make a mistake. It's normal that your cousin doesn't know some things. Fashion, hurry up and tell me. Yi Fashion thought to himself, a wise man is bound to make a mistake. That's not the right way to say it. Although he thought this way, his original intention was not to embarrass Li Zishuan, so he explained, "Legend has it that during the war between Chu and Han at the end of the Qin dynasty, Great General Han Xian invented a card game to alleviate the soldiers' homesickness. The planks were only the size of leaves, so it was called leaf trick. The leaf trick is very simple. The players draw the cards from the back, flip them, and use the big ones to control the small ones. When a card has not been played, it will be kept as a hidden card, and no one will be able to see it. When a leaf is played, it will be placed on its back, and the fighters will be able to deduce the cards that have not been played from the revealed cards." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was very surprised. This was because the way the leaf trick was played was very similar to modern poker. He had thought He Fashion. He had underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. He was sure that the Western poker had borrowed the leaf trick from China's ancient poker. In fact, it was indeed so. The Western poker had the shadow of the leaf trick in its playstyle and form. According to the speculations of many scholars, poker was evolved from the leaf trick. Speaking of the leaf trick, there was one person who had to be mentioned, the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. She was a real master of the leaf trick. She had written volumes such as The Little Leaf Trick, The Little Leaf Trick, and The Little Leaf Trick. Unfortunately, all of them had been lost. The leaf trick was really popular during the Song dynasty. From the literati to the nobles to the commoners, everyone loved the game. During the early Tang dynasty, the leaf trick was not popular. Hey, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable at such a young age. Li Zixuan joked with a smile. In fact, he was thinking that Yi Fashion was a good seedling. He was proficient in literature, science, arithmetic, and astronomy. If he came to Yanhuang College to further his studies, he would definitely become a representative of the next generation of engineers. It was a pity that this little cousin was determined to travel the world and save the world. Compared to cousin, I'm still far behind, Yi Fashion said modestly. Li Zixuan smiled but did not say anything. He continued to cut the wooden cards at the dock. After another quarter of an hour, the 54 wooden tablets were all peeled. Li Zixuan rubbed the edges of the wooden tablets on the sand until they were smooth and did not cut people. He then asked Xiao He and Xiao Shi to bring over a brush, ink and cinnabar. He then wrote patterns and numbers on each tablet. After everything was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. Coincidentally, Han Yushi came back from outside. He quickly called out, "Wife! Come, come, come. We're short of one person. Let's fight the bandits." "Fight the bandits? Husband, where are the bandits in our house?" Han Yushi looked around and asked curiously. "Haha, these bandits are not the bandits. Wife, come here. Today I'll teach you how to fight the bandits. I guarantee that you'll want to play again after one round." Li Zixuan burst into laughter. Han Yushi walked over doubtfully. Li Zixuan called Yi Fashion over and pointed at the numbers on the wooden sign. "Wife Fashion, look. There are numbers on every card. 3 is the smallest. The order is..." In just half an hour, Han Yushi and Yi Fashion understood the rules of Fight the Landlord. No, Fight the Bandits. Li Zixuan adjusted the wooden cards in his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, you know the basic rules. As the saying goes, standing on the shore can't learn how to swim. Let's play first. You'll fully understand after you experience it." "Yes, yes." Han Yushi nodded. She was eager to try. She felt that Fight the Bandit seemed to be more interesting than Ye's play. Yi Fashion pursed his lips. He did not show any excitement, nor did he refuse. The 3 of them took the cards in order. They were Yi Fashion's landlord, bandits. Yi Fashion looked at the cards in his hand and frowned. No. An ace was the biggest. Why should he call? Li Zixuan was Yi Fashion's landlord. At this time he was beaming with joy. Hee. Call the bandits. After that, he reached for the cards in his hand. It was a 7 and a pair of kings. Haha. Super double. Li Zixuan laughed proudly. Cousin. What do you mean by super double? Yi Fashion was puzzled. When they were talking about the rules, they did not mention this. Li Zixuan explained, for example, if a game is 1 copper coin, if I super double, it will be 4 copper coins. If I win, each of you will give me 4 copper coins. If I lose, I will give each of you 4 copper coins. If there is a bomb in the middle, it will be a bomb. On top of that, it will be doubled. Do you understand? Oh, the 2 of them nodded. Li Zixuan asked, "Are you 2 going to double?" No. Facing such an aggressive Li Zixuan, the 2 of them shook their heads. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Li Zixuan threw out a straight. He secretly thought that the 7 in his hand was very important. Han Yushi. No. Yi Fashion. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, not bad. Bomb. 4 kings. No. 3 with a pair. 3 with 2 with a pair of 4. Pass. King bomb 1 with 3. Haha, a total of 16 times. Come, 16 copper coins each. Chapter 1163. Bandit. Super double. No double. 3 lead a pair. 3 lead a pair. Straight. Bomb. King bomb. After playing bandit fight once, Han Yushi felt the charm of it and suddenly became uncontrollable. In the main hall, the three of them were in full swing on the card game. Planes and bombs flew together, and straight and even pairs danced together. The scene was very lively. Gradually, Yi Fashion was also a little addicted. This was because he realized that bandit fight was not just a game. In addition to relying on luck, it also depended on skills. In his opinion, if he wanted to win, he needed to use tricks to play the card game. In order to make the opponent play the cards in the way that was most beneficial to him, he would do anything from the playing skills to the mental level, to deal multiple blows to the opponent. Besides, cooperation was the essence of bandit fight. Through tacit cooperation to play a card game, one could understand the true joy of bandit fight. Based on this understanding, Yi Fashion's bandit fight skills became better and better. From the initial huge loss of more than 50 copper coins, he actually began to make money later. This child had gradually evolved from a bandit fight rookie to a bandit fight expert. Starting from zero, the three of them actually played until 5 o'clock in the evening. Lana went crazy somewhere in the afternoon and only came back in the evening. Seeing the three of them in the room playing a kind of wooden card with patterns on it, the little girl suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. She cried and shouted that she wanted to play too. Cousin-in-law, it's getting late. I have to go back. Yi Fashion looked at the sky and his face turned red. He quickly got up and said. In his heart he was secretly guilty. He wanted to save the world and spread Taoism. How could he indulge in playing for an entire afternoon? Haha. Fashion, come play again tomorrow. Your card skills are getting better and better. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and he laughed. Yi Fashion opened his mouth and wanted to refuse, but the words of refusal couldn't come out of his mouth. He could only rush out of the door. Husband, I'm going to cook. Go play with Lana. Han Yushi's tender face was slightly red. She didn't expect that once she sat down, she would sit until usual hour. She even forgot to prepare dinner. This wasn't what a good wife and mother should be like. After Han Yushi left, Li Zishuan glanced at Xiaohe and Xiaoxi before he said, Come. You two can play with Lan. Needless to say, Li Zishuan did not want to play with her, so he pulled Xiaohe and Xiaoxi over to be the scapegoat. Anyway, these two maidservants had been watching from the side for the whole afternoon, so they were already very familiar with the bandits game. Yes, young master. Xiaohe and Xiaoxi didn't know what Li Zishuan was thinking. When Yi Fashion and Han Yushi were playing by the side, the two of them had been watching from the side for the entire afternoon. Now that they could finally fight in person, how could they not be excited? Li Zishuan smiled and walked towards the kitchen in the backyard. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Xiaohe put away the cards. Lana, wash your hands and come over to eat. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan came from the backyard and shouted. The two maidservants quickly got up and went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Lana reluctantly put away the wooden cards and walked to Li Zishuan's side and said excitedly, Brother, this bandits game is so fun. Lana just won 2 coins, isn't it awesome? Yes. Awesome. Go and wash your hands. Li Zishuan rubbed his sister's head and said unhappily. Then brother, after dinner, can you and sister Yushi accompany Lana to play bandits again? This girl was obviously addicted. No. Sleep after dinner. You little gambler. Li Zishuan stared and pretended to be strict. Brother is so petty. Lana stuck out her tongue, made a face, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. 2 days later, the students who lived in or near Chang and began to return to school. Although it was not time for school to start, the students who were used to staying in the academy were naturally not used to returning home. They were not used to going to the toilet because there was no toilet paper. Even if there was toilet paper, they would not be used to going to the toilet because the latrines at home were not as clean as those at the academy. They were not used to eating because the dishes at home had a familiar taste, but the dishes at the academy were undoubtedly better overall. They were not used to sleeping because there was no banter with their dormitory mates at night. Therefore, on the 4th day after New Year's Eve, many students had returned to the academy from home. Li Tai, Li Ku, Sun Zifan, Chang Chumo, Iron Egg and the others had all returned to the academy today. After returning to Yunshan, These people naturally had to come to the Yunshan residence to visit Li Gang and Li Zishuan. When they arrived at Li Zishuan's house, they inevitably bumped into Li Zishuan, Yi Fashion and Han Yushi playing bandit fighting. Yi Fashion had been completely obsessed with bandit fighting for the past 2 days. His consciousness told him not to indulge in it, but he could not help but come over every day. Therefore, Li Zishuan's house gradually expanded from 1 table of cards to 2 tables, then 3 tables. Li Zishuan had cut 2 more sets of wooden cards in the past 2 days. Otherwise, these 3 tables of cards would not be able to be set up. It's called bandit. Damn. This trump card. Haha. Super double. Li Tai was a lucky bastard. His trump card was actually a pair of kings. This guy immediately activated his super multiplier mode. Damn. If I had known earlier, I would have become a bandit. Chang Chumo almost vomited blood when he saw this. The title of landlord, bandit, was originally his, but he did not dare to ask for it because he did not even have a king in his hand. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being such a coward. 3 for 5 pairs. Li Tai smiled proudly and threw out 3 pairs of kings at the beginning of the game. Actually, for him, he did not care about money. It was just a few coins per game. With his current wealth, even if he sat here and lost for a month, he would not feel the pinch. What he enjoyed was the joy in the process of winning money. Every time he picked up a card, it was a surprise and anticipation. Every time he threw out a bomb, it was incomparably satisfying. Every time he threw out a card in his hand, he could not help but cheer. Once you fell in love with this kind of simple happiness, it would be difficult to extricate yourself. Ha! Just in time. 789. Li Ke laughed in surprise and threw out the corresponding land card in his hand. He was now addicted to bandit fighting. Chang Chumo laughed mischievously. Naturally, he would not block his teammates' cards. Li Tai's eyes widened as he said gloomily, F***CK. Little Ku, you are ruthless. I don't want it anymore. You play. Chapter 1164. The 5th day of the first lunar month, commonly known as the broken 5th day. According to investiture of the gods, Jiang Zia became a god, and his wife who betrayed him was given the title of God of Poverty. In the legends, Jiang Zia's wife was a very annoying woman who betrayed her husband. After being given the title of God of Poverty, she became even more annoying. No one has ever heard of anyone who likes a god of poverty, right? Therefore, on the 5th day of the first lunar month, people broke her and told her to go back immediately. Broken 5th day means after breaking all the taboos before the 5th day, all can be broken on this day. Generally speaking, from New Year's Eve to the 5th day of the new year, there were many rules and taboos such as no cooking, no leaving the house, no speaking inauspicious words, no sweeping and watering, and no opening of the shop. But on the 5th day of the first lunar month, all taboos are broken. During the Spring Festival, all the shops in Chang'an City close on the 1st day of the first lunar month, but choose to open on the 5th day of the first lunar month, because the 5th day of the first lunar month is also known as the God of Wealth's holy day. It is believed that choosing to open on this day will bring in wealth and treasures. Just after 9 in the morning, the doors of the East and West markets that have been closed for many days finally opened. The people of Chang'an City who have been silent for a long time can finally go to the big shops and buy happily. And now that the new year has just passed, the families who usually have family members who are away on business are still in a state of family reunion. Once the East and West markets open, the whole family can go shopping together to make up for what they owe each other. On this day, Chang'an City is once again glowing with vitality. Cloud Mountain. Today, Li Zishuan did not bandit battle with his family. That was just something he did for fun. For someone like him who had played with all kinds of electronic devices, the attraction of poker cards was not that strong. On the other hand, Li Tai, Yi Fashion, and the others have been quite obsessed with this recently. Yesterday, Li Zishuan had simply given them the 2 decks of cards at home. It is said that last night, the student dormitory of Yanhuang College was very lively. Li Zishuan was too lazy to care. As the saying goes, it is better to let loose than to block. Anyway, it is the holiday period, and he also ordered Li Tai not to use cards to gamble in the academy. If these students want to play, then let them play. Only children who knew how to play would have good grades. This was a philosophy that Li Zishuan adhered to. In his previous life, the top students around him were all better at playing basketball, football, and video games than he was. After dismissing the group of little gamblers, the courtyard suddenly quieted down. Li Zixuan was currently in his study, revising the blueprint. Zhengguan's second year was up, and many of the big projects that he had not started before had to be started. Dams, machine tools, and power stations were all major projects. There were many problems involved, and it was not something that could be considered in a short period of time. Young master. The eldest young master of the Wang family sent someone to deliver a letter. While he was deep in thought, Xiaoxi knocked on the door of the study room and said softly, "Oh, hurry up and bring it in." In the study, Li Zixuan snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly said, "Jia." Xiaoxi came in with the letter. She passed the letter to Li Zixuan and said, "Here, young master. It was sent by Miss Lung on a horse. She has already left the mountain." Li Zixuan felt something in his heart. He looked towards the northwest and said after a while, "Okay, I got it." Xiaoxi bowed and left the study room. She was very considerate as she closed the door behind her. Li Zixuan lowered his head and tore open the letter. He took out a piece of paper with a line of small characters written on it. "I won't go out on the first day of the new year, and I won't go home on the 5th day of the new year. The road to Qizhou is long and difficult. I will remember your teachings. I will be honest, and work hard to bring prosperity to everyone. After parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. If you come to Qizhou in the future, I will drink and chat with you. Take care. A letter from Wang Renbiao." Sigh. I didn't expect Renbiao to go to Qizhou so soon. I wish him a safe journey. Li Zixuan put away the letter, looked towards the northwest and sighed softly. Before the new year, Wang Renbiao had told him that he would go to Qizhou after the new year. However, Li Zixuan didn't expect him to leave on the 5th day of the new year. Qizhou was located more than 50 kilometers northwest of Chang'an City. It was considered a relatively wealthy county. Wang Renbiao's trip to Qizhou was most likely to be arranged by the Wang family for gilding, so basically nothing would happen. The imperial edict has arrived. Coincidentally, Li Zixuan had just put down the letter when a sharp voice came from outside the house. Then Xiaoxi's hurried voice was heard. "Young master, someone from the palace is here." "Yes, they are here." Li Zixuan frowned, got up and went out. "Markung, receive the imperial edict." An old eunuch stood at the door. His eyes were gloomy, and his cold aura made the air around him a little colder. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes. He had never seen this old eunuch before and looked unfamiliar. Li Zixuan, listen to the imperial edict. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Li Zixuan bowed and said, "His Majesty summons you to the palace immediately for an audience. Markyong, quickly pack up and follow me into the palace." The old eunuch held a horsetail whisk and said expressionlessly. Li Zixuan said with a puzzled expression, "I am following His Majesty's edict and am grounded at home to reflect. I wonder why His Majesty summons me into the palace?" The old eunuch said with a fake smile, "Markyong, you are wrong. It is the retired emperor who wants you to attend the banquet in the palace, not His Majesty." The retired emperor. Li Yuan. Li Zixuan's pupils shrank. He thought to himself that those who came didn't come with good intentions, and those with good intentions didn't come. He had just beaten up Li Yuanchang's subordinate on New Year's Eve, and the other party's father came looking for trouble. Attending the banquet in the palace? Was this a hangmen banquet? The retired emperor has already abdicated. Why can the imperial edict leave the palace? Eunuch, could it be that you are giving a fake imperial edict? Li Zixuan raised his head and looked straight at the old eunuch as he said in a deep voice, "A mountain can't have two tigers, a country can't have two rulers." Li Yuan was the retired emperor, but now that Li Er was in power, Li Yuan naturally couldn't meddle in the affairs of the country. At most, he could only do whatever he wanted in the palace. His edicts, under normal circumstances, couldn't be sent out of the palace. The old eunuch's expression changed. He said coldly, "Markyong, how dare you? Even if the retired emperor has already abdicated, he is still the emperor. How can you look down on him like this?" "Haha, when did I look down on him? I am only doubting the authenticity of this imperial edict. Li Zishuan gave him a sidelong glance and said without showing any weakness. You. The old eunuch's expression suddenly changed. His chest rose and fell rapidly for a moment. In the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, This is indeed not an imperial edict, but it is the retired emperor's intention. The retired emperor wants to invite you, Marquis Yongan, to attend the banquet in the palace. Could it be that you, Marquis Yongan, don't dare to go? Chapter 1165. Haha. Don't dare? To be honest, this Marquis really doesn't dare. What if the retired emperor wants to vent his anger on behalf of King Lu and casually accuses this Marquis of a crime and has this Marquis beheaded? Li Zishuan said with a light smile in the courtyard of Yunshan. The old eunuch's expression froze. Although the situation that Li Zishuan said was true, the old eunuch didn't know what to say for a moment because Li Zishuan didn't act according to common sense. Haha. What a joke. Eunuch, please wait here for a moment. This Marquis will change into court clothes and enter the palace with eunuch. Just when the old eunuch was speechless, Li Zishuan laughed loudly and then turned to enter the room. As the saying goes, you can hide for a while but you can't hide forever. Since he chose to become enemies with Li Yuanchang, then the day of confrontation with Li Yuan would come sooner or later. His words just now were just to test the old eunuch's reaction. Now it seemed that his prediction was not wrong at all. Indeed, after beating the young, the old came. When the old eunuch saw that Li Zishuan was willing to enter the palace, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief because if Li Zishuan didn't want to go no matter what, he really couldn't do anything. First of all, he didn't have an imperial edict, so he didn't have the qualifications to force Li Zishuan to enter the palace. Secondly, if he used force and directly kidnapped him, it was even more impossible. On Yunshan, as long as Li Zishuan didn't want to leave, who in the world could kidnap him? Yunshan with 3 grandmasters in charge wasn't a place that anyone could casually cause trouble. However, at the same time that he breathed a sigh of relief, the old eunuch's heart couldn't help but sink. He secretly thought that although Li Zishuan was young, he didn't look easy to deal with at all. Those few words just now completely disrupted his rhythm, and he almost returned without accomplishing anything. All right. Let's go. After a moment, Li Zishuan changed into a purple Marquis uniform and walked out. He spoke to the old eunuch at the door. His casual appearance was as if he was really going to attend a banquet, but the premise was that the previous conversation didn't happen. Yes, Marquis. At this time, the old eunuch had already put away his contempt for Li Zishuan. He respectfully turned to the side and said. At this time Han Yushi had already received the news and was standing in the hall, looking at Li Zishuan with a face full of worry. Li Zishuan turned around and smiled at his wife, indicating that she was fine. He then turned around and walked out of the door. Outside, Sanbao had already prepared the horses. When the old eunuch came, he also rode a horse. The two of them rode 2 horses and rushed down Cloud Mountain. 3 with a pair. Iron Egg, I only have 2 cards left. In the student dormitory of Yanhuang College, more than a dozen students were crowded in dormitory 001, watching the bandit fight. Li Tai, Iron Egg and Sun Zifan were in the midst of a battle. The 3 of them had some notes stuck on their faces. The faces of Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were also full of notes. They were the contestants who had been eliminated earlier. Just as Li Zishuan said, gambling was strictly prohibited in the college. Those who violated the rule would be expelled from the college, and there would be no tolerance. Therefore, although Li Tai and the others played poker, they were determined not to gamble. After thinking for a while, they thought of the bad idea of sticking notes on their faces. This was very similar to a certain game in modern times. No, you do it. Iron Egg calculated in his mind and realized that there was still 1 bomb left. If he blew up Li Tai's card now, he would not be able to win the first round. He would be blown up by Li Tai's teammate Sun Zifan. When that happened, not only would he lose, but he would lose even more. 2 on 2. Come. Iron Egg, I'll stick 2 cards on your face. Li Tai laughed. After that, he tore 2 pieces of paper, dipped them in water, and was about to stick them on Iron Egg's face. Chinkei, I saw Yamacho and an old eunuch coming down the mountain at the entrance of the college just now. They seem to be in a hurry. At this moment, Li Yin walked in from outside the dormitory and said, Impossible. Yamacho is still grounded. Li Tai subconsciously wanted to say that it was impossible, but when he thought of the news that Li Zishuan was grounded and that many students of the college did not know, he quickly shut his mouth. At this time he did not have time to stick the paper on iron egg. He turned around and asked, Li Yin, you just said that Yamacho was taken away by an old eunuch. What does that old eunuch look like? Li Yin frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I didn't see him clearly, but he has white hair and white eyebrows. He should be over 60 years old. White hair and white eyebrows. Li Tai's expression changed and then he said to everyone, You guys play first. I have something to do back in Chang'an. After that, before anyone could react, the little fatty had already rushed out. His speed was definitely the fastest in his life, because there was only one old eunuch in the palace who was over 60 years old, and that was the old eunuch who had served Li Yuan for more than 10 years, Chao Cixi. Qingke, wait for me. I'll go back with you. At this time Li Ku also thought of something. His expression changed and he quickly chased out. Marquis Yong'an, this way please. In the palace, under the old eunuch's lead, Li Zishuan came to Taiji Palace and then went west, arriving at an independent courtyard. The courtyard had rockery, gardens, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. It was just like a small paradise in the palace. After Li Yuan became retired emperor, he lived in Taiji Palace for the first few years. It was not until the 4th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan that he moved out of Taiji Palace and moved to Den Palace. In the courtyard, Li Yuan was half lying under the winding corridor, sunbathing, surrounded by a flock of orioles and swallows. He was really happy. An old cow eating young grass. This old fellow is really shameless. Didn't I hear that the old fellow was planning to die of exhaustion in the flowers? Such a happy way of dying, why didn't he make the best use of his time? Why did he have to come and find trouble with me? Seems like he's treating me as a soft persimmon. When Li Zishuan saw Li Yuan's shameless appearance of enjoying the blessings of multiple wives, he could not help but criticize in his heart. Associating it with the official records, Li Yuan gave birth to 9 younger siblings for Li Zishuan in 2 years. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth could not help but twitch. They all said stud horses, stud pigs, and so on. But compared to Li Yuan, this old lecher, they were all weak to the max. Father Emperor, Marquis Yong'an is here. There was even a third wheel standing beside Li Yuan. When Li Yuanchang saw Li Zishuan coming over, his face could not help but be delighted. He hurriedly came over and bowed to Li Yuan. At the same time, it was unknown whether this brat did it intentionally or unintentionally. His gaze swept across the chest of a concubine sitting beside Li Yuan without leaving a trace. Heh, this brat will definitely be a lecher in the future. Li Yuan was wise all his life, but in his later years, he gave birth to a bunch of repulsive melons and cracked dates. Other people did not notice Li Yuanchang's gaze, but it was caught by Li Zishuan. Instantly, a label of scum was pasted onto Li Zishuan's forehead by Li Zishuan. This subject Li Zishuan greets retired emperor. Etiquette still needed to be met. Li Zishuan took a few steps forward, then bowed towards the Great Tang's supreme leader in name. Oh. Chapter 1166. It's this kid who bullied you? In a courtyard beside Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan hadn't even raised his head when he heard Li Yuan speak. His tone was full of indifference and casualness. Presumably, in the eyes of this former emperor, crushing Li Zishuan to death was as simple as crushing an ant. Father Emperor. It's him. At that time, I only wanted to go up Yunshan to see the fireworks and tell you about it after returning to the palace. But who knew that the Marquis of Yong, and relied on his imperial brother's favor to seriously injure 4 of my imperial bodyguards in public. Father Emperor, you have to uphold justice for me. Li Yuanchang immediately changed to an aggrieved expression. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness on his body. Instead, he was like a coquettish little girl acting coquettishly in front of Li Yuan. Finished speaking, he used the corner of his eye to glare viciously at Li Zishuan. That look seemed to be saying, "Let you be proud at that time? Now I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy." Seeing this, Li Zixuan instantly felt his hands itch unbearably. If it was another occasion, he would definitely beat the shit out of this little bitch. Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was the second generation of the imperial family? After a few years, when Li Yuan dies, let's see how you can still be arrogant. Humph. Kid, you actually dare to bully my son. You really have guts. Men, drag him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Without any interrogation process, he directly sentenced Li Zixuan to death. Hearing this simple sentence, Li Zixuan's heart instantly surged with hostility. This old thing wants to chop me up and feed me to the dogs? Isn't this too unreasonable? Regardless of whether he committed a crime or not, even if he beat up Li Yuanchang's subordinates for no reason, it's impossible for him to be beheaded. Li Yuan's unreasonable sentence, the civil and military officials of the imperial court wouldn't agree. Li Er wouldn't agree. The Tang dynasty law wouldn't agree. As the person involved, Li Zixuan would even more disagree. He originally thought that Li Yuan would give him a chance to explain. Who knew that the other party didn't even look at him from beginning to end and directly wanted to chop off his head? Simply going too far. Here. At this moment, two strong women appeared. Yes, they were really like iron towers. They were even stronger than most men. They were just like some sumo wrestlers in Japan in his previous life. Two strong women walked over from the side and grabbed onto Li Zixuan's arms. They wanted to drag Li Zixuan out and behead him, but the first time it did not move. The second time it still did not move. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. The two women were so tired that their foreheads were covered with a layer of sweat, but Li Zixuan was still standing there motionless. What a joke! How could an ordinary person defeat a martial arts master of the Grandmaster realm with brute force? You dare to defy the imperial decree? Li Yuan also noticed the movement on this side. He pushed aside several beautiful concubines beside him, stood up and said furiously. Li Zixuan raised his head and looked straight at Li Yuan. He said, neither servile nor overbearing. Dare I ask, retired emperor, this subject only injured a few servants of Prince Lu. According to my Tang dynasty's laws, at most I will compensate some money. Why does retired emperor want to chop off this subject's head? Li Yuan did not get angry. Instead he laughed and said, why? Because I am the monarch and you are the subject. If the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. You even studied the sage books in vain. Li Zixuan retorted. Killing a subject for no reason, this is what a fatuous monarch does. 12 years ago, Yang Guang caused chaos in the world. Retired emperor led 30,000 troops to rise from Taiyuan. He went to Chang'an and eradicated a group of bandits. The world is one. The will of the heavens is secondary. The people's hearts are united. It can be said that his meritorious service is unparalleled and splendid for 1,000 years. This subject believes that with retired emperor's wisdom, he will definitely not indiscriminately kill a meritorious subject. Speaking also needs to be skillful. In any era there are classes. Facing the ruling class of feudal society, if one does not talk about strategy and blindly acts recklessly, no matter how high one's martial arts is, there will only be one road to death in the palace. Listening to Li Zixuan talk about the events of the past, Li Yuan's old face that was somewhat pale due to excessive indulgence in debauchery became rosy at this moment. He closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. In his mind, he could not help but recall the years of the Sui dynasty, that period of extraordinary time when he and the 18 rebellious princes fought for the throne. In the end he took a deep breath, looked at Li Zixuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You brat, you really know how to talk. No wonder Erlang would think highly of you." His tone was already not as intense as before. Li Zixuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most dangerous moment had finally passed. Li Yuanchang, who was at the side, had an anxious expression. He quickly interrupted and said, "Father Emperor, don't be deceived by this fellow's flowery words. He doesn't have you in his eyes at all. Back then, Aken said that I wanted to go to Cloud Mountain to see what fireworks looked like for Father Emperor. However, not only did he not let me go, he even injured Aken, stirring up trouble. This brat already knows how to stir up trouble at such a young age. What would happen when he grows up?" A cold light flashed in Li Zixuan's eyes. Without waiting for Li Yuanchang to finish speaking, he stepped forward and said, "Retired Emperor, Ken has something to discuss with you alone. Please dismiss your attendants." Audacious. Marquis Yong'an, you want everyone to withdraw. Could it be that you want to assassinate my father Emperor? Father Emperor, don't be afraid. Ken will protect you. A trace of anxiety flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. He immediately jumped in front of Li Yuan and pointed at Li Zishuan and said loudly, "Damn, I didn't expect this little bastard to be so good at acting." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Soon after, he moved his feet slightly and instantly arrived in front of Li Yuanchang. Just as Li Yuanchang was about to cry out in fright, Li Zishuan had already returned to his original position. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that it made people feel like it was a dream. It was as if Li Zishuan had been standing in the same spot from beginning to end and had not moved at all. The guards in the courtyard were all shocked. They quickly pulled out their mo swords from their waists and ran over to surround Li Zishuan. Facing the heavy encirclement, Li Zishuan's expression did not change. He looked at Li Yuanchang and Li Yuan and said, "Ken did not mean to offend. Ken only wanted to say that if Ken really had ill intentions towards retired Emperor, I would have already made my move. What's more, Your Highness Prince of Lu, didn't you say that you wanted to protect retired Emperor? Why are your pants wet? Where did your guts go? Or are you just putting on an act to show off how filial you are in front of retired Emperor?" As far as the eye could see, there was a puddle of water where Li Yuanchang was standing. This brat was actually scared to the point of wetting his pants. At this moment his face was flushed red. Moreover, he was about to cry from anger because of Li Zishuan. Poison. Li Zishuan's tongue was really too poisonous. Li Yuan frowned. To be honest, at that moment, he was indeed astonished by Li Zishuan's martial arts. He did not expect that Li Zishuan's martial arts at such a young age would be stronger than some old generals. However, what made him most angry was Li Yuanchang's performance. It was said that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. He, Li Yuan, had several sons who were all heroes. However, this son in front of him was a complete coward. Too shameful. "Yuanchang, you withdraw first," Li Yuan reprimanded with a black face. Chapter 1167. Father Emperor. Li Zishuan hastily wanted to argue a few more words, but Li Zishuan just happened to stab him in the back. He took a step forward, cupped his hands and said loudly, "Retired Emperor, what this subject is going to say next is related to His Highness King Lu's life and death. I hope that retired Emperor will dismiss your attendants." Once these words came out, everyone in the courtyard changed color. Li Zishuan was so scared that his little face turned white. Li Yuan stared fixedly at Li Zishuan's eyes. After a long while he waved his hand and said, "All of you withdraw." The guards looked at each other. In the end, they still put away their weapons and withdrew from the courtyard. At this moment, Li Zishuan was no longer as arrogant as before. He also withdrew with the guards. Inside the courtyard, only Li Zishuan and Li Yuan were left. "Kid, you have guts. If you were born a dozen years earlier, there would definitely be a place for you in this vast land. Erlang might not even be able to compare to you." Li Yuan looked at Li Zishuan and said with a complicated expression. It was not that he was trying to flatter Li Zishuan, but in that confrontation just now, Li Zishuan had resolved a life-or-death situation in the blink of an eye. The courage and strategy he had displayed had made him look at him in a new light. A person who only has bravery is not scary. What's scary is bravery and strategy. This kind of person, placed in troubled times, definitely has the qualifications to become a formidable person. Li Zishuan was greatly shocked. He thought to himself, "Old thing, do you lack morals? Are you trying to kill me by saying these kinds of words? This rotten old man is very bad." Li Zishuan gave Li Yuan such a label in his heart. Retired Emperor's words are wrong. With this subject's lazy temperament, if I was born a dozen years earlier, I definitely would not be able to live until now. Only in this kind of peaceful and prosperous world can this subject's talent and knowledge have a place to display it. Li Zishuan criticized for a while in his heart. Then he hurriedly stepped forward and said, regardless of whether or not there were eyes and ears in the surroundings, and regardless of whether or not Li Yuan's words were deliberately probing, in terms of basic political standpoint, He must stand in the right position. Li Yuan shook his head and did not argue with Li Zishuan on this matter. He said in a low voice, "Kid, just now you said that you had something to discuss with Zhan, and it was related to Yuan Chang's life and death. Now that Zhan has dismissed the servants, hurry up and speak. If I find out that you lied to me, I'll even get people to drag you down and chop you up to feed the dogs." Li Zishuan smiled calmly and said, "Retired Emperor, have you heard of the story of Wu Jiangzongzi?" When Li Yuan heard that, his expression changed abruptly. Li Zishuan's words poked at that scar in his heart that had not healed all along. Li Zishuan ignored him and continued. During the spring and autumn period, the second son of Zhang Wugong, Gongshu Duan, was born. His mother, Wu Jiang, had a difficult birth when giving birth to her eldest son. So she hated her eldest son, Jiunsheng. She repeatedly asked Zhang Wugong to make Gongshu Duan the crown prince, but Zhang Wugong did not agree. After Zhang Wugong died, his eldest son, Jiunsheng, ascended the throne as Zhang Zhuanggong. 2 years later, Wu Jiang requested to give the capital to Gongshu Duan. After receiving permission, Gongshu Duan was able to live in the capital and wantonly expand his private power. Not long after, Gongshu Duan ordered the western and northern border regions of Zheng to listen to his commands. Zhang Dafu's son Lu expressed to Zhang Zhuanggong that as a country's official, he could not listen to orders from both sides. If Zhang Zhuanggong intended to abdicate the throne to Gongshu Duan, then he should serve him. Otherwise, he should get rid of him and not let the people have other ideas. Zhang Zhuanggong, due to his mother's spoiling of his younger brother, still did not interfere. Gongshu Duan was even more unbridled. He took 2 lands as his fief and the area under his control expanded to Lin Yan. In the 5th month of the 49th year of King Ping of Zhou, Gongshu Duan reorganized the city walls, accumulated food, repaired equipment and weapons, and replenished the infantry chariots, preparing to attack the capital of Zheng. He also contacted Wu Jiang in the capital as a spy and had her open the city gates at that time. When Zhang Zhuanggong heard the date of Gongshu Duan's attack, he ordered Zhang Dafu's son Lu to lead 200 chariots to attack the capital city. Gongshu Duan was defeated and fled to Yin. Zhang Zhuanggong led his troops to pursue and win. After that, Gongshu Duan fled to live in Gongyi. Zhuanggong sent out his troops to pursue and kill him. In the end, Gongshu Duan was driven to a dead end and was forced to commit suicide. Silence. After Li Zishuan's voice fell, the courtyard suddenly sunk into a strange silence. Li Yuan stared fixedly at him. His eyes also stared unblinkingly at Li Yuan. His purpose in telling this story was to tell Li Yuan that his excessive spoiling of Li Yuanchang was only pushing him step by step toward the edge of the abyss of death. When he, Li Yuan, passed away one day and could no longer protect Li Yuanchang, if Li Yuanchang was still so jumpy and liked to stir up trouble everywhere, then he, Li Yuanchang, would be the next Gongshu Duan. This was not an exaggeration to scare people. The Li Yuanchang of history, because of Li Yuan's excessive spoiling when he was alive, caused him to forget himself and lose his reverence. As a result, in the 17th year of Jingguan, together with Du He, Zhao Jia, Li Anyan, and the others, he suggested Crown Prince Li Changqian to rebel. Hex and Qingji reported the Crown Prince's rebellion, and Li Yuanchang, Du He, Ho Junji, and the others were all beheaded for the crime of rebellion. Imperial grandfather, have mercy. At this moment, a clear and melodious female voice, like the chirping of an oriole, broke the silence. Changle, who was wearing a thick fur coat, was running quickly towards them. Behind her were Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Changqian. Aya! When Changle was running in front of the two, she accidentally tripped over a protruding stone tile on the ground, and her entire body was about to crash into the limestone floor in front of her. Princess, be careful! In a flash, Li Zishuan shot forward and arrived in front of Changle. He firmly grabbed the latter's shoulder with one hand, preventing her from falling. Brother Shaoxian, you're fine? That's great. Changle took a few quick breaths, turned her head to look at Li Zishuan and said happily. Li Zishuan frowned because he could sense that Changle's breathing was extremely chaotic. When he thought about how this little girl had run all the way here from Changle Palace in the middle of winter, his expression changed and he hurriedly said, Changle, don't speak. Quickly calm your breathing and focus your mind. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but now that he said it, Changle's face instantly turned ghastly pale. She bent over and clutched her chest, and then she coughed violently. She then said with a pained expression, "Cough, cough, cough. Brother Xiaoxian. Changle's chest is so stuffy, huff, huff, huff." As she spoke, her breathing became shorter and shorter, more and more hurried. Changle, what's wrong?" At this time Li Yuan also quickly rushed over. He looked at the pale Changle and said with an anxious expression. Li Changqian and Li Tai had only just caught up, and the two of them anxiously said, "Changle's qi is acting up. Someone quickly call the imperial physician." At this time, how could Li Zishuan still care about the propriety between men and women? What's more, Changle was only a little girl. He never had that kind of thought. At the critical moment, he carried Changle up from the ground in a princess carry. He said anxiously to Li Yuan, "Retired Emperor, where is a warm side room? Changle can't breathe in cold air right now, or else her life will be in danger." Li Yuan had always doted on Changle. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, his face that was always calm also panicked a little. He pointed at the palace in the north, and as he ran he shouted at Li Zishuan, Quickly follow Zhen. Zhen's bedroom has heating." Oh. Chapter 1168. The biggest taboo for asthma patients in winter was to stay outside for a long time and inhale large amounts of cold air. Changle ran all the way from Changle Palace to Taiji Palace just now. Her speed was even faster than Li Tai and Li Changqian. Under such intense exercise, her trachea and lungs would naturally be filled with a large amount of cold air. In addition, the little girl's qi disease had been hidden for a year. Now that it met with such an opportunity, it immediately erupted like a flood and ferocious beast. Illness comes like a landslide. This was Changle's current situation. Just a moment ago, she was still a lively and cute little girl. Now she could only sit on the bed and cough violently. Even breathing was difficult. Imperial physician. Where's the imperial physician? Quickly call the imperial physician. At this moment, Li Yuan's face no longer had the previous indifference and relaxation. He anxiously paced around the room and shouted to the servants in the room, "It's useless even if the imperial physician comes." Li Zishuan, who was sitting by the bed and placing his hand on Changle's white wrist, hurriedly said, "Retired Emperor, Changle's qi disease this time is very fierce. I'll first use true qi to help her recuperate. Quickly send someone out of the city to Yunshan to invite Sun Daozhang." Today was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Sun Simiao did not go out to do volunteer medical treatment. At this time, Li Yuan had already put down his airs, because although he was imprisoned in the depths of the palace, he had also heard that Li Zishuan had once seized blood to extend his life, saved Qin Qiong, and quelled the cholera with his own strength. Now, he was completely responding to whatever Li Zishuan said. Whatever he wanted, he would give. Because Changle was not only Li Er and Changsuan's favorite, she was also Li Yuan's favorite. What are you still standing there for? Quickly go. Quickly ride a horse to Yunshan. Invite Sun Daozhang over for Jin. If anything happens to Changle today, none of you can think about living. All the eunuchs, palace maids, and servants' expressions changed. The old woman who previously brought Li Zishuan into the palace hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Yes." Then she turned around and walked out of the room. "Imperial grandfather. Let her go. Kura has martial arts and is good at horsemanship. Going back and forth can save a lot of time." Li Ku stood up and volunteered. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Good. Ka quickly ride on my carefree horse and quickly go to Cloud Mountain to invite Daoist's son." The carefree horse was Li Yuan's mount. It was gifted to Li Er for a period of time, but Li Er returned it after ascending the throne. Li Ku solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, father." After saying that, Li Ku rushed out of the house in a flash. On the bed, Changle leaned on one of Li Zishuan's hands. She closed her eyes and coughed less violently than before. However, she was still short of breath, as if the air in the room was not enough for her to breathe. Li Zishuan supported Changle's back with one hand and massaged a part of her back with the other hand. Of course, he was not massaging through the thick snow fur coat. When they entered the room, Changle's coat had been taken off by the maidservants. She was still wearing a white silk undergarment. It was not out of line, Brat! How is Changel now? Under the critical situation, Li Yuan could not care about those messy things. Moreover, Changel was still young. Everyone still treated her as a child. Retired emperor. With the princess's current situation, only Dao's son can use the golden needle to guide qi into her body, to help her calm down the chaotic yin qi in her body. This subject can only massage the Fengmen acupoint to calm the princess's cough and stall for time for the princess. Everything can only be done when Dao's son arrives. Large beads of sweat rolled down Li Zishuan's forehead. A few beads of sweat rolled into his eyes. He only blinked his eyes and did not stop the movements of his hands at all. Just now he said it was easy, but only he, the person involved, knew how hard it was to do it. Fengmen, also known as hothouse acupoint, belonged to the bladder meridian of the foot. It was the intersection point between the foot's Taiyang meridian and the Du meridian. Feng, the qi and blood of the body were mainly wind. Fengmen, it referred to the door of entry and exit. The Fengmen acupoint referred to the flow of qi and blood of the arm. Massaging the Fengmen acupoint was very effective in treating asthma. What Li Zishuan was doing now was not only massage but also transferring qi. He was using the true qi in his body to help Changel straighten out the chaotic yin qi in her body. If he transferred qi too quickly, it would definitely hurt Changel's meridians. If he transferred qi too slowly, it would greatly affect the effect. Moreover, it was even harder to control the strength now that it was separated by clothes. Even with Li Zishuan's martial cultivation at the Grandmaster realm, he could faintly feel a trace of strain at this moment. He could not let Changel die. When he thought of the little girl running all the way here just to save him from Li Yuan's hands, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. At this moment, he somewhat regretted that he did not learn Sun Simiao's set of golden needle technique previously, because at this moment, if he used the golden needle to guide qi into her body, he could not say that he could completely cure Changel's qi, but he was absolutely confident that he could pull Changel back from the gates of hell. What are you all in a daze for? Quickly go wipe the sweat of this brat, for the Marquis of Yong. When Li Yuan saw that Li Zishuan was working so hard, he could not help but have a trace of favorable impression of this junior in his heart. Thus, he berated his group of concubines. These concubines were merely playthings that he had gathered during his imprisonment. He did not care at all. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly said, Don't. This subject appreciates retired emperor's good intentions. This subject cannot be distracted right now. I would like to trouble retired emperor to let irrelevant people withdraw. What a joke. No matter what, they were Li Yuan's women. He was not willing to have anything to do with these women at all. Li Yuan said to everyone in the room, half believing and half doubting, All of you withdraw. Yes, the chamberlains, palace maids, servant women, and the group of concubines all withdrew. Changel! How is Changel? Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps and Li Er's anxious shout came from outside the room. Following that, Li Er walked in with long strides, followed by Empress Zhang's son. Greetings to Imperial Father. Greetings to Imperial Mother. Li Tai and Li Changqian saluted one after another. Li Er waved his hand. When he saw Changel with her eyes tightly closed on the bed, as well as Li Zishuan behind Changel who was sweating profusely, his heart ached. He looked at Li Yuan and said, Imperial Father, how is Changel now? Her life is not in danger for the time being. Li Yuan replied and then said unhappily, Humph, how are you a father? You clearly know that Changel has a qi disease, but you did not send people to take good care of her. You actually let her run around in this cold weather. Do you still have this daughter in your heart? Li Er was stunned and almost cursed. He thought in his heart, if you did not bring Li Zishuan here, would Changel run over in a hurry? This son did not think it through. Imperial Father, please calm down. After a long time, Li Er finally lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Oh. Chapter 1169. When a person found it difficult to breathe, their consciousness would soon become blurry. Changel was in such a state now. She felt that the air around her had solidified. It was difficult for her to take in a breath of fresh air. Her consciousness gradually became blurry, but the only thing that made her feel comfortable was the warm hands on her back. She could vaguely feel that the hands were sending waves of invisible energy to her. helping her to absorb the air in the room. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the crisis of certain death. She didn't want to die. She vaguely remembered that she was carried in by that man. His chest was so warm, and his breath intoxicated her. She hadn't had enough, so she didn't want to die like this. She wanted to live. She wanted to live. Don't sleep. I don't want to die. If I die, I won't be able to see him again. I don't want to die. A strong desire to live suddenly erupted in this delicate body. Along with the waves of invisible energy, Changel breathed desperately, desperately trying to absorb the vitality between heaven and earth. Her weak pulse and heartbeat were suddenly fed back to Li Zixuan's hands with great strength. Changel, don't give up. As long as you don't give up, no one in this world can take you away from me. Not even the king of hell can. While she was in a daze, Changel heard a familiar voice by her ear. That voice sounded so gentle, yet so confident and resolute. Yes. Using all her strength, Changel responded to Li Zixuan's encouragement with a soft Your Majesty, Changel is awake. I just heard her voice. Zhang Sun, who was guarding at the side, held Li Er's hands excitedly. It had been nearly an hour since Changel's accident. For a moment, they saw Li Zixuan's face become very ugly. Without asking, they knew that Changel's situation had worsened. However, Li Zixuan did not give up. He continued to massage Changel's Fengmen acupoint repeatedly, and continuously transferred qi to her. At this moment, Li Zixuan's face was extremely pale, but there was a trace of joy between his brows. Obviously, Changel had been saved from the most dangerous situation. Where is Ke? Has Ke returned to the city? Li Er patted Zhang Suan's shoulder, but the worry between his brows did not fade away. He knew that Changel was only temporarily out of danger. If she wanted to be completely cured, Sun Simiao had to come over. Your Majesty, it would take at least 6/4 of an hour to travel from Chang and to Yun Mountain, even on a fast horse. His Highness King of Han shouldn't have reached Chang'an yet. Zhao Song stepped forward and cupped his fists. 60 minutes. Li Er's face sank, his expression filled with anxiety. He looked at Zhao Song and whispered, In your opinion, how much longer can the Marquis of Yong'an hold on? This? Zhao Song looked troubled. He looked at Li Zixuan, gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, actually, with the Marquis of Yong and middle stage strength, it is reasonable to say that he can't hold on after such a great loss. This old servant thinks that he should be holding on with his mind at this moment. Hearing this, Li Er's expression changed slightly. When the Turkic army came to Chang'an, he was not anxious. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from anxiety. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Li Yuanchang, who was standing in the corner and pretending to be an invisible person without saying a word. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. The root of all today's problems was this brat. Li Er had just finished the morning court today when he learned that Li Zixuan had been invited from Yunshan to the palace by the people sent by Li Yuan. He thought for a moment and understood that it must be Li Yuanchang behind this. After all, he was also present at the conflict at the foot of Yunshan on New Year's Eve. After guessing the cause and effect of this matter, Li Er did not take it to heart. Because in his opinion, Li Yuan would at most admonish Li Zixuan, and he was too lazy to come over and do something unnecessary. If things went wrong, he might even be ridiculed by Li Yuan. But who knew that in the end it would cause such a big mess? His most beloved pearl in his palm almost lost her life because of this. And all this was because Li Yuanchang was stirring up trouble. Feeling Li Er's gaze, which was as though he wanted to eat him alive, Li Yuanchang's forehead started to sweat profusely. His little face turned pale in an instant, and at the same time, his legs started to tremble non-stop. Suddenly, a foul stench came from within the house. It was Li Yuanchang who had wet his pants again. Cough cough. Li Yuan glanced at Li Er, then looked at Li Yuanchang with a complicated gaze. He scolded in a low voice. Get out. Letting him out was both an exile and protection. Yes, father. As if he had been granted amnesty, Li Yuanchang did not even have the courage to look at Li Er and went out dejectedly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The King of Han and Dr. Sun have entered the city. At this moment, A chamberlain ran in from outside the room and bowed to Li Er with a face full of joy. They're here. They're finally here. Hurry. Order people to open all the gates of the palace and give special permission for the King of Han and Dr. Sun to ride horses in the palace today. All guards are not allowed to stop the two of them. Violators will be beheaded. Li Er was shocked and said with unusual joy, Yes, sir. The chamberlain hurriedly went out to pass on the decree. Bam! Marquis Yong'an? Martin! Guards! Hurry! Help Marquis Yong'an to rest. Hurry and call the imperial physician. At the same time, Zhang Xuan's anxious shout came from behind Li Er. Li Er turned around and saw that Li Zixuan had fainted on the bed, and Chang'e had fallen onto Li Zixuan due to inertia. It turned out that when he heard the chamberlain outside the door saying that Li Zixuan and Sun Simiao had entered the city, Li Zixuan finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, what followed was a deep sense of exhaustion. He had never been as tired as he was now, and finally, he could not help but faint. Hurry! Help Marquis Yong, unto the side hall to rest. Li Er instructed Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. On the other side, Zhang Sun helped Chang'e up from Li Zixuan's body. Zhao Song walked over and carried Li Zixuan on his back, then walked toward a side room. Grandfather, Dr. Sun is here. Father, you're here too. After so much waiting, Li Ku had finally returned with reinforcements. When he saw Li Er at the door, he hurriedly bowed and said. Li Er nodded and greeted Sun Simiao, who was behind Li Ku with a solemn expression. Priest's son, Chang'e's condition has suddenly worsened. Please save her no matter what. I've already heard the King of Han explain the cause and effect on the way here. Your Majesty, please allow me to take the princess's pulse first. Sun Simiao's beard and hair were all messed up from being carried by Li Ku all the way here. At this moment, he did not bother to tidy up his appearance and went forward to take Chang'e's pulse. Chapter 1170. Dr. Sun, how is Chang'e? In Li Yuan's bedroom, after Sun Simiao finished the acupuncture, his expression was somewhat dispirited. Li Er did not have the time to pay attention to Sun Simiao's expression at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and asked. Sun Simiao smiled and went to the side to wash his hands unhurriedly before saying, This humble Taoist congratulates Your Majesty. Li Er frowned and said, May I ask what is there to congratulate me about? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, Your Majesty, although the princess's qi disease came fiercely today, fortunately, the Marquis of Yong and delivered qi in time to nurse the princess's internal breathing. In addition, the princess's desire to live is very tenacious. Currently, there is no major problem. Compared to last year, the princess's physique has greatly improved. When this humble Taoist was performing acupuncture just now, I actually felt a trace of extremely weak Taoist true qi in her body. If this humble Taoist had not practiced medicine for decades and was extremely sensitive to qi, I'm afraid I would not have been able to detect the existence of this trace of true qi. What? Li Er's eyes widened in shock and said incredulously, There is Taoist true qi in Chang'e's body? Could it be the Marquis of Yong'an's true qi? Sun Simiao smiled and shook his head, saying, Absolutely not. The Marquis of Yong'an's true qi is pure and majestic, but the true qi that this humble Taoist felt just now was soft and weak. This should be the true qi that the princess cultivated herself. In other words, the princess might have unintentionally stepped into the martial artist's realm of drawing qi into the body. Drawing qi into the body. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Everyone, including Li Yuan, all widened their eyes and were inexplicably shocked. The Tangs revered martial arts. There were so many martial artists in the world, but compared to the huge population, the proportion of martial artists was still very low. Martial artists who could cultivate true qi were even fewer. An originally soft and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true qi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt inconceivable. How is this possible? Chang'e has never practiced martial arts in this year. How can she cultivate true qi in her body? Waves of shock surged in Li Er's heart. He still found it hard to accept this reality. No, Your Majesty. Chang'e has practiced it. She practiced Taiji Fist for half a year. Empress Zhongsun suddenly thought of something and quickly added, Taiji Fist. Sun Simiao's eyes lit up and his face suddenly became excited. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Last year I saw Taiji fist in the academy. This fist technique contains the Taoist theory of yin and yang. It can be both yin and yang. It can nourish one's qi and build one's body. Its effect is no less than the 5 animal frolics. Your Highness's Taoist heart is bright. It is not surprising that you can understand the essence of the Taiji fist and cultivate a trace of Taoist true qi. There's such a thing. After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Er felt a little incredulous. Dr. Sun, doesn't that mean that if the Empress persists in practicing Taiji fist every day, she will also be able to cultivate Taoist true qi and strengthen her ability to resist qi disease? The illness of Empress Zhongsun and Chang'e had always been a thorn in Li Er's heart. He was always worried that the 2 most important people in his life would suddenly leave him one day. At this moment, hearing Sun Simiao say that Chang'e had cultivated genuine qi because of Taiji fist, Li Er suddenly had the idea of letting Empress Zhongsun follow suit. Sun Simiao shook his head. Of course not. Taiji fist is exquisite, but in my opinion, those who can rely on Taiji fist to cultivate genuine qi are absolutely 1 in a million. Your Highness is a very special case. Haha. Under various coincidences, Your Highness's qi disease has taken a huge turn for the better. With a little treatment in the future, it is very likely that she will completely recover. Oh, right, just now I also found that Your Highness's heart and lungs are much more energetic than before. I wonder if Your Majesty and Her Highness have given Your Highness any supplements to strengthen your heart and lungs in the past year? If it were not for this, Your Highness would be in great danger today. When Li Er heard that Chang'e might completely recover, he was naturally happy. However, after listening to the second half of Sun Simiao's words, he frowned and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "There has been no change in Chang'e's diet. I have also never heard of anything in this world that can help Chang'e treat her qi disease and strengthen her heart and lungs." Your Majesty, Divine Dr. Sun definitely wouldn't say something that wasn't true. There must be some details that we've forgotten. Wait for me to call Chang'e's personal maid over. She knows Chang'e's usual diet the best. We will know after asking her. Empress Zhongsun thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. However, she believed that Sun Simiao wouldn't talk nonsense, so she suggested, "Come, quickly call Li Er over." Empress Zhongsun shouted and ordered. Yes. After a while, Chang'e's personal maid was brought in by an inner attendant. Without waiting for her to greet him, Li Er asked directly, "I'm here to ask you, is there anything unusual about Chang'e's diet in the past few months?" It had been more than 2 hours since Chang'e fell into a coma. Those who were well informed in the palace knew that something had happened to Chang'e. At this moment, hearing Li Er's question, Li Er was almost scared to death because she subconsciously thought that Li Er was suspecting that Chang'e's accident was related to her daily diet. Her face suddenly turned pale. Your Majesty, this servant has personally tasted Princess's daily diet. It is absolutely... Haha. Li Er, don't be nervous. His Majesty doesn't mean to blame you. Moreover, Chang'e is doing very well now. His Majesty and I just want to ask if Chang'e has eaten anything unusual but very beneficial to her body recently. Empress Zhongsun saw Li Er's nervous face and knew that this girl was thinking wrongly. She smiled and comforted her. Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. She blinked her eyes and thought seriously. Suddenly she said, Your Majesty, this servant remembers. If there is anything unusual that Her Highness the Princess has eaten in the past 6 months, it is only fried locusts. Last autumn, ever since Marquis Yong advised Her Highness to eat more fried locusts, Her Highness the Princess has to eat 1 serving every day. Locusts. Li Er's expression shook. He clapped his hands and said, I also remember. Last year Marquis Yong said that eating locusts is beneficial to treating qi disease. Dr. Sun, I wonder if there is such a saying? Sun Simiao frowned. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while with a serious expression. Suddenly, he said with a joyful face, Locusts have a warm nature and can open orifices. It is indeed a good medicine to treat qi disease. Why didn't I think of it in the past? Marquis Yong is really a medical prodigy. If he is willing to study medicine wholeheartedly, His medical skills will definitely not be inferior to mine in the future. Dr. Sun, go take a look at Mark Ng. I reckon that he is already exhausted to the point of collapse. Li Er looked towards the side hall and sighed faintly. He thought to himself, looks like I have wronged Li Zishuan in the past. However, it was impossible for him to apologize. He was the emperor, so how could he apologize to others? At most, he would give Li Zishuan more compensation in other aspects in the future. Oh! Chapter 1171. Sun Simiao was right. It was indeed 1 in a million to be able to sense qi with Taiji fist alone. Chang'e was able to create miracles mainly because she didn't want to die. Moreover, she worshipped Li Zishuan unconditionally. Since Li Zishuan said that Taiji fist was beneficial to resisting qi disease, she naturally had to practice it seriously every day. She never had any doubts in her heart. All she needed to think about was practicing hard every day. She couldn't relax for even a day. Perhaps it was because of this pure worship and persistent pursuit that she could become the lucky 1 in a million, and also give her the opportunity to completely get rid of qi disease. Even in the 21st century, with the advanced medical conditions, she was considered a miracle in the medical field. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? Did something happen in the palace? I heard that my husband injured King of Lu's guard. This time, the retired emperor suddenly summoned my husband. Is he deliberately making things difficult for my husband to vent his anger for King of Lu? In the Yunshan residence, it was almost noon. Han Yushi still hadn't seen Li Zishuan return. She became more and more worried. Thinking of the conflict between Li Zishuan and Li Yuanchang, Han Yushi's heart gradually sank. Yushi, what did Xian go to Chang'an for? Why hasn't he come back yet? Mrs. Li felt that Han Yushi's expression was a little abnormal, so she asked, Mother, my husband just went to Chang'an to explain some things to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. He should be back in the afternoon. Let's eat first. It won't be good if it gets cold. Han Yushi said hurriedly. This was also what Li Zishuan told her before he left. The purpose was to not let the family worry. Oh, in that case let's eat first. Mrs. Li replied suspiciously. Yi Guozhong's eyes flashed. He said thoughtfully, Shaoxian is now grounded. How could he leave Yunshan? Yushi, tell me honestly, did something happen to Shaoxian? Tell us and we can help him together. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yi Guozhong instantly noticed the loophole in Han Yushi's words. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the family turned to look at Han Yushi. Han Yushi immediately felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, hubby today. As Han Yushi spoke, the expressions of Yi Guozhong, Li Jingma, and the others gradually turned solemn. In the end, Yi Guozhong said, There's no need to overthink it. It's definitely the retired emperor who was instigated by His Highness King Lu to summon little Xian into the palace for revenge. Mrs. Li suddenly panicked and hurriedly asked, Father, in that case what should he do? We have to think of a way to save Xian. Yi Guozhong heaved a sigh and shook his head. The palace is heavily guarded. How can ordinary citizens like us enter the palace to save little Xian? Seeing Mrs. Li's gloomy face, Yi Guozhong couldn't bear to say, Yuzhu, you and Jingma don't have to worry too much. Although the retired emperor can decide the life and death of anyone, now that His Majesty is in power and little Xian is deeply favored by His Majesty, it's impossible for His Majesty to not know about him entering the palace. When the time comes, he will definitely not sit idly by. Hearing this, everyone was slightly relieved. Suddenly, Lanner said, Father, mother, Lanner saw brother Xiaoke riding down the mountain with Grandpa Sun in the morning. Is someone sick? Brother and Dr. Sun went to see a doctor? What? Priest Sun was also invited into the palace? Yi Guozhong frowned. If that was the case, the situation would be even more complicated. Li Zishuan had a dream. It was a very long dream. In the dream he returned to the modern era. But with him he returned to the modern era with his martial arts, his family, friends, and Li Er. In the dream he brought a group of ancient people to the modern era to go shopping, sit in the car, watch television, play games, and have a lot of fun. This dream seemed to have no end. Time passed quickly in the dream. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years until a few decades later. At that time, the group of Tang Dynasty people that he brought to the modern era all told him that they wanted to go back to the Tang Dynasty. Because although the Tang Dynasty was more backward than the modern era, it was still their Tang Dynasty. Their Tang Dynasty. In the end, everyone went back, and he was the only one left in the modern world. Loneliness, helplessness, coldness, loneliness. All kinds of negative emotions lingered in his heart. Even though he was dreaming, his expression was still full of sadness. I want to go back too. That is also my Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan in the dream suddenly said firmly. Little Xian. Little Xian. Li Zishuan, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a familiar call. Gradually, he opened his eyes with great effort and saw a white-bearded old Taoist sitting by the bed, looking at him with a smile. Who else could it be other than Sun Simiao? Little Xian, you're finally awake? Sun Simiao smiled gently. Li Zishuan suddenly realized that everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Last spring, when he first came to this world, the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was also Sun Simiao. And at that time, Sun Simiao was also treating him. Everything was so similar. Taoist-san, thank you so much. You've saved my life again. Li Zishuan struggled to pull his hands out and saluted Sun Simiao. His voice was very weak. Sun Simiao made a rare joke and said, Okay. You don't have to be so polite with me. Take care of yourself first. Otherwise, who will help me build the Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Oh right. Taoist priest, is Chang'e out of danger? Of course, he had confidence in Sun Simiao's golden needle technique. This was just a casual question. Sun Simiao smiled and said, She's out of danger? Little Xian, I'll tell you a piece of good news. This time, I'm very confident that the princess's qi will be completely cured. How is this possible? Li Zishuan found it hard to believe. After all, even in modern times it was impossible to completely cure asthma. Haha, I never lie. Little Xian, take care of yourself for a while. I'll go back to Yunshan after prescribing a medicine for the princess. Sun Simiao said casually. Not long after, old man Sun left, but Li Yuan came. He walked straight to the side of Li Zishuan's bed and laughed loudly. Yo, you're awake. Haha, not bad. Good job. Luckily you're here today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll lose Chang'e forever. Even if Erlang doesn't reward you, I'll reward you. Say it, what do you want? As long as I have it, I'll reward you. Oh. Chapter 1172. Taiji Palace, Li Yuan's bedroom. Looking at the smiling Li Yuan in front of him, Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself, just now this rotten old man, should have wanted to chop off this young master's head. Now your face changes really quickly. Retired Emperor, this subject is on good terms with Qin Ke and the Crown Prince. Saving the princess is a matter of course. I don't ask for any reward. Li Zishuan felt that his body had already recovered some strength. Thus he got off the bed and cupped his hands towards Li Yuan. In order to avoid some criticism, he could only involve Li Tai and Li Changqian. Li Yuan's eyes glared and he said unhappily, What? You think Zhen can't give you a reward? Humph. Although Zhen can't leave the palace now, Zhen still has all kinds of treasures and wealth. If you want beauties, Zhen can also give you hundreds. If you want to be promoted, Zhen will speak to Erlang. I don't think he will disobey Zhen. Hey, this old geezer is really narcissistic. Li Zishuan didn't want to be entangled with Li Yuan on this matter. He quickly said, Retired Emperor, this subject definitely didn't mean that. This subject is now deeply indebted to the Emperor. Wealth, official titles, and beauties are not lacking. Therefore, this subject really doesn't need a reward. He was very clear in his heart that whether it was official titles or wealth, he had already reached a peak. Advancing further would definitely be a disaster and not a blessing. Moreover, he didn't save Chang'e for a reward. He just felt sorry for this little girl who had been suffering from illness all this time. Heh, it's rare for you to be modest today. However, what should be rewarded should still be rewarded. At this moment, Li Er walked in with Empress Zhangsun, Li Changqian, Li Tai and Li Ku. Li Er's face was flushed red as if he had won a battle. He came in front of Li Zishuan and said, Today not only did you save Chang'e, But because of you, there is hope that Changle's illness can be completely cured. This can be considered to have solved one of Zhang's worries. You should be rewarded. And you must be heavily rewarded. He did have a reason to be happy. Changle's recovery gave him hope because Empress Zhangsuan's situation was exactly the same as Changle's. Now, with Changle's example, there was hope for Empress Zhangsuan's illness to be cured. Actually, Li Zishuan just wanted to go home as soon as possible. He was about to reject him when Li Er waved his hand and said, I know you don't lack anything now, but I still want to reward you. How about this? Now that you have 8 villages under you, we might as well bestow all of Lantian County to you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including Li Zishuan, was stunned. There was no other reason. This reward was simply too shocking. How big was Lantian County? This wasn't easy to measure at the moment, but the most direct measurement was population. Lantian County was considered a large county, and there were at least 50 to 60,000 people in the county. If converted into households, there were at least 10,000 households. Although Li Zishuan's current title was only that of a marquis, he could live in 10,000 households. This was a treatment that even ordinary princes couldn't enjoy. Furthermore, Lantian County was close to Chang'an, and its geographical location was rather important. Yet, Li Er gave it to Li Zishuan as his fief. This kind of generosity was not small. It could be said that just based on this reward, Li Er treated Li Zishuan better than his own son. As such, Li Zishuan could be said to have become the second largest landlord in Great Tang. The first was of course Li Er. In terms of land, no one could compare to him. After all, he had a vast territory. Your Majesty, please retract your order. This subject dares not accept such a heavy reward. Li Zishuan's heart trembled. After a moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, The bigger the bowl, the bigger the rice. Li Zishuan knew very well that the current him definitely couldn't enjoy such a large fief. Even if he agreed to Li Er's reward today, in the future, the court would definitely not agree to it. This reward was too big, to the point that no one could accept it. Our words carry enormous weight. Since it's given to you, you should accept it. As for the rest, if they have any objections, tell them to look for us. Others might think that this reward was too heavy, but Li Er didn't think it was heavy at all. After all, Li Zishuan had saved the 2 most important people in his life. A few years ago, when Changle and Changsun were suffering from illness, he even thought that as long as someone could completely cure their illness, he would be willing to give half of the country. Now this was just Lantian County. Even if the court officials had objections, he would still insist on such a reward. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Li Er was no exception. For the sake of his loved ones, he would definitely not regret being selfish for once. Your Majesty. Li Zishuan wanted to say more, but Li Er waved his hand and said, Enough, there's no need to say any more. Giving you Lantian County, other than because you cured Changle's illness, another reason is that us heard that you're very good at governing a place. Right now, Plum Village, Han Family Manor, and the rest of your fiefs have all become rich lands that everyone in the vicinity of Chang and is envious of. We have bestowed the entire Lantian County to you in hopes that you can continue to work hard and help us manage this county well. You've exhausted yourself today, us won't keep you any longer. Go back and rest early. Then this official will take his leave. At this point, Li Zishuan knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Li Er wouldn't change his mind. In fact, he also secretly hoped that his fief could be bigger, but he couldn't tell the exact reason. Perhaps this was the special plot that Chinese people had towards land. He just hoped that in the later court meetings, when the civil and military officials quarreled with Li Er over this matter, they wouldn't drag him into it. After cupping his hands towards Li Er, Empress Zhangsun, and Li Yuan, Li Zishuan walked out of the room. Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku followed closely behind. Little Xian, it's all thanks to you today. I owe you for this. He's yours. If you need anything, as long as it's within my power, I definitely won't hesitate. Li Changqian said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but say, Changqian, I already told retired emperor earlier that saving Changle was because of friendship. Moreover, you're the heir to the throne. I hope that you won't make this kind of promise to anyone under any circumstances. It's not good for you. Li Chengqian was a bit too excited just now. He also knew that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Hearing this, he said embarrassedly, "Little Xian, you're right. Then I'll prepare a table of good wine some other day to thank you for saving Chang'e today. How about it?" Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, "Haha, drinking wine is fine. Just don't make me pay the bill when the time comes." Li Chengqian laughed in spite of himself and said, "Little Xian, you're joking. Even if it was a year ago, I could still afford to treat you to a drink." Li Zishuan smiled but didn't say anything. Then he looked towards Li Tai and Li Ku. His gaze was slightly heavy as he asked, "How did Chang'e know that I was here? Was it you who reported the news? She ran all the way from Chang'e Palace to here. Why didn't you stop her? Don't you know that she has an illness and can't stand the cold wind?" Chapter 1173. On the arched bridge in front of Taiji Palace, Li Tai and Li Ku, the two grand princes, were trembling in fear in front of Li Zishuan, a marquis. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would drop to the ground. Mountain Elder, it was Chang'e who told Xiao Ku and me before that if little royal uncle were to find trouble with you, we should call her over to plead with royal grandfather. The situation was urgent at that time, and we didn't expect Chang'e's chi to suddenly act up. Li Tai's face was full of self-blame. He rubbed his hands and said guiltily. Li Zishuan snorted coldly. "Humph. Then do you know that your carelessness almost killed Chang'e? As the elder brother, you caused the death of your sister. I wonder if you'll be able to live in peace for the rest of your lives." Li Tai and Li Ku's faces turned pale when they heard this. Li Chengqian quickly mediated. "All right, Xiaoxian, since it has already happened, there's no point in saying anything more. Fortunately, Chang'e now has a blessing in disguise. She has a chance to completely cure her qi. Priest Sun said before that there can be no construction without destruction. No one expected her qi to flare up this time, but the end result is still good." Seeing that Li Chengqian took the initiative to speak up for Li Tai and Li Ku, Li Zishuan was secretly relieved. These brothers were finally acting like brothers, and no longer schemed against each other all the time. Haha. When Dr. Sun said that Chang'e used Taiji Fist to cultivate true qi, I was shocked. Xiaoxian, I didn't expect the Taiji Fist you taught to the students of the academy to be so magical. If the common people or the people of Jianghu knew about this, they would definitely go to the academy to learn it. Li Chengqian said with a smile. What? Chang'e used Taiji Fist to cultivate qi? Li Zishuan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. When he taught Chang'e Taiji Fist to the students, he only wanted them to strengthen their bodies. He didn't expect that someone could cultivate qi. After all, for ordinary people, the profound meaning of Taiji Fist was too profound. If they did not understand the fist intent and only understood the fist form, it was impossible for them to reach a higher level. Therefore, Li Zishuan was surprised that Chang'e could use Taiji Fist to cultivate true qi. Just think about it. A delicate and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true qi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt unreal. Perhaps this was the only way to describe Chang'e's talent in martial arts. Yes, I'm ashamed to say that I came into contact with Taiji Fist earlier than Chang'e, but I neglected to practice it. My progress is not even 1,000th of Chang'e's. Li Chengqian nodded with a face full of regret. With Chang'e as a living example, the Li family no longer dared to underestimate Taiji Fist. They believed that after today, there would be a craze for Taiji Fist in the palace. Li Tai scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Ahem. I'm going to start practicing Tai Chi next semester. Maybe in a few years, I can become a martial arts expert like Yamacho." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with this little fatty. Was it so easy to become a martial arts expert? Let's not talk about it now. We'll talk another day. Li Zishuan waved his hand and prepared to go home. He had stayed in the palace for so long that his family must be worried sick. Yamacho, Qingke and I are going back to Yunshan too. Why don't we take a carriage back to Yunshan together? Li Ke's eyes flashed with worry as he hurriedly said. He was mainly worried that Li Zishuan would get into trouble while riding a horse in his current condition. That was why he suggested it in a roundabout way. Yes. All right then. Li Zishuan thought about it and accepted Li Ke's kindness. Riding a horse in such cold weather was indeed not a pleasant thing, especially in the north. The wind was like knives on the face. No matter how good one's martial arts were, it would not feel good. Husband, you're finally back. As evening approached, he finally returned to the residence. Han Yushi was waiting at the door. Seeing Li Zixuan return, she hurriedly got up and greeted him. Xin'er, did the retired emperor make things difficult for you? Madame Li asked Li Zixuan as she stood up. Mother, it's nothing. It's mainly because something happened in the palace, so I was delayed for a while. Li Zixuan replied with a relaxed expression. Madame Li smiled as if relieved of a burden. Half an hour ago, Daoist son returned from Cheng. Mother heard from Daoist son that Princess Changel had a relapse. You were in the palace helping to treat her. How is Her Highness now? She's fine. According to Divine Doctor Sun, it's very likely that she'll recover in the future. Li Zixuan avoided the topic. Naturally, he could not tell his family that he had fainted because he had transferred qi to Changel in the palace. That's great. Her Highness is cute and kind. To be safe and healthy is truly a blessing to my great Tang. Madame Li sighed with joy. She had seen Changel when she came to the Li household. Moreover, she liked this little girl from the bottom of her heart. Now that she heard that the little girl's illness that had troubled her for several years could be cured, she naturally felt happy. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, please continue chatting. I'm a bit tired. I'll go in and rest for a while. Li Zixuan's body couldn't help but sway. He hurriedly regained his footing and said a few words to the elders in the room before heading to his bedroom. This time his body had truly been hollowed out. At the very least, he would need to recuperate for several days before he could fully recover. Mother, then I'll go see husband. Han Yushi looked worriedly at Li Zixuan's back. She turned her head and said a few words before following after him. 2 days later, the civil and military officials who had taken 7 days of New Year's Eve finally returned to work in the imperial court. The first day of work after the New Year's Eve was unusually busy. Every department in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had to report the backlog of problems to Li Er one by one. The morning court session lasted until noon, and it still hadn't ended. At this time, many officials' stomachs were already growling from hunger. Unexpectedly, Li Er released a shocking piece of news at this time. 2 days ago, Changel's illness suddenly flared up. The Duke of Yong and stabilized Changel's condition with his own efforts and used an ingenious prescription. There is hope that Changel's illness can be completely cured. All these years, Changel's illness has always been a sore point for me. Now that the Duke of Yong has completely cured it, I am very happy. Therefore, I have decided to bestow the entire Lantian County to the Duke of Yong as his fief. What do you think? Boom! Bestow the entire Lantian County to Li Zixuan? The moment he said that, the officials were in an uproar. Your Majesty, I don't think so. Although the Duke of Yong has made great contributions, it's too much to bestow the entire Lantian County to him. Please retract your order, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng frowned. He felt that Li Er was completely acting on impulse. Thus, he took a step forward and spoke righteously. Chapter 1174. HM? Why is the reward too excessive? Changel is the apple of our eye. We have said before that if anyone can cure Changel's illness, we will give them half of the country. Right now, it is only a small Lantian county. Wei Zhucheng, are you looking down on us or Changel by saying that the reward is too excessive? Within the Taiji Palace, Li Er saw that Wei Zheng was the first to jump out to oppose and frowned. He paused and snorted with displeasure. But how could Wei Zheng retreat because of Li Er's displeasure? This fellow was the most typical thorn in the imperial court during the Jingguan era. Opposing Li Er had already become a common occurrence for him. Your Majesty, this old subject is not looking down on anyone, but if all the citizens of Lantian County are in fief to Marquis Yong'an, how is that different from Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? Could it be that Your Majesty wants to restore the Zhou system? Enfeoffment system. Hearing this sensitive word, the faces of all the officials in the palace turned serious. In the history of ancient China, ever since the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states, the biggest problem that the founding emperors of each dynasty faced was which system to adopt to manage the country and ensure that the country would always remain in the hands of their own people. Regarding this, the Qin first emperor thought of a way to abolish the enfeoffment system and change it to a county system. As for the county magistrates, they were personally appointed by the emperor to govern the region. However, the Qin dynasty only existed for 15 years before disappearing. Later on, many founding emperors used the Qin dynasty's disappearance as a lesson and implemented the enfeoffment system. During the implementation of the enfeoffment system, because the emperor's relatives were watching over the country, they had a very close relationship. Thus, the citizens lived very well, and there were very few disturbances. However, this could only be done when the founding emperor was on the throne. Once the founding emperor died, there would be another catastrophe. Many vassals would start to fight for the throne and start to rebel. For example, the Western Han's rebellion of the state of Qi, and the Western Jin's rebellion of the 8 princes. However, during the Tang dynasty, although there were painful lessons from the Han and Jin dynasties, Li Er still wanted to use the enfeoffment system to reward his son and the officials who helped him obtain the throne. According to historical records, in the 7th month of the first year of Zhengguan, Li Er sought out Xiao Yu to discuss the enfeoffment system. Xiao Yu was a person who greatly respected the Zhou rites and could be said to be the most enthusiastic proponent of the enfeoffment system. At that time he said, "Based on my observation of the previous dynasty, I believe that the enfeoffment system will last for a long time." The Qin dynasty had 6 states, but the second generation died. The Han dynasty had the world, and the commanderies participated in the construction, but it took more than 400 years. The Wei and Jin dynasties were abolished and could not last forever. Li Er was overjoyed that he had finally found a like-minded person. He was about to issue a decree to reward the officials who had rendered meritorious service. But at the crucial moment, Li Er's idea was vehemently opposed by the officials led by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Li Baiyao, and Yin Shirgu. In their view, the enfeoffment system was the root of the country's troubles. Once this loophole was opened, the Tang Empire would inevitably be plunged into a chaotic state of war. Thus, at that time, the imperial court was divided into the anti-enfeoffment system and the enfeoffment system. But after Li Er's consideration, he finally decided not to enfeoffment system. The anti-enfeoffment system faction obtained a temporary victory. Now that the old matter was brought up again, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others could not sit still. Bastard! How could Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, not know what was at stake? His expression changed as he slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Wei Zheng and said angrily, "Wei Xuanqing, don't confuse the public. I am only giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong. And as a fief, what does this have to do with the enfeoffment system?" Seeing Li Er so angry, the officials in the imperial court immediately dispelled the idea of joining in the fun. Now that Li Er had ascended the throne for a long time, he had accumulated more and more power. Many officials were still afraid of him getting angry. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other. Finally, the two of them looked at Zhongsun Wuji at the same time. But the latter actually closed his eyes and crossed his arms, standing on the spot as if he was asleep. What a joke! Chang'e was Zhongsun Wuji's niece. Now that Li Zixuan had saved Chang'e, no matter what, Zhongsun Wuji as her uncle had to accept this favor. On this matter, even if he did not support it, he could not oppose it. Besides, in his heart, he also felt that Wei Zheng was making a big fuss over a minor issue. It was just a county in Lantian County. Although it was a little out of bounds compared to Li Zixuan's title, forcefully connecting it to the feudal system was a little too far-fetched. After reading Zhongsun Wuji's attitude, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and shook their heads. In the end, they did not go out to stand up for Wei Zheng. The pitiful Wei Zheng suddenly became a lonely warrior, facing Li Er's anger with his own strength. But the reason why a troublemaker was called a troublemaker was because he was not afraid of difficulties and faced them head-on. Wei Zheng was never afraid of difficulties. He took a step forward and said aggressively, "Your Majesty." As the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. Although a county cannot be compared to the enfeoffment system of the Western Zhou dynasty, once this example is made, I fear that our Tang Empire will repeat the mistakes of the Han and Jin dynasties. Speaking of which, this fellow was really stubborn and dared to say anything. If it was in the Ming and Qing dynasties just based on his words, the emperor would chop off his head and even exterminate his entire family. However, even though Zhengguan's words were more liberal, when Li Er heard this disgraceful sentence, he could not help but spit fire from his eyes. He pointed at Wei Zheng and said in exasperation, "Good, good, good, good for you, Wei Xuanqing. Do you really think that the tolerance I gave you is indulgence? How presumptuous! Men, drag Wei Zheng out and flog him 100 times." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the monarchs had always treated their ministers with respect. It was extremely rare for them to use torture on their ministers. It was only after the Ming dynasty that it gradually became more common to use caning on ministers. What I say is for the sake of the country. I am worthy of the heavens and the earth. Today, if your majesty wants to be like King Zhou of Shang, I am willing to do it. Wei Zheng's temper also rose at this time. He straightened his neck and looked directly at Li Er tit for tat. Presumptuous. Men, drag him out and flog him 200 times. Hurry. When Li Er heard this, he was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He roared out of the hall. Suddenly, 2 silver-armored generals came in and walked in the direction of Wei Zheng. At this moment, Fang Xianling could no longer sit still. If these 200 flogs were to be flogged, wouldn't Wei Zheng die directly? He quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down." Wei Xuanqing is straightforward and outspoken. Although his words were a bit extreme, I hope that your Majesty can forgive him on account of his dedication to the country. Chapter 1175. Forgive? How do you want me to forgive? It is because I have forgiven him time and time again that he is so unbridled now. Li Er's angry voice roared in every corner of the Taiji palace. Only now did people see Li Er's determination to reward Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, Minister Wei's words are indeed inappropriate, but it is not enough to warrant punishment. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Zhangsun Wuji also stood out. These were 2 separate matters. He indeed did not support Wei Zheng's words, but seeing that Li Er was about to punish the minister, he still had to step forward to stop it. This example could not be set. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Since Zhangsun Wuji had stood out to plead for leniency, the other ministers could not remain indifferent. Instantly, a large group of people bowed. When Li Er saw this, he was so angry that he did not know what to say. At this moment, Wei Zheng recklessly said, "This old minister's life and death are not important, but as your Majesty's minister, this minister should think for your Majesty's country. Giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and is against the law, and this minister believes that the Marquis of Yong, and will not agree. The people of Lantian County will also not agree." Li Er was so angry that he laughed. "Good. Since Wei Xuanqing is so confident, then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Wei Zheng said without hesitation. "Why wouldn't I dare? But how does your Majesty want to bet?" Li Er said with his hands behind his back. Let's bet on my decision. Whether Li Zishuan agrees or not, whether the people of Lantian County agree or not. With 2 days as the limit, I hope that after 2 days you Wei Xuanqing can still be so unyielding. Court dismissed. Without giving Wei Zheng a chance to refuse, Li Er flicked his sleeves and announced the dismissal of the court session. "Hey, Wei Xuanqing, don't you have nothing better to do? Your Majesty wants to give little Xian some land. What does that have to do with you? Jumping out in such a hurry to object. Isn't this just finding trouble for yourself?" The officials had been hungry all morning and wanted to go home to eat. When Li Er announced the end of the court session, the officials went back to their homes. Cheng Yaojin walked to Wei Zheng's side and patted his arm. As one of Li Zishuan's elders, he naturally stood on Li Zishuan's side in this matter. However, Li Zishuan's temper was too big in the morning assembly, so he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. He could only mock Wei Zheng after the assembly ended. Lu Guogong. This old man is wholeheartedly devoted to the public. I only care about the matter, not the person. No matter who is involved in this matter today, this old man will come out and stop His Majesty from acting willfully. Wei Zheng rolled his eyes and snorted at Cheng Yaojin. "Hey, what a stubborn old man. Just you wait. Old Chang don't even need to look to know that you're going to lose this bet with His Majesty. Don't cry when the time comes. Haha. Chang Yaojin waved his hand, not willing to waste any more time with a one-track-minded person like Wei Zheng. He left Taiji Palace and returned home. Damn it. This Wei Xuanqing has repeatedly contradicted me. It's really hateful. It seems that I have been too lenient with him in the past. After the assembly, Li Er came to the Sweet Dew Hall. Recalling everything that had happened in the morning assembly, he became angrier and angrier. In the end, he pushed away the memorials on the table and roared angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Don't be angry. At this time, Empress Zhongsun happened to walk in from outside the hall. Her complexion seemed to be much better than 2 days ago. Guanyin maid? Come and sit. When Li Er saw that it was Empress Zhongsun, he quickly restrained the anger on his face. After Zhongsun sat beside him, he asked with concern, How is Chang'e recovering? Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, Your Majesty, Chang'e has completely recovered after 2 days of recuperation by Dr. Sunday. This morning, this concubine followed Chang'e and practiced Taiji fist twice. Li Er immediately forgot some of the unpleasantness in the assembly and said with a smile, Good. Guanyin maid, you have to practice Taiji fist every day in the future. If I have time, I will practice with you. I heard from the Marquis of Yong, and that even if ordinary people can't sense qi when practicing Taiji fist, if they practice more, it will only be good for the body. When the locusts flood this summer, the palace's food must have locusts every day. In the long run, Guanyin maid, your qi will definitely slowly improve. Li Chengqian's prediction was right. After the incident with Chang'e, there was indeed a craze for Taiji fist in the palace. Not only Empress Zhongsun, but some of the concubines, princes and princesses in the harem also followed to practice Taiji fist. Now Li Er could be considered to have performed a real-life version of delicious. Last year, when the academy used locusts to make the delicacy soaring to heaven, Li Er wanted to find trouble with Li Zixuan after learning the truth. Unexpectedly, he was now looking forward to eating locusts in the palace again. Yes, delicious. The changes in the world could be said to be wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This concubine understands. If there was a chance to live longer, she believed that no one would be willing to die early. Why wouldn't Empress Zhongsun want to live a healthy life with Li Er? Therefore, when she practiced Taiji fist, she was more serious than anyone else. At this time, she looked at the scattered memorials on the ground and bent down to pick them up while smiling softly. On the way here, this concubine heard that Wei Xuanqing contradicted Your Majesty in the morning court. I think Your Majesty should be worried about this matter just now? Humph! That stubborn old man. When Wei Zheng was mentioned, Li Er immediately became angry. He briefly recounted what had happened in the morning to Empress Zhongsun. At the end, he couldn't help but add, Guanyin maid, do you think this Wei Zheng is arrogant because he is pampered? He completely took our previous tolerance for him as indulgence. He actually compared me to King Zhou of Shang and compared himself to Shanggan? Humph! If I were King Zhou of Shang, Wei Zheng would have died who knows how many times. In fact, the reason why Li Er was so angry today, other than Wei Zheng's attitude being a bit reckless, was that he had already promised to bestow Lantian County to Li Zixuan yesterday. Moreover, his father Li Yuan was still present at that time. In this way, if he really couldn't fulfill his promise because of Wei Zheng, not only would he lose his prestige, he would also become a joke in Li Yuan's eyes. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. Li Er had a very deep obsession in his heart, and that was to be an emperor for all eternity. No matter how bad it was, he had to be better than Li Yuan. He wanted to prove to his father that no one was more suitable to sit on the throne than him. Haha! Your Majesty, please calm down. That last bet of yours has caused Wei Xuanqing to suffer miserably this time. I don't know if someone will throw stones at Wei Xuanqing's house in the next 2 days. Empress Zhongsun softly comforted, then thought of something and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Chapter 1176. It was almost evening in the Yunshan residence. Li Zixuan looked at the golden silk in his hand, and helplessly revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He could only hear himself muttering to himself, Wei Zheng, this time it's not me who wants to make things difficult for you. It's His Majesty and the people. After that, he picked up the pen and paper on the table and scribbled a few lines of words. Then he put it in an envelope and left the study. He called Pang Feiji and said, "Feiji, quickly send this letter to the workshop and give it to Ma Zhou." It was already the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, and the workshop had already resumed production. Correspondingly, the editorial department of Datong Daily had already started work 2 days ago. Therefore, some of the people in Chang, and who had been away for work all year round, had taken advantage of these 2 days to enjoy the freshly baked Datong Daily, which was still emitting the fragrance of ink. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. "Mr. Ma, Marquis asked me to give this to you." In the new workshop in the editorial department of Datong Daily, after Song Xiaoxi's report, Pang Feiji met Ma Zhou and handed over the letter from Li Zishuan. At this moment, Ma Zhou was writing the application materials for the evaluation of professors. After the Lantern Festival this year, the teachers of the academy would start school early. The first thing in the new semester would be the evaluation of teachers' titles. A few days ago, Li Zishuan had asked Ma Zhou to start preparing. At this time he took the letter and opened it. He was stunned. If not for the fact that the handwriting on the letter was exactly the same as Li Zishuan's, he would have suspected that Pang Feiji was faking Li Zishuan's handwriting. "Okay, please tell Marquis that there is no problem on my side." After putting away the letter, Ma Zhou's expression was strange. He then said to Pang Feiji in a muffled voice, "Okay, then I'll take my leave." Pang Feiji was confused. However, he knew that some things could be asked and some things could not be asked. Therefore, he just nodded and left. Sigh. I really don't understand what Marquis is trying to do. After Pang Feiji left, Ma Zhou smiled and sighed. The next day, the headline of Datong Daily made Chang'an, which had been bustling for a few days after the Spring Festival, boil again. This subject, Li Zishuan, has heard that Your Majesty wishes to bestow upon this subject the land of Lantian County. This subject is in fear and trepidation. As a marquis, to receive a county as a fief is indeed against the rules. This subject will also be criticized by my colleagues. However, as Your Majesty's subject, I am willing to share Your Majesty's worries and make the following promise. If within 3 years, this subject is unable to ensure that the people of Lantian district can afford to wear clothes, eat meat, and read books, this subject is willing to hand over all my fiefs. I welcome all the people and officials of the Great Tang to supervise this subject. Li Zishuan, 8th day of the first month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. This short announcement was similar to a modern-day inauguration speech. However, this was the first time that the ancient people had seen such a form of announcement. They could not help but find it refreshing. However, what was more interesting was the content of the announcement. It seemed that Li Zishuan was going to bestow all of Lantian district to Li Zishuan. This was big news. Did I hear wrongly? His Majesty wants to bestow Lantian district to the Marquis of Yong'an? After reading the newspaper, the people exclaimed, especially those who lived in Lantian district or had relatives living in Lantian district. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. This is great. His Majesty is wise. From now on, I am also a farmer in Marquis's fief. Haha. In the future, my child might be able to attend school and even get into Yanhuang College. Haha. This is really good news. I have to go back and tell my child's mother. We have to celebrate at noon. Hey, old Zhong, you guys are really lucky this time. I used to say that you guys were too far away from Marquis's territory and couldn't become Marquis fief. Now you guys have finally gotten what you wanted. Haha. I have to go to your house to drink some wine later. That's not a problem. Old Yang, whenever you go, there will be wine to drink. As Marquis's farmer, we can't be stingy. Uncle Zhong, there seems to be something wrong with this headline. Yu Deheng, the scholar that was saved by Li Zishuan as the vanguard of the Cui Down movement, happened to be in the city to buy books today. He heard that Chitsu Culture was doing some discount promotion recently. Buying books would be much cheaper than usual. On the way, he heard people talking about the headline in the newspaper. He simply bought a copy of the newspaper and then read the contents of the newspaper to his fellow villagers. When the villagers heard the contents of the newspaper, they could not help but be happy. However, he could not help but frown. What's wrong? Little Jing? Isn't this a good thing? What's wrong? Yu family manners Li Zheng, who was also the Uncle Zhong that Yu Dehang mentioned, was puzzled. That's right. Elementary scholar Yu, you're well read. Can you help us analyze what's wrong? The people of the same village all looked at Yu Dehang and talked at once. It could be seen that this scholar was very respected in their village. Uncle Zhong, think about it. If the emperor really gave Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and why hasn't the emperor issued an imperial edict for such a huge matter? Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong, and didn't have to put these words in the newspaper. I think there must be a deeper meaning behind this. Elementary scholar Yu frowned and said in a low voice. Uncle Zhong heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, Oh, little Jing, what you said makes sense. There's something wrong with this. But no matter what, our village is about to be merged into Marquis fief. This is a joyous matter. Yu Dehang shook her head and said, Uncle Zhong, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. You see, Marquis said in the newspaper that as a Marquis, he received a county as his fief. This is against the rules and will cause criticism from his colleagues. Therefore, I'm guessing that there are court officials who are objecting to the emperor giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong, and as his fief. What? Someone objected? Who dares to object? Isn't this asking for our lives? We finally have the chance to become Marquis' villager. If we lose it because of them, then when will the people of our Yu family manor be able to eat meat and wear clothes? Uncle Zhong's eyes widened when he heard this and his voice involuntarily increased by an octave, attracting the attention of the passers-by. Uncle Zhong is right. Elementary scholar Yu, who exactly is objecting? This is a joyous matter for our village. We can't let anyone ruin it. The villagers were all filled with righteous indignation. Faced with the happiness that was about to fall into their bowl, no one wanted to watch it slip by. Yu Dehang thought for a while and said, Who exactly wants to stop the emperor from giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yongan? Let's split up and find out. Chapter 1177. It wasn't just the people of the Yu family manor. There were nearly 100 villages in Lantian County, and there were more or less villagers who came to Chang'an City today. Even those who didn't enter the city could obtain the news from the newspaper through various channels. When they heard that the entire Lantian County would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom, the commoners were undoubtedly elated. However, as the news spread, more and more people discovered the hidden meaning behind this announcement. Go, go, go. Old 7th Lu. Quickly go to Chang'an City. I heard that there are people who don't want Lantian County to become Marquis Yong'an's fiefdom. Let's quickly go to Chang'an City to take a look. What? Didn't Zhao Wazi say that His Majesty had already decreed that Lantian County would become Marquis Yong'an's fiefdom? Why did he change his mind now? Sigh. That's because you didn't read the newspaper carefully. Our village's Sir Wu said that Marquis Yong'an's words aren't as simple as they seem. Go, go, go. Quickly go. Alright. Old Wang, wait. If someone really dares to mess up this matter, I, Old 7th Lu, will be the first to not let him off. Similar conversations occurred in various villages in Lantian County. The commoners who didn't go to the market were now heading towards Chang'an City. A flood was about to sweep over. It's left Deputy Wei. Scholar Yu, I heard from a servant and assistant minister whose house that left Deputy Wei was the only one who strongly opposed His Majesty giving Lantian County to Marquis Yong. At 8:45 in the morning, the Yu family manor's dozen or so villagers gathered at the entrance of the East Market. One of the villagers said to Yu Dehang with a face full of resentment. As expected. Yu Dehang muttered to himself. Then he looked at Zhong Lijing and said, Uncle Zhong, what should we do now? To be honest, if it wasn't for this matter, Left Deputy Wei would have always been my role model. However, if all the other villages in Lantian County were to be merged into Marquis fiefdom, it would be beneficial to everyone. In terms of national law, Left Deputy Wei's objection is indeed understandable. However, he neglected the feelings of us ordinary villagers. Zhong Lijing's gaze darkened. He looked at the surrounding villagers, who were all agitated and eager to fight, and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Wei Zhuchang is indeed a good official who cares about the people, but he can't just focus on the law and ignore the interests of the people of Lantian County. Let's go to Wei Zhuoqing's house and ask him for an explanation. Good. To demand an explanation. Let's go and demand an explanation. As soon as Zhong Lijing finished speaking, he immediately received unanimous approval from the villagers. In the past, their Yu family manor wasn't Li Zishuan's fief, but they still managed to get by. However, humans were creatures. Once they were given hope and then disappointed, most people wouldn't be able to accept it. The villagers of the Yu family manor were now in such a situation. They saw that they had the hope of leading their families to a good life, but it was all ruined by Wei Zheng alone. How could they tolerate this? In addition, after learning that Wei Zheng was the instigator behind this, the people of the other villages all rushed to Wei Zheng's house in Yongxing Lane. There were more and more people, and they gradually formed a mighty torrent. They came from different villages, but at this moment, they all had the same goal. And that was to make Wei Zheng yield and stop interfering with Li Zishuan's reward. Madam, not good. There are many people gathered outside the residence. The old gatekeeper of the Wei estate was the first to discover the abnormality and quickly reported it to the maidservants in the residence. The maidservants then ran to the rear courtyard to inform the mistress of the house, Madame Pei. When Madame Pei heard this, she said in surprise, "There are many people gathered outside the residence. Master has always been an honest official, so why would these people come to our house to cause trouble? Could it be that they were instigated by some vile people?" Madame Pei was born in a prestigious family, but she was willing to marry into the Wei family, which was in decline. What she valued was Wei Zheng's upright, honest and outspoken nature. Although her life after marriage was very poor, with such a noble and clean husband, her spiritual life had always been quite fulfilling. Therefore, when she heard that there were people gathered outside the Wei estate today, she felt a burst of doubt. She might not dare to say anything else, but she felt that Wei Zheng's official and moral character were impeccable. "Madam, those people didn't cause trouble and didn't say anything else. They only said that they want to see Master and ask him to let them go." The maidservant bowed and replied. This group of people gathered in front of the Wei estate was much more rational and restrained compared to the group of people who gathered around the Chui estate last year. It was mainly because Wei Zheng's official reputation had always been very good, and most of the people felt that he was a good official. Although Wei Zheng might have made a mistake in the matter of Lantian County being awarded to Li Zishuan, the people still remembered that Wei Zheng had treated them well in the past and restrained their behavior. "Let them go? Let's go. Lu He, let's go out and take a look." Madame Pei thought about it and still couldn't understand how Wei Zheng had offended this group of people, so she stood up and said, "Madam, don't. You mustn't. There are too many people outside the estate. What if some bad people mixed in and hurt you? What should we do? Madam, you should wait for Master to return." When the maidservant heard this, she jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped her. At this time, Wei Zheng should still be in the morning court, so she didn't dare to let Madame Pei go out to investigate the situation. After all, the matter of the Chui estate being destroyed by the angry people more than a month ago was still fresh in the minds of many Chang'an citizens. "It's fine. Since these people didn't cause trouble, they definitely won't harm me." Lu He quickly moved aside. Madame Pei insisted. "I won't move aside. I can't let Madame go out and take risks. If Madame wants to go out, you have to step over my body." The maidservant did not back down. "Left Minister Wei. Left Minister Wei. I beg you to let us go." At this time a commotion suddenly came from outside. Madame Pei's expression changed as she said, "Master is back. Let's go to the back of the courtyard to take a look." This time Lu He didn't stop them and followed Madame Pei to the front yard. "Let you go? When have I ever done anything to harm you or restrict your freedom?" In front of the Wei estate, Wei Zheng had just returned from the morning court and saw many citizens gathered in front of the estate from afar. His heart sank and he hurriedly came to the front of the crowd. When he heard the citizens all asking him to let them go, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Student Yu Dehang greets Left Minister Wei." Just as Wei Zheng finished speaking, Yu Dehang walked out and cupped her hands towards Wei Zheng. Then she said, "This student comes from the Yu family manor, which is the northernmost manor in Lantian County. Last year, under the management of Marquis, the 8 manors in Lantian County's fief of Marquis Yong, and were all well fed and well clothed. Now that we heard that His Majesty wants to bestow the entire Lantian County to the Marquis Yong-un, but Left Minister Wei, you have a different opinion. So we came here to implore Left Minister Wei to change your mind and let His Majesty bestow the entire Lantian County to the Marquis Yong. Chapter 1178. Relying on law is not enough to govern, and relying on virtue is not enough to govern. A country has its laws and a family has its rules. His Majesty's decision to give Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong and is clearly not in accordance with the country's laws. This is a calamity that will bring chaos to the country. As an important official of the empire, how can this old man sit by and do nothing? In front of the Wei residence, Wei Zheng looked at the aggressive commoners in front of him. There was not the slightest trace of fear on his face as he spoke righteously to Yu Dijin. Hearing this, Yu Deheng frowned and said in a low voice, Left Minister Wei's words are incorrect. What does Lantian County have to do with Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? The Marquis of Yong and is benevolent, and the commoners of his fief all love and respect him. Now that they hear that the other villages of Lantian County have the opportunity to become the Marquis of Yong and's fief, countless commoners are overjoyed and scrambling like ducks. This is what the people want. Left Minister Wei, you keep saying that you are doing this for the sake of the country's laws and dignity, but you have disregarded the people's will and harmed the tens of thousands of commoners of Lantian County. Being spoken to like this by a late student, Wei Zheng's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Brushing his sleeves, he angrily said, Foolish brat! Since the founding of the Great Tang, there have been many restrictions on the enfeoffment of the nobles. This old man has never heard of anyone being able to obtain the fief of tens of thousands of households as a marquis. With this example, I'm afraid that in the future, there will be many vassals in the Great Tang. The rebellion of Prince Qi of the Western Han and the rebellion of the 8 princes of the Western Jin are not far off. This old man will definitely not agree to this kind of politics that brings chaos to the country. His worries were not without reason. According to history, in the 13th year of Zhengguan, Li Er indeed brought up the old system again. However, at that time he changed the name to feudalism. The so-called feudalism was like the Western Zhou's enfeoffment of vassals, allowing the various princes and meritorious officials to hold a permanent position in a place that could be inherited by their descendants. This matter was clearly a reversal of history. As a result, it was strongly opposed by Fang Xianling, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, Ma Zhou, Li Baiyao, and Yu Jining. Afterwards, under the circumstances where the objections of all the officials were ineffective, it was the already married Princess Changel who personally stepped forward to persuade Li Er to withdraw the order. The enfeoffment system had its advantages, but it also had its drawbacks. During the Enlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty, it was precisely due to the excessive power of the regional military commanders that caused the Great Tang dynasty to suffer an unprecedented blow. It was difficult for it to return to its former glory. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the enfeoffment system was good or bad. At this moment, facing his former spiritual idol, Yu Deheng inexplicably felt a little disappointed. He angrily said, Left Prime Minister Wei, are you going to ignore the suffering of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County just to insist on your political views? In this way, even if you realize your political ambitions, what's the point? This student remembers that the Marquis of Yong and once said that everyone in Yanhuang College should have a heart for the heavens and earth and a life for the people. Your actions today are far inferior to the Marquis of Yong. With an ashen face, Wei Zheng said, Shut up. Since ancient times, only when the country is stable can the people prosper. This old man's political views are to protect the stability of the Great Tang dynasty. This brat only sees the immediate benefits but cannot see the future of the world. He is truly a short-sighted person. At this moment, Yu Deheng no longer cared about being polite. He retorted sarcastically, Left Prime Minister Wei is truly eloquent. This student does not understand how bestowing Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong and would affect the stability of the country. What you are worried about is that the Marquis of Yong and will gradually grow in power like the Dukes of Western Zhou. However, Lantian County is close to Chang. Rather than doubting the loyalty of the Marquis of Yong, and why not worry about the lives of the people in the counties surrounding Chang'an? Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong and had once said that if the people of Lantian County could not afford to eat meat, wear clothes and study within 3 years, then he would automatically relinquish all of his lands. From this, it can be seen that the Marquis of Yong and only wants to let the people live a good life and not for the sake of fighting for power and profit. As for us villagers, we only want to live a good life under the rule of the Marquis of Yongan. Firstly, we do not violate the laws of the country. Secondly, we do not harm our personal morals. Why must left Prime Minister Wei force us? Yes, we only want to follow the Marquis of Yong and live a good life. We only want to live a good life. We beg left Prime Minister Wei to grant us this wish. Yu Dehang's last sentence could be considered to have spoken the hearts of all the villagers. Immediately, the several hundred villagers in front of the Wei residence all began to talk at once. Humph! Wei Zheng's insistence for many years was completely worthless by Yu Dehang's words. He wanted to say something, but when faced with the knife-like gazes of the people, he could only brush his sleeves and turn around to enter the house. Because at this moment, a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. Thinking about how he, Wei Zheng, had been cautious and conscientious all his life, wasn't it all to let the people live a good life? But now, he had become the target of the people's condemnation. Could it be that he had really done something wrong? Old master, are you all right? In the front yard of the Wei residence, Madame Pei came over with a gentle expression and asked Wei Zheng with concern. Sigh. I'm fine. Wei Zheng shook his head and sighed tiredly. At this moment he seemed to have aged several years. Madame Pei wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Wei Zheng smiled bitterly and said, Madame also wants to persuade this old man to give up? Madame Pei hesitated and said, Old master, this concubine understands your ambitions, but there are times when people need to know how to be flexible. The Marquis of Yong and obtaining a bigger fief will only benefit more people. This is in line with old master's original intention of helping the people. Why do you insist on being stubborn and offending tens of thousands of people just because of something that hasn't happened yet? Wei Zheng opened his mouth with difficulty and said, But madam, the laws of the country cannot be violated, the ratio cannot be changed. Old master, the Marquis of Yong, and taking control of Lantian is still unknown whether it will be a blessing or a curse for the great Tang. Why don't you wait 2 years and see? Moreover, the Marquis of Yong and also said that if he doesn't have any political achievements in 3 years, he will voluntarily withdraw from all his fiefs. In other words, in these 3 years, he is only helping the emperor and the imperial court to manage Lantian County. Old master, what are you worried about? Madame Pei said in a gentle voice. When Wei Zheng heard this, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. Because according to this, in these 3 years, Li Zishuan was only helping the imperial court to manage Lantian County. As long as he didn't do a good job, Li Er could take back all his fiefs at any time. This was very different from the hereditary fief system. Madame's words are like pearls. This husband will carefully consider it. Wei Zheng was silent for a long time before he came back to his senses. He waved his hand at Madame Pei and then walked into the room. However, his back seemed a little bent at this moment. Chapter 1179. Shaojing, did Wei Zhuqing agree or not? Zhong Lijing and the other villagers couldn't understand the battle of words between scholars. Seeing Wei Zheng flick his sleeves and leave, Zhong Lijing was a little puzzled. Yu Dehang shook her head and sighed. Ah, Uncle Zhong, tell everyone to disperse. Let's go back and eat first. Zhong Lijing understood the hidden meaning in Yu Dehang's eyes. His expression darkened, and he turned around to look at the main entrance of the Wei estate. He let out a long sigh and then turned around to shout at the villagers of the Yu residence. Let's go. Listen to Scholar Yu and go back first. Ah, Lijing, we're going back just like that? Wei Zhuqing hasn't agreed to us yet. A villager said in surprise. Zhong Lijing said in a bad mood. Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking nonsense? Although the Yu residence's villagers were unwilling, they still obediently left because of Zhong Lijing's scolding. However, the other villagers weren't as good-tempered as Yu Dehang. Hey, we originally had the chance to become a villager of the Marquis of Yong, but hateful Wei Zhuqing had to ruin it. Bah, that's right. I heard that Wei Zhuqing was a good official, but now it seems that he's a treacherous official. Hey! Some of the more irritable commoners cursed and spat at the Wei estate's gate or picked up stones on the ground and threw them into the Wei estate's courtyard. Bang! Ouch! Which wicked person is throwing stones into the sky? A cry of pain immediately sounded in the Wei estate's courtyard. The commoners outside hurriedly scattered when they heard the sound. After all, since ancient times, commoners didn't fight with officials. However, they couldn't throw stones openly, but no one could control them if they secretly threw them. Therefore, in the afternoon, the servants and maidservants of the Wei estate suffered because no one knew if a sudden disaster would fly over in the next moment. A stone or feces would fall from the sky and land on their heads. Hehe. Now it's Wei Xuanqing's turn to have a headache, right? Imperial Palace West Court, Lizheng Hall. Li Er put down the newspaper in his hand and smiled at Empress Zhongsun. Your Majesty must have seen today's headlines, right? I don't know what the Marquis of Yong'an is thinking, to suddenly publish such a notice on Datong Daily. It looks like he's purposely hinting to the people that someone doesn't want Lantian County to be his fief. Empress Zhongsun had clearly read today's newspaper. When she heard this, she couldn't help but giggle. Li Er smiled but did not speak. Seeing this, Empress Zhongsun's eyes turned and she suddenly said, His Majesty should have given the Marquis of Yong'an some sort of decree? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Li Er's expression froze. He opened his mouth, but neither admitted nor denied it. Hey! This kid didn't put in any effort at all, and he wants to obtain 10,000 households' land. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Empress Zhongsun smiled, and then a worried expression appeared on her face, saying, It's just that the Marquis of Yong'an is talking too big this time, right? There were 60 to 70,000 people in Lantian County. To let everyone be able to afford to eat meat, wear clothes, and study was extremely difficult. Not to mention 3 years, even if it was 10 years, no one would be able to do it. Li Er frowned, thinking in his heart that all of this was done by this kid on his own initiative. This emperor did not ask him to make such a promise. Although this was what he thought in his heart, but towards Li Zishuan's ability, Li Er still had a lot of trust. Thus he said, Guanyin maid, rather than worrying about this, why don't you guess if Wei Zheng will admit defeat in tomorrow's morning court? Because this matter to other people was an impossible matter, but to Li Zishuan it might not be so. And with that kid's character, if he wasn't confident in something, he would definitely not speak rashly. Empress Zhongsun carefully thought about it. It seemed like the awesome that Li Zishuan had boasted back then had all come true. In comparison, letting the people of the fief have enough to eat and wear wasn't an impossible matter. This concubine heard that when it was close to noon, Wei Xuanqing's house was surrounded by the citizens of Lantian County. However, with Wei Xuanqing's unyielding character, I'm afraid that even if the citizens opposed, he wouldn't easily give up. So I guess that in tomorrow's morning court, Wei Xuanqing will definitely not admit defeat. Li Er's eyes flashed and thoughtfully said, Then let's wait and see. The next day, before the morning court, under the steps in front of Taiji Palace, the officials gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other as they waited for the morning court to begin. Hey, Wei Xuanqing, I heard that your house was very lively yesterday. How was it? Did you get hurt? Wei Zheng came later today. The officials stood in front of Taiji Palace for half an hour before he arrived. As soon as he arrived, he was mercilessly mocked by Cheng Yaojin, this old demon. Wei Zheng angrily glared at Cheng Yaojin and replied, Humph, this old man is so ruthless. There's no need for High Duke Lu to worry. After saying that, he walked towards the position of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. There was no other way. When a scholar met a soldier, there was no way to reason clearly. In terms of shamelessness, he was far from Cheng Yaojin's opponent. Morning court. Fortunately, he didn't come very early today. After standing for a while, a eunuch came over and shouted. The officials lined up and entered Taiji Palace one by one. After the monarch and minister greeted each other, Li Er directly looked at Wei Zheng and said, Minister Wei, the 2 days have passed. Tell me who won this bet. The officials in the hall all cast their eyes on Wei Zheng, guessing in their hearts how Wei Zheng would answer. However, most people felt that with Wei Zheng's temper, he would definitely not admit defeat. Wei Zheng had already thought about it before leaving this morning. At this moment he stepped forward, cupped his hands towards Li Er and bowed. Replying to your majesty, this old official lost this bet. As your majesty wishes to punish, this old official will not refuse. Everyone, including Li Er, couldn't help but be stunned. The dignified Wei Zheng actually admitted defeat? Was this still the flamethrower Wei who dared to scold Li Er for half a day? Li Er was stunned for a moment. He thought that he would have to waste his breath. He didn't expect Wei Zheng to admit defeat so easily. After a pause he laughed. Haha. Minister Wei is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. What crime is there? Back then I only said that it was a bet, but I didn't say what the stakes were. Now that Minister Wei has admitted defeat, does anyone have any objections to the matter of Lantian County being awarded to Li Zishuan? This was called the demeanor of a victor. Between the monarch and his minister, timely tolerance was very necessary. Wei Zheng naturally cupped his hands and said, "This old official has no objections." The reason why he admitted defeat today was not because the people threw stones and feces at his house, but because he was deeply affected by his wife's words yesterday. Since Wei Zheng did not object, what reason did the other officials have to object? Thus, they all cupped their hands and said, "This official has no objections." Haha, good. In that case, from today onwards, I will bestow Lantian County to the Duke of Yong'an. Chapter 1180. Your Majesty, today is already the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. I plan to leave tomorrow and bring the Cui family to Zhengzhou. In the Taiji Palace, after Li Er announced that Lantian County was officially under Li Zishuan's control, Wei Zheng cupped his hands and continued. Li Er was overjoyed. Ah no, his expression turned solemn. He pulled a taut face and said seriously, I'll have to trouble you with the Cui family's matters. In order to prevent any accidents, I will send a team of imperial guards to escort you along the way. When we reach Zhengzhou, I will have all the officials in Hunan listen to your orders. Wei Zheng would escort Cui Zhenchuo to Zhengzhou and thoroughly investigate the corruption of the officials of Hunan province. This was originally decided before the new year. Now that Wei Zheng had taken the initiative to leave for Zhengzhou before the Lantern Festival, Li Er naturally had no reason to disagree. He even had some faint expectations in his heart, because his ears could finally be quiet for a while. Cough cough. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Er still looked serious on the surface. The image of a harmonious ruler and his subjects was reflected in the minds of all the officials. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng bowed and said. After experiencing this incident, Wei Zheng felt that there were still some areas that he needed to improve on in terms of governance. He could use the excuse of going to Zhengzhou to reflect on it. Li Er nodded and announced that the morning assembly would continue. At noon, as the morning assembly ended, Zhao Song rushed out of the palace on a fast horse with an imperial edict in his hand, heading straight for the east city gate of Chang'an. Some of the quick-witted citizens saw the direction Zhao Song was heading in and roughly guessed what was going on. Look! Someone from the palace came out to deliver the imperial edict. It's heading towards the east of the city. Could it be that the bestowment of Lantian County has been decided? Haha. If that's the case, that's great. The people of our manor have been looking forward to merging into the Marquis of Yong'an's fief for the past 2 days. Although it was only a guess, the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County hoped that this guess would come true. In a moment, all eyes were focused on Cloud Mountain. There lived a young man who was like an immortal. His chest was deep and he was talented. In the Cloud Mountain area, he could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Sometimes a single word from him could bring endless wealth to the people. In the eyes of the merchants, he was the god of wealth. In the eyes of the people, he was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. He was the Marquis of Yong'an. Young master. Head steward Zhao was here. The imperial edict is here. In the imperial court, Li Zishuan and Wei Zheng had a battle of wits and courage. It was very lively. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch and was sitting in the small courtyard, watching the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard, watching the clouds roll and disperse in the sky, quite leisurely. At this moment, Xiao He hurriedly ran over, shouting as she ran, "Oh, I'm coming." Li Zishuan nodded and stood up. It had been 4 days since the incident in the palace. His body had more or less recovered. Not only did his strength not decline, but it had also improved slightly. However, it was only a slight improvement. If he wanted to break through, he would have to wait a few years under normal circumstances. However, Li Zishuan was not in a hurry. After all, he was still young. Moreover, with his talent and understanding, it was still very possible for him to enter the great Grandmaster realm in his lifetime. Haha. Head Steward Zhao, long time no see. Marquis of Yong, long time no see. After a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the house and saw Zhao Song in the front courtyard. The two old acquaintances naturally had to exchange a few pleasantries. After going through the ceremony to receive the imperial edict, they finally got to the main topic. Zhao Song opened the imperial edict and read, "The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees, all great doctors must calm their nerves and resolve their illnesses. They must have no desires, and must first show great compassion to others. Today, there is the Marquis of Yong'an, who has superb medical skills and miraculous hands, who saved my beloved daughter Chang'el from danger. I am very happy and specially grant him Lantian County. In addition to his previous fief, he will have a total of 13,527 households to live in. I, Li Zishuan, accept the imperial edict and thank you for your kindness." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, then stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Initially, he was not willing to accept such a large fief like Lantian County. However, since Li Erqiang gave it to him, he had no choice but to accept it. After thinking about it, although his fief was bigger and his responsibilities greater, he would have more manpower and resources to use in the future. Only when there were more people working together could more wealth be created in society. Old Man Li, Madam Li, Han Yushi, and the three members of the Yi family were all dumbfounded. They had seen the announcement on Datong Daily yesterday, but they had thought that as long as Wei Zheng did not yield, the imperial edict would not be issued. However, it had only been 2 days and the imperial edict had been issued. In other words, from today onwards, the entire Lantian County would belong to the Li family. In the entire Tang Empire, they were the nobles with the most fief under the title of prince. Li Zishuan's fief had already far surpassed those dukes in the imperial court. He, Marquis of Yong, congratulations. Zhao Song congratulated him with a smile. Thank you. Li Zishuan immediately asked Xiao He to bring the money and stuffed it into Zhao Song's hands. Although Zhao Song was not greedy for money, he was still very willing to share in the joy of this kind of money. After everything was done, Zhao Song bade farewell and left. Cloud Mountain immediately became a sea of joy. Little Xian, from today onwards, all the land in Lantian County belongs to our family? Yi Yuzhu asked in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's right, Mother. Now you don't have to think about buying land in other villages, right? Yi Yuzhu had always had a little hobby, and that was to buy land. Whenever she had spare money, she would buy land. Before Li Zishuan returned to Chang, and last year, Yi Yuzhu had bought the entire Han family manor. Child, are you laughing at your mother? Haha. How could I? Mother, you must have misunderstood. Cloud Mountain was full of joy and harmony. The imperial edict has been issued to Cloud Mountain. From today onwards, Lantian County belongs to the Marquis of Yong. Haha. That's great. This time, our manor has really become the Marquis's fief. Haha. At the foot of the mountain, as time passed, more and more people knew that Lantian County was going to belong to Li Zishuan. The commoners ran around to spread the news. In broad daylight, every household set off firecrackers. Standing on Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan could hear the firecrackers coming from all around Cloud Mountain. The commoners were treating today as New Year's Eve. It was even livelier than New Year's Eve, because from today onwards, the commoners in the other villages in Lantian County could be as well fed as the Han village and Plum village. To the commoners, there was suddenly hope for their lives. Of course, it was even livelier than New Year's Eve. Chapter 1181. The next day, a 10-mile pavilion outside Chang'an City. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, there would be a pavilion every 10 miles outside the main city. Later on, there would be a short pavilion every 5 miles for pedestrians and friends to bid farewell to each other. Today, Wei Zheng led the imperial guards and escorted the Cui family to bid farewell to the officials and generals in the imperial court. Although Troll Wei's mouth was usually hated, most people still admired him for his conduct. His Majesty has arrived. Today's morning court was very short. The purpose was to make time for the officials to bid farewell to Wei Zheng. After the court, Li Er packed up in the palace and rushed over on a horse. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The officials bowed. Li Er said, "You may dispense with the formalities." Then he went straight to Wei Zheng and said earnestly, "My dear Wei Zheng, this journey is long and dangerous. No matter what, you must take care of yourself. The Tang Empire can't do without you." Li Er's feelings for Wei Zheng were very complicated. When Wei Zheng scolded him, he wanted to kill the old man in front of him countless times. After all, as the emperor, he also needed to save face. But every time after that, he would be glad that Wei Zheng could reprimand him at the crucial moment. This person was like a mirror to him, always able to find his shortcomings. So in general, he both loved and hated Wei Zheng. Although he had sent Wei Zheng to Hunan province partly for personal reasons, it was mostly for official business. He also didn't want anything to happen to Wei Zheng in Hunan. Without Wei Zheng, he would feel that something was missing in his life. Wei Zheng felt that the feelings in Li Er's words didn't seem to be fake. He raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, this old official will not fail his mission and eliminate the officials in Hunan. It's getting late. This old official will take his leave. Your Majesty, please take care of your body." Then Wei Zheng cupped his hands at Li Er and all the officials and turned to leave. "Retired Emperor wants me to enter the palace again?" In the afternoon, Eunuch Chao, who was by Li Yuan's side, came again. Everyone in the Li family felt a strong sense of vigilance rise in their hearts. A few days ago, Li Zishuan was invited by Eunuch Chao to the imperial palace. He only came back when it was almost night time. Moreover, when he came back, his face was exhausted. Clearly, his experience in the imperial palace was not easy. Although Li Zishuan said that there was nothing wrong, Li Jingma and Madame Li could more or less guess what was going on. Therefore, when Eunuch Chao invited Li Zishuan again today, the Li family members were somewhat repulsed. Marquis Yong'an, please don't misunderstand. The retired emperor only wants to invite you into the palace to chat with him. He doesn't have any other intentions." Eunuch Chao immediately understood when he sensed the vigilant aura coming from the Li family. He hurriedly said with a kind smile, "Yes, then please wait for a moment. This marquis will pack up and follow you into the palace." Li Zishuan nodded and turned to walk into the inner room. Han Yushi and Madame Li hurriedly followed in without batting an eyelid. Madame Li stepped forward and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm. She asked worriedly, "Xian'er, the retired emperor won't still hold a grudge against you, right?" Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Mother, don't worry. The retired emperor already buried the hatchet with me last time. This time he probably really just wants to chat with me. You and father shouldn't think too much." After experiencing the incident with Chang'e last time, Li Zishuan believed that Li Yuan would not harm him again. Although this old man was sometimes a bit overbearing, he could still distinguish between good and bad. If that's really the case, then mother can rest assured. Madame Li heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. "Then husband, this concubine will help you change your clothes." Han Yushi happily stepped forward and said, "Okay." Putting on his court attire, Li Zishuan rode with Chao Cixi to Chang'an City. Actually, if Li Yuan had no ill intentions towards him, he would rather like this old man summoning him into the palace from time to time, because this way, he could ignore the confinement order and legitimately descend Cloud Mountain. Marquis Yong'an, you're here? No need to be so courteous. Sit." Passing through Taiji Palace and arriving at Li Yuan's courtyard. Unlike the cold words last time, Li Zishuan received Li Yuan's warm reception this time. And Li Yuanchang, that little thing, was actually also there. The father and son sat around a table. There was even a wooden card on the table. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed, then sat across from them. "We heard about this kind of bandit fighting game from Qingke. Since we have nothing to do today, we wanted to find Marquis Yong, and to play a few rounds." Li Yuan saw Li Zishuan put his gaze on the wooden card on the table, and said with a smile. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Yuanchang beside him without leaving a trace, then said to Li Yuan, Since retired emperor has such a refined interest, then this subject is naturally willing to accompany you. Li Yuan laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I heard that this bandit fighting game must have a prize to be interesting. Marquis Yong'an's family is rich, so you definitely aren't someone who lacks money. Why don't we play a few rounds with 100 rounds as the base?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but be amused. He thought to himself that it was rare for him to go out, and he actually met someone who wanted to take the initiative to give him money. If he didn't agree to this kind of thing, then there was really something wrong with his brain. This subject has no objection. As long as retired emperor has fun. It should be as long as he loses happily, Li Zishuan silently added in his heart. Although he didn't know how Li Yuan's card skills were, he, as the founder of Landlord, No Bandit Fighting, was confident that his grasp of the rules and skills would definitely win against the two people on the field. Besides, with his powerful mental strength, his brain was simply a natural card holder. Facing him, this human cheat, what could Li Yuan and Li Yuanchang use to fight with him? He, Imperial Grandfather, Chang'e has come to pay respects to you. Brother Shaoxian is also here? At this moment, Chang'e walked in from the outside wrapped up tightly. When she saw Li Zishuan sitting in the courtyard, a trace of surprise appeared on her face at just the right moment. What kind of person was Li Yuan? How could he not see through the little scheme in her heart? However, his face still revealed a trace of benevolence. Chang'e has come? Come in quickly. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. It just so happens that your Imperial Grandfather wants to play 2 rounds of bandit fighting with the Marquis Yong'an. You can learn from the side. After you learn, come and play with Imperial Grandfather often. Then Chang'e will learn well from Imperial Grandfather. Chang'e responded crisply, then turned her head to glance at Li Zishuan. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes and disappeared. Brother Shaoxian, thank you for saving me that day. Otherwise, Chang'e. Chapter 1182. Call Bandit. Don't call. Don't call. Super Double. Taiji Palace. In the palace where Li Yuan was, 3 people were sitting around a table and happily playing Bandit. Chang'e was at the side holding her chin and blinking her eyes at the changing game on the table. Of course, her little eyes would also glance at Li Zishuan from time to time. It was worth mentioning that there was already a pile of small notes with a red seal in front of Li Zishuan. This thing was something like a banknote that he made on the spot. One note was 100 strings of coins, and it was stamped with Li Yuan's private seal. Each person was given a banknote of 5,000 strings of coins, and they would settle the bill together after the game. After all, silver was not in circulation in this era. Their game was relatively big, and the base bet was 100 strings of coins. Sometimes they would even raise it if they caught a bomb or something. Just 100 strings of coins could fill a cart. According to their way of playing, even if the room was full of coins, it would not be enough for them to play for half a day. Li Yuanchang, this unlucky child, was in pain and joy at the moment. He was happy because the fun of bandit fighting was far beyond his understanding, and he was completely addicted to it. Of course, he was in pain because he had lost at least 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins. This was all his private money, and he was not like Li Tai and Li Chengqian who had shares in Strange Interest Pavilion or Strange Interest Culture. He could enjoy dividends of tens of thousands of strings of coins every year. It was not easy for him to get money usually, and these 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins had already hurt him a little. But if he shrank back and stopped playing at this time, he would feel weak and would be looked down upon by Li Zishuan. Therefore, he was really in pain and joy as he gritted his teeth and persevered. Besides, he still had a trace of luck in his heart, and that was to recoup his losses and even win some money from Li Zishuan. Hey! 3 with a pair, I only have 1 card left. Li Zishuan casually threw out 5 cards, then crossed his legs and looked at Li Yuanchang with a smile that was not a smile. Although he did not care about money, anything that could make the enemy suffer was worth him being happy. This kid deliberately tricked him before. No matter what, he had to make him bleed a lot today. Li Yuanchang opened his mouth, and a sense of helplessness suddenly overwhelmed him. This was all part of Li Zishuan's plan. Now the remaining cards on the field couldn't control the 3 circles of a pair of 10. I can't afford it. Li Yuanchang sighed helplessly and shook his head. Li Yuan also shook his head. Without any suspense, Li Zishuan won another round and earned 200 strings of cash. Speaking of which, there were probably not many people in the entire Tang dynasty who could earn money faster than him. One round only took 1 or 2 minutes, and if he was lucky, he could earn 1 or 200 strings of cash. His wealth was simply amazing. Haha, this bandit fight was really interesting. Marquis Yong, and your card skills have also made us look at you in a new light. At the end of the round, Chang'e acted as the beautiful dealer and helped to shuffle the cards. Li Yuan laughed heartily at this time. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I just played more and am more familiar with it." In fact, after playing for so long, Li Yuan did not lose much money. Li Zishuan mainly focused his firepower on Li Yuanchang, so relatively speaking, Li Yuan could understand the fun in the card game more. Hehe. Alright. It's getting late. Today's card game will end here. Chang'e, go back and rest. Li Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky, then said with a smile. Chang'e nodded. She had watched the card game from the side for the whole afternoon and also saw that Li Yuan had no malice towards Li Zishuan, so she had nothing to worry about at the moment. She got up and said goodbye. Then Imperial Grandfather Brother Shaoxian, Chang'e will go back first. Chang'e, take care. Li Zishuan nodded and watched Chang'e leave. Heh. Cixi, come over and calculate how much money should be given to whom for me? If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. This cannot be sloppy. Li Yuan raised his eyes and looked at eunuch Chao standing beside him and instructed. Li Zishuan shook his head. Actually, there was no need for Chao Cixi to calculate. He already knew the result in his heart. After all, he was a master of mathematics in everyone's eyes. How could he not have this bit of ability? However, although he knew in his heart, he did not say anything to stop it. Chao Cixi responded, then called over 2 little eunuchs to help count together. After a moment, Chao Cixi cupped his hands and said carefully, Your Majesty, the result is out. His Highness King Lu lost a total of 4,400 strings of cash. You lost a total of 1,200 strings of cash. Only Marquis Yong'an won. A total of 5,600 strings of cash. Li Yuan did not get angry after hearing this. He pointed at Li Zishuan as if reproaching but more like half-joking and said, Good, Martin. I did not expect that I called you here today to give you money in the end. How do you plan on thanking me? 5,000 strings of cash was definitely not a small amount. With the price of goods in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, if placed in a relatively poor small county, 5,600 strings of cash was basically a county's tax income for a year. Li Zishuan's heart moved and he replied, This subject thanks your Majesty for the reward. May your Majesty's dragon body be in good health. Haha, good. Li Yuan laughed loudly, then said to Li Yuanchang, Yuanchang, tomorrow send the money you lost along with my money to Yunshan. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. As a person, you cannot go back on your words. Do you understand? For some reason, Li Yuanchang seemed to be very honest today. In the entire process of the mahjong game, he did not deliberately create trouble for Li Zishuan like before, nor did he fan the flames at the side. At this moment, he nodded obediently and said, Father Emperor, don't worry. This subject's son will take care of these matters tomorrow. Li Yuan said again, and then you go back first. We still have some things to discuss with Marquis Yong. This subject's son will take his leave. Li Yuanchang cupped his fists and left. However, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that today's main topic had finally arrived. The afternoon mahjong game was just an appetizer. Marquis Yong, yesterday you saved Chang'e. We are very grateful in our hearts. We still have a request today. I wonder if you can agree to it? As expected, once Li Yuan opened his mouth, nothing good would come out of it. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty's words are too serious. This subject's ability is limited. Within the limits of my ability, if your Majesty has any request, this subject will definitely do my best to fulfill it. When Li Yuan heard that, he sighed helplessly and said, You really are a slippery fellow. Forget it. We won't beat around the bush with you either. You are very young. And your future is also limitless. We just want to ask you for a favor. I hope that after our 100 years you can take care of Yuanchang a little. It can also be considered as lessening some of Erlang's sins. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, I reckon that in the entire imperial palace, only Li Yuan dares to say such words, right? He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said word by word, Your Majesty, this subject cannot make things difficult for Prince of Lu. However, there is a saying, when the heavens commit a sin, it can be forgiven. When one commits a sin, one cannot live. His Highness Prince of Lu's future life and death is not in this subject's hands, nor is it in your Majesty's hands. It is only in his own hands. Chapter 1183. Thinking about it carefully, Li Yuan had a good plan. Today he first called Li Zishuan over to play cards, but there was another person at the table, Li Yuanchang. His goal was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He wanted to use the card game to let Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan ease the relationship between each other, lose some money at the same time, and give some favors without leaving any trace. Finally, he would raise this request to Li Zishuan. The whole thing was one loop after another. Li Yuan's wishful thinking could be said to be well planned. Making this plan was nothing more than after hearing Li Zishuan's words yesterday, he realized the possible ending that Li Yuanchang might face in the future. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Now in the entire Tang Empire, besides Empress Zhang's son, he was the only one who understood Li Er. He knew very well that with Li Er's style of doing things, when he rode the crane deity in the future, if Li Yuanchang still had the same temperament today, then it would definitely be an ending of brothers killing each other. That was why he said that his arrangement was to lessen Li Er's sins. But Li Zishuan would not fall for this old fellow's trick. Under Emperor Li Er's wise leadership, the Tang Empire would only become stronger and stronger. He had no need to help Li Yuanchang, this pile of mud. At that time, not only would it be a thankless task, he might even get himself into trouble. Not to mention that there was originally some unhappiness between him and Li Yuanchang. Li Yuan wanted to use this small favor from this afternoon to resolve the enmity between him and Li Yuanchang. That was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Li Yuan's gaze was like lightning, staring at Li Zishuan for a very long time. Then he muttered with a sigh, The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Young people are indeed full of vigor. Actually, I don't have any other requests. I just want to entrust Mark Yong, and to save Yuanchang's life at the crucial moment. You don't need to care about anything else, it all depends on his luck. If it was in the past, if someone dared to reject him, the other party would definitely not have a good ending. But today his power had fallen and he was past his prime. His heart no longer had the heroic spirit and domineering spirit of the past. Deep in his heart, he only wished for the safety of his children. The Black Tortoise Gate incident 2 years ago had not only dyed the imperial palace red with blood, it had also extinguished his lofty ambitions, causing his heart to turn to ash. Because in this world, there was probably nothing more tragic than seeing one's own flesh and blood being torn apart. It was precisely because he had experienced it that he felt fear in his heart. Li Zishuan's words a few days ago had awakened him from his drunken stupor after losing the throne. There were some things that could not be solved by running away. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Please forgive me, retired emperor. There are some things that I can help with, but there are some things that I really can't help with. King Lu's life was in his own hands. If he really did something outrageous in the future, no one in the world would be able to save him. It's already late. I have to leave the city as soon as possible. I'll take my leave. After he finished speaking, he bowed, and then slowly retreated towards the outside of the hall. Li Yuan stared at Li Zishuan's back, and didn't make a sound to stop him. His expression changed indeterminately, and after a long time, he lightly sighed with emotion. Brothers fighting and killing each other. Could it be that this is the destiny that I, Li Yuan's son, can never walk out of? Your Majesty, that's all. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhao Song recounted everything that Li Zishuan had experienced at Li Yuan's place in detail to Li Er. Obviously, Li Er had also planted spies at Li Yuan's place. Hey, this kid actually came to the imperial palace to earn money today, and he even earned more than 5,000 strings of coins. He's really something. After listening to Zhao Song's narration, Li Er scolded with a pained expression. Li Yuan's life in his later years was extremely luxurious. That was all money that he, Li Er, had dug out from under his fingernails. Last year, when the Tang Empire's treasury was at its most difficult, Li Er did not reduce Li Yuan's expenses. Because even though he had seized the throne, Li Yuan was still his father after all. When it came to filial piety, Li Er never dared to be sloppy. Therefore, the money that Li Zishuan had won today could be said to be Li Er's money. Because most of Li Yuanchang's money was obtained from Li Yuan, therefore, in general, it was Li Er's loss. What else did Imperial Father say to Li Zishuan? Shaking his head, Li Er asked again. He valued Li Zishuan very much. Even though he was filial to Li Yuan, he still had a trace of vigilance in his heart. Now that Li Zishuan was getting closer to Li Yuan, it was inevitable that he would be wary. Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered, Your Majesty, just now before the Marquis of Yong'an left, I spent half an hour alone with him. However, as for what they talked about, this old servant has no way of knowing. Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, All right, we already know, you can leave first. Zhao Song cupped his hands and left. The hall fell into silence. Spent half an hour alone with him? Imperial Father, what did you tell Li Zishuan about? Li Er sat on the dragon bed, his eyes flickering as he muttered softly. On the afternoon of the second day, Li Yuanchang indeed personally brought people to deliver dozens of carriages of copper coins to Li Zishuan. The mighty fleet of carriages looked very spectacular. Han Yushi and Madame Li found out last night that Li Zishuan had accompanied Li Yuan to fight the bandits in the Imperial Palace, and won more than 5,000 strings of coins. Therefore, today, the servants and accountants here were already waiting in formation, waiting for Li Yuanchang to deliver the money. Marquis of Yong'an, this is 5,600 strings of coins. Have someone count it. Li Yuanchang cupped his hands and said. His attitude had long since lost the rebellious attitude he had on New Year's Eve at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Haha, then I'll have to trouble your highness. Li Zishuan returned the greeting with a smile, then said, Your Highness King Lu keeps your word, delivering the money so quickly. This marquis deeply admires you. Come, quickly brew a cup of hot tea for His Highness to warm his body. Li Yuanchang's heart was both pained and angry, but he still concealed these negative emotions very well, not revealing the slightest abnormality on his face. There's no need. I was originally willing to bet, so there's nothing to say. On the other hand, I had no intention of offending you on New Year's Eve. I truly shouldn't have. Today I came to apologize. I hope that the Marquis of Yong'an can let bygones be bygones. Seeing Li Yuanchang's refined and courteous appearance, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. If a person's temperament changed greatly in just a few days, then there were only two possibilities. Either his life suddenly changed and he had an epiphany, or he was forced by some external pressure to deliberately disguise himself. Based on his judgment, Li Yuanchang definitely belonged to the second situation. False feelings, this kid should have been taught a lesson by Li Yuan in private. Otherwise, why would he come to apologize today? Your Highness King Lu is thinking too much. I already don't remember what happened that night. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to show off his acting skills with this little brat. He still had a lot of things to do. Right now, he just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. As long as Li Yuanchang didn't take the initiative to provoke him in the future, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with Li Yuanchang. Oh. Chapter 1184. San Bao, I will give you 2 bodyguards. Find a few reliable people in the residence and prepare well today. Tomorrow, you will leave for Bashu and help me find the vanadium mine. The reason why Li Zishuan didn't want to waste time with a brat like Li Yuanchang was because he had more important things to do. This more important thing was to continue building his industrial blueprint. Looking back at his actions in the first year of Zhengguan, other than the big event of Yanhuang College, he had only done some experimental experiments such as voltaic batteries, telegraph machines, electric lamps, generators, and so on. Among them, some things had already been created, while some were still in the theoretical stage due to various practical reasons. But in general, these things had yet to be mass-produced. Therefore, Li Zishuan had set a few small goals for himself this year. First, the 3 acids and 2 bases needed for the foundation of the chemical industry must be mass-produced. Second, the hydropower station on the Ba River must be started. It could be completed, but it must be started this year. Third, the generator must be built successfully. Although the first-generation generator might be ugly, cumbersome, expensive, inefficient, and unstable, these weren't problems. The first-generation generator was just a transition. Once the first-generation generator was installed on a stone culvert or a small dam, it would be able to generate electricity. With electricity, it could be refined into copper, and this was the time to prepare for the second-generation generator. Once there was a stable and efficient second-generation generator, he could continue to develop technology. Fourth, he would start to focus on developing the metallurgy industry. In this year, he would send people out to search for all kinds of metal deposits. Then he would use the copper, iron, coal, and so on in his hands to produce crude copper, crude iron, and other metals. Then, he would use electricity to refine all kinds of metals and finally produce all kinds of alloy steel. Fifth, with the alloy steel and electricity, he could consider manufacturing the mother machine, the machine tool. At that time, Tang Dynasty's industrial foundation would undergo a qualitative leap. Then, all kinds of advanced technological products would become possible. Well, from the looks of it, the second year of Zhengguan was definitely a full year for Li Zishuan. His schedule couldn't be more full. Young master, what does the vanadium mine look like? Sanbao frowned and asked. Before the new year, Sanbao, Afu, and the rest had stayed in the workshop for a period of time because they were making fireworks. It could be said that they had gained experience at the basic level. Most importantly, Fu Bin could not leave the Shangxi mine. Otherwise, that lad would definitely be more experienced in finding ores. Li Zishuan took out a small booklet and handed it to Sanbao. I have recorded the appearance and characteristics of the vanadium ore here. Prepare well today. It would be best if you can set off tomorrow. Sanbao took the booklet and flipped it open. There were colorful illustrations with textures and lines, as well as some descriptive words. It was really quite detailed. He closed the booklet, scratched his head and smiled. Young master, it's a good thing that I've been learning to read since last year. Otherwise, Sanbao wouldn't be able to understand a single word on this. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha, young master, I told you to study more when you had nothing better to do. It was still useful, right?" Sanbao nodded and said, Yes, it was useful. This time, Sanbao will bring a dictionary to Sichuan. If I come across words that I don't know, I can look it up myself." Now, because of the widespread distribution of the Tang Dynasty dictionary, more and more people in the Tang Dynasty could read. According to Kong Ingda, Fang Xianling, and the rest, the number of people participating in the Tang Dynasty's imperial examination would increase by a lot in 3 to 5 years. Haha, you're worth teaching. Li Zishuan laughed heartily and said, Sanbao, this mind search is also a kind of experience for you. In the land of Sichuan, all kinds of forces are tangled and complicated. You all need to be careful on this trip and try not to provoke the local forces. Once you have ascertained the location of the vanadium mine, come back immediately. At that time, this young master will naturally ask His Majesty for an imperial edict and then open the mine legitimately. The ancient Sichuan referred to the modern Sichuan Basin and some of its neighboring areas. It was not only a geographical concept, but also a cultural one. The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains. To the north was the Qinling Mountains, to the northwest was the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, to the south was the Yungue Plateau, and to the east was the Yangtze River. It was very inconvenient to travel outside. In the north, only the Boxi and Ziwu roads were connected to Guangzhou and Guangdong. In the south there were many valleys and in the east there were mountains. The east sewer was also very dangerous, and only the western plains were slightly more convenient. Hence, the land of Sichuan became a relatively isolated geographical unit, far away from the mainland. Although the Basha region had been incorporated into the political system of the Central Dynasty a long time ago, due to the geographical isolation and the distance from the political center, as well as the large number of Di, Chong, Man, and Liao clans living in Bashu and around the basin, the land of Bashu had actually become the edge of the dynasty. In this place, sometimes the words of a clan leader might be more useful than those of Li heir. Since the Han Dynasty, the Sichuan region had many separatist regimes and large-scale rebellions. Hence, it formed the impression that the people of Sichuan were chaotic, especially the local powers represented by the Sichuan tribes, which were said to be strong. At the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the world was in turmoil. However, the land of Sichuan was relatively peaceful. However, that was only relative to the outside. Inside there were many powers. Especially between the various tribes, the relationship between the powers was really complicated. In the future, if a vanadium mine was found in Sichuan, how to mine it peacefully would be a tough problem. Sanbao obviously understood the importance of this matter. At this moment, his face was not as happy as before. He nodded and cupped his hands. "Young master, don't worry. I will be careful." Li Zishuan patted Sanbao's shoulder and encouraged him. "And, Sanbao, do well. If you do well, I will be assured to give you more important missions. As for you, you will also be able to enjoy endless wealth." To his own employee, it was necessary to give him some chicken soup for the soul. As expected, Sanbao was instantly pumped up. He held his head high and said, "Young master, Sanbao doesn't want wealth. As long as I can help you do your job, Sanbao is satisfied." "Haha. Okay. Stop sucking up. Go and prepare." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Yes, young master." Sanbao left. Li Zishuan was deep in thought. The metallurgy industry in Tang Dynasty was not very developed. The metals that had been mined were gold, silver, copper, and iron. This was definitely not enough. It seemed like he had to train a group of talents to search for ores all over the country. Chapter 1185. On the third day after the imperial edict was issued, Lantian County's county magistrate, he personally came to Yunshan Villa to visit Li Zishuan. It wasn't a good time to have conflicts with Li Zishuan, but every year at the beginning of the year, whether it was the imperial court or the local government, they would be very busy, so Mr. He immediately came over when he was free. "Greetings, Marquis." At the beginning of the new year, the government office was very busy. After knowing that the entire Lantian County would be in theft, I didn't come to visit immediately. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. County magistrate, he was a middle-aged scholar who was close to 40 years old. He had a small beard on his chin and his body wasn't as fat as most officials. His moderate and serious image gave people a good impression. Li Zishuan's initial fief was within the borders of Lantian County, and he had met County Magistrate He a few times. The imperial edict for the fief had already been issued 2 days ago, and County Magistrate He only came to visit him today. Li Zishuan wasn't angry, and instead he felt a bit of admiration. He didn't like those officials who only knew how to flatter. His subordinates only needed officials who could do things. Haha. County Magistrate He is too polite. Official matters are more important. I'm grounded in Yunshan anyway, so I can't run away even if I want to. County Magistrate He smiled and said, "Haha. Marquis is joking. His Majesty grounded you in Yunshan not to punish you, but to give an explanation to others." Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't dwell on this issue. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture and said, "There's a lot of wind in the hospital. County Magistrate He, please come in and talk." "Marquis, please." County Magistrate He was obviously very sensible, so he modestly declined. Li Zishuan smiled and took the lead to walk in. After the two entered the house, Li Zishuan asked someone to brew a cup of hot tea for County Magistrate He. After the hot tea was served, County Magistrate He took out a gray package from behind him and opened it on the table. He then smiled at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, this is the name list of all the citizens of Lantian County, as well as the tax revenue of Lantian County for the past 3 years, including agricultural tax and business tax. If you have the time, you can take a look at it. If there are any problems, you can send someone to summon me at any time." After the entire Lantian County became Li Zishuan's fiefdom, not only were all the people and officials in the county under the jurisdiction of Li Zishuan, all the taxes collected every year in the county would all belong to Li Zishuan. It was not an exaggeration to call Li Zishuan the local tyrant of Lantian County. That was why County Magistrate He handed over the household registration of all the people in Lantian County as well as the annual revenue of the county government to Li Zishuan. This was because from today onwards, Li Zishuan would be the highest-ranking official of Lantian County. Li Zishuan did not look at the name list of the people. He opened the account book at the back and scanned through it. He could not help but frown. Lantian County alone collects about 100,000 dan of agricultural tax and 1,000 strings of business tax every year? County Magistrate He's eyebrows twitched. He thought that Li Zishuan felt that the taxes collected were too little, so he hurriedly said, Marquis, the tax system used by Lantian County for the past 2 years was issued by the imperial court. In addition to the poor harvest the people are already suffering. It is not easy to collect so much agricultural tax. I hope that Marquis will not increase the taxes on account of the people's suffering. Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, When did I say that I want to increase the taxes? I was just lamenting that Lantian County's agricultural tax is so high, but the business tax is so little. 100,000 dan of grain, according to the current market price, was only 5,000 strings of business tax. But the business tax was only 1,000 strings of business tax. Was this not a joke? In the modern era, even if it was a poor county, the business tax would not be collected so miserably. County Magistrate He heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Li Zishuan with a strange gaze and replied, Lantian County is adjacent to Chang. Merchants usually go to the east and west to do business. Although there are various shops in Lantian County, it is not easy to collect so much business tax in a year. Actually, what County Magistrate He said was only one of the reasons. The reason why the business tax was lower than the agricultural tax was because of the business tax system of this era. China's ancient business tax started in the Western Zhou dynasty. It was first collected in the bazaar. It was related to the use of land in the bazaar and measurement equipment. It had nothing to do with the tax on goods. The mountain and lake tax was also collected. But in essence it was a kind of rent for the use of the country's natural resources. During the spring and autumn period, the various vassal states collected business tax. But in the city tax, other than the occupation of land, registration and other things, the tax was based on a certain percentage of the trade volume. This was actually quite similar to the modern business tax. At the beginning of the spring and autumn period, the more developed countries started to have tariffs. In the later spring and autumn period, it became more common. Not only were there tariffs at the borders, there were also many checkpoints on the roads in the interior. The normal tax rate for customs and city tax was 2%. During the Warring States period, the business tax was collected as before. Only the state of Qin exempted foreign merchants from customs to attract them, and used this to gain the support of the merchants from various countries. After the state of Qin was unified, customs were abolished throughout the country. The Han dynasty followed the state of Qin. During the northern and southern dynasties, the northern regime focused on land rent. During the time of Emperor Xiaowen of Northern Wei, business tax was not collected. In the later period of Northern Wei, city tax was collected. The shops were divided into 5 categories. There was also a city tax. Once one entered the city, one had to pay a coin. During the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty, the country was unified. Once again, customs were abolished and only the city tax was collected. The tax rate was 30% and the tax rate was 1%. It was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Just based on this tax rate, if the people of the modern era who made a living by doing business were to transmigrate to the early Tang dynasty, they would definitely be overjoyed. In this era, the imperial court and local government mainly relied on agricultural tax. The business tax was just a buy one get one free gift. Li Zishuan frowned and said, County Magistrate He, in the next 2 days, I want you to organize a detailed document on the agricultural and business tax collection method, ratio, and scope of Lantian County. Send someone to deliver it to me. County Magistrate He was a bit confused, but he still nodded and said, Okay. This official will go back in a while and organize people to draft the document overnight. It will be sent over tomorrow. Li Zishuan secretly praised this County Magistrate He. Not only was he willing to do practical things and care about the people's livelihood, he was also very capable. If his loyalty was not bad, he could be a good assistant in the future. County Magistrate He must have a lot of doubts in your heart. This Marquis will tell you clearly. Regarding the agricultural and business tax, this Marquis feels that the business tax is too light and the agricultural tax is too heavy. In the next 3 years, the agricultural and business tax ratios of Lantian County must be reversed. This is my promise to the people of Lantian County. It is also my hope for all the officials of Lantian County. Li Zishuan looked at County Magistrate He with a burning gaze. His words did not stop until he was shocked to death. Chapter 1186. Yunshang Courtyard, Li Residence Main Hall. After County Magistrate He heard Li Zishuan's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Reversing the ratio of agricultural tax and business tax, this was something that no one had ever dared to think of since ancient times. China was an agrarian society in ancient times. Every dynasty emphasized agriculture and suppressed business. Of course, this suppression did not refer to levying more business tax, but the various restrictions on the status of merchants. The classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided into classes, directly nailing the merchants to the lowest level of society. However, although the Tang dynasty followed the previous dynasties and stipulated that merchants or ancestors who were merchants could not become officials, and also limited the color of their clothing in real life, merchants could enter the palace and interact with high officials and nobles. There were even some who could pass the examination to become an official. Compared to the previous dynasties, the status of merchants in society was gradually increasing. Although the laws of the Tang dynasty prohibited the nobles and bureaucrats from competing with the people, but they could not resist the temptation of huge wealth. The nobles and bureaucrats all entered the business world and engaged in business operations. It was because of this that the ratio of business tax in the Tang dynasty was so low. This was because the nobles and bureaucrats who had already gained benefits would oppose the rulers competing with the people. Moreover, if the nobles and bureaucrats wanted to avoid paying taxes, it was simply too easy. This directly led to the annual business tax revenue of the imperial court not even being a tenth of the agricultural tax. Over time, the ruler's emphasis on business tax became lower and lower. This problem was not only present in the Tang dynasty, but also in many dynasties before and after the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when County Magistrate He heard this, he was so shocked. Marquis, if you rashly change the ratio of business tax, I'm afraid that all the shops in Lantian County will move away. Moreover, the aristocrats in the city may all oppose it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the business tax we receive will be even lower. County Magistrate He had been an official for so many years. His experience in governance was much richer than Li Zishuan. He almost instantly thought of the consequences of increasing business tax. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's not talk about this first. In the future, this marquis will naturally have a way to make the merchants in the county voluntarily pay more tax. This marquis will first familiarize himself with the situation in Lantian County before saying anything else. Otherwise, it will really be just an armchair strategist." Hearing this, County Magistrate He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Actually, before he came, he was worried that Li Zishuan would act according to his wishes and arbitrarily implement government orders. If that was the case, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Lantian County had completely become Li Zishuan's fief. As long as Li Zishuan didn't rebel, no one could control him. Now, it seemed that although Li Zishuan had the intention of reform, he did not force the reform by force. That made him feel a little relieved. Regardless of whether it was in ancient times or modern times, a department was most afraid of a leader who didn't know anything and liked to give orders blindly. Marquis, you're too modest. Over the next few days, this lowly official and the deputy magistrate of the Yamen will organize the situation of the various villages in Lantian County into a book. When the time comes, I will send it to you, Marquis. County Magistrate He cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Thinking that he had become the king of Lantian County and could give orders, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel slightly excited. In his previous life, he had played City Skyline and other similar city simulation games. He felt that being a mayor planning a city and giving his citizens a good life was a very satisfying thing. Now he had directly become the king of a piece of land, controlling the life and death of tens of thousands of people. The excitement in his heart was something that couldn't be compared to in the game. Of course, after the excitement, he felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He wanted to give his fief citizens a good life. He wanted Lantian County to become the richest county in the entire Tang dynasty, and even the entire world. County Magistrate He hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that there was no need to stand on ceremony. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Right. Marquis, the location of your residence in the county has already been planned. The county yamen will be recruiting craftsmen to help you renovate the residence. If you have any needs or requests, just send someone to inform this lowly official." Although Li Zixuan had residences in Chang'an and Yunshan, now that he had been granted the entire Lantian County, he had to buy a residence in the county. Firstly, it was to announce his identity as the owner of Lantian County. Secondly, it was to make it easier for the county yamen officials to report to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "There's no need for the county yamen to provide manpower or money. This marquis will send someone to build it myself in a few days. There's no need for county magistrate he to worry about it." "County magistrate," he hurriedly said. "How can this be? Since marquis has been granted the title of Lantian County, renovating a residence for marquis is the responsibility of the yamen. How can we let marquis spend money?" Li Zixuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "That's enough. This marquis doesn't lack that bit of money. If county magistrate he really feels apologetic, take the money that was originally given to this marquis to renovate the residence and give my brothers in the yamen double their monthly salary. Just treat it as a token of my appreciation." Others would be strict with new officials, but Li Zixuan was giving everyone a piece of candy as soon as he took office. However, his candy wasn't that delicious. In the future, if he discovered that someone in the county yamen wasn't doing their job well, he wouldn't hesitate to take it back by double. County magistrate, he thought of Li Zixuan's current wealth and couldn't continue to persuade him. He could only cup his hands and say, "Then this lowly official will represent everyone in the yamen in thanking marquis." County magistrate, he said his goodbyes after he finished explaining the matter, and did a preliminary handover of some affairs in Lantian County. He was very satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation. Li Zixuan did not make things difficult for him, and for the time being, he would not interfere with the county yamen's personnel structure and government decrees. Lantian County would also not be thrown into chaos because of a sudden arrival of a new master. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival, also known as the Lantern Festival, the lesser first lunar month, the Lantern Festival, or the Lantern Festival. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the first full moon of the year. It was also the night when spring returned to the land. People celebrated it and also celebrated the continuation of the new year. Sima Qian created the Taichu calendar and listed the Lantern Festival as a major holiday. Since the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties it had flourished. Fiery trees and silver flowers combine. The iron locks of the star bridge open. And Chun left with the horse, and Mingyu chased after the man. The roaming horsemen all trotted to the Li, and the song ended with the plum blossoms. Gold doesn't stop the night and jade doesn't rush it. From the Tang people's 15th night of the first lunar month, one could roughly see how the Tang people celebrated the Lantern Festival. Actually, since the 14th night of the first lunar month, Chang'an City had already lifted the curfew. On the 14th, 15th, and 16th, the people in the city could go out to enjoy the lanterns for 3 consecutive nights. It was called night release. Therefore, in these rare 3 nights, from the nobles to the peddlers, everyone went out to enjoy the lanterns. As a result, the streets of Chang'an City were filled with people and carriages. It was very lively. As for Li Zixuan, because he was trapped in Yunshan, he naturally couldn't feel the liveliness in Chang'an City last night. However, early in the morning, someone rushed from Chang'an City to Yunshan. Chapter 1187. Chengqian, why are you here? That's right, Li Chengqian came to Cloud Mountain near noon. Haha. Little Xian, I'm here today to ask for a favor. Li Chengqian said with a chuckle after entering the main hall. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly and said, Ha! Chengqian, just say what you want. I can't bear such words. Li Chengqian grinned and said, Cough cough. Little Xian, it's actually nothing much. I'm here to ask if you're planning to set off fireworks at the academy tonight? Li Zixuan was taken aback. Then he said with some amusement, Haha, Chengqian, you want to bring a batch of fireworks back to Chang'an, right? He would never believe that Li Chengqian came all the way here just to ask such a boring question. The only possible explanation was that this fellow was here to ask for fireworks. Haha. To be honest, I want to make use of the Lantern Festival to set up a fireworks show in the palace, this time to make father, mother, grandfather, and Changle happy. Li Chengqian said with some embarrassment. Seriously speaking, this fireworks show was Li Zishuan's original patent. It felt a little strange for him to ask for it at this time. Li Zishuan did not care about this. He smiled and said, Haha, I was wondering what it was, so it's fireworks. Chengqian, why did you have to come personally for such a small matter? There will indeed be a small fireworks show at the academy tonight, but there are still extra fireworks in the warehouse. I'll get someone to send them to the palace later. Compared to New Year's Eve, Li Zishuan prepared plenty of fireworks this time. The day before yesterday, he even got someone to send an ox cart of fireworks to Old Chang. Old Chang had pre-ordered this long ago. Something would happen if he did not give it to him. Even so, he was still quite rich. He did not plan to sell this in the short term. It was good to give it to Li Chengqian. Haha, then I'll thank you. Li Chengqian said with a smile and cupped his hands. But Chengqian, you have to take care of the fireworks and prohibit all sources of fire from getting close. Otherwise, this thing will cause a lot of damage. No, I'll send a craftsman over to take care of the fireworks for you. The imperial palace was an important place. Once an explosion or fire occurred, the impact would be no small matter. Li Zishuan had no choice but to be cautious. Yes, that's for the best. When the time comes, I will also send some people to watch over them carefully. Li Chengqian nodded seriously and replied. Li Zishuan explained some other things to take note of. Seeing that it was already noon, Li Zishuan symbolically asked Li Chengqian to stay for lunch. Unexpectedly, Li Chengqian agreed without hesitation. It turned out that this guy was not only here to ask for fireworks, but also to freeload a meal. After all, the food here was even more delicious than the ones in the palace. At 5 in the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened, but Chang'an City was brightly lit. Since ancient times, the Lantern Festival was the last festival of all kinds of festivals during the Spring Festival. After this festival, everyone would settle down and do what they needed to do. Therefore, the people also attached great importance to this festival. Before the sky turned dark, every household in every neighborhood hung 2 lanterns in front of their doors. The eastern and western cities did not implement a curfew tonight, and all the big shops were operating as usual. Neat rows of lanterns were hung on both sides of the street. There were many types of lanterns, and each had its own characteristics. There were egrets twirling flowers, yellow dragons spitting water, golden mallards, silver swallows, transient light cave, star-gathering pavilion, and so on. It was dazzling. Such a beautiful display of lanterns naturally attracted all the people, from the emperor to the commoners. When the sky turned dark, the city was immediately filled with carriages and horses. No one cared about the people. The families of the kings and lords made merry on horseback, praising and competing with each other. The scholars all composed poems to record the event. After dinner, most of the commoners in Chang'an City brought their families out to shop. Some restaurants and shops took the opportunity to launch some promotional activities to attract a large number of rich people to spend money in their shops. They all wanted to make a lot of money tonight. Ahem, except for the men who would go out, the women also went out tonight. According to records, on the night of the Shangyuan festival, Chang'an City was as bright as day. The mountain shed was more than 100 feet high. After the divine dragon, there were many decorations. Scholars and women all went out at night, and the roads were blocked by carriages and horses. The Lantern Festival was also known as the Valentine's Day in ancient China. The beauties in ancient times were usually very honest. Basically, they lived a monotonous life of not going out of the house, not going out of the house. They were watched too strictly. However, it was different during the Lantern Festival. Not only could they go out of the house, but they could also go out at night. This made the ladies very excited. Therefore, many Tang poems left verses of beauties playing and looking at the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. There are many beauties on the river and bridge. There are many fragrant carriages on the road. The South MO black silk ride, the East neighbor pink dress, and so on. As a result, the night of the Shangyuan festival was even more lively. Everywhere in Chang'an City could be seen children chasing each other, girls playing and single men giggling. On Yunshan Mountain, the festive atmosphere was also quite strong. Although the number of lanterns was definitely not as many as those in Chang'an City, the variety was not inferior at all. The entire Yunshan Mountain was decorated and surrounded by lanterns. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, it was as if there was a dreamy fairy palace on the mountain. Chumo, why don't you go back to Chang'an for the festival? Maybe you can bump into a lady on the street. If you two catch each other's eye, Uncle Cheng will be very gratified. After Li Zixuan came to the brightly lit academy, he met Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others who were fighting bandits on the lawn in front of Guanghua Building. He couldn't help but make fun of them. There was no other way. Cheng Chumo was the only leftover man among them. If he didn't make fun of him, who else could he make fun of? What lady? Pair of sharp Cheng Chumo didn't hear too clearly. He saw that Li Tai in addition to a pair of Ks and quickly threw out a pair of As. Can't afford it. Li Tai replied subconsciously. Lady. Pair of As. Can't afford it. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was dumbfounded and almost laughed out loud, because the unintentional conversation between these two guys reminded him of some modern jokes. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and shook off the nonsensical thoughts in his mind. Then, he repeated the words just now to Cheng Chumo. Lady? Forget it. Those ladies from the noble families in Chang, and were all so weak that they couldn't even lift a finger. They were so weak that they couldn't even stand a gust of wind. Fighting bandits is more fun. Come, come, come. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and complained. In the blink of an eye, he continued to join the battle. Chapter 1188. Yamacho. Will there be lanterns at the academy tonight? After the game, a piece of paper appeared on Cheng Chumo's forehead. While the cards were being shuffled, Li Tai raised his head and asked Li Zixuan. Of course. Not only will there be lanterns, but there will also be riddles. The riddles will begin at 5:45 p.m. Li Zixuan nodded. Riddles? Are they going to write riddles on the lanterns for people to guess? Li Tai was puzzled. Although lanterns were popular in the Tang dynasty, riddles had not appeared yet. Riddles were riddles written on lanterns. They originated from China's folk and were later turned into riddles by scholars. They had a long history in China. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, there were riddles. During the Qin and Han dynasties, riddles were written creations. During the Three Kingdoms period, riddles were popular. However, it was not until the Song dynasty that riddles officially appeared. People tied riddles to colorful lanterns for people to guess. Li Zixuan nodded and praised. That's right. The riddles are riddles written on lanterns. Every time you guess a lantern correctly, you will receive a small prize. After the riddles are over, you can take the lanterns and go to the teachers to receive your prize. In addition, the 3 students who correctly guess the most riddles will receive a special prize. Alright. As for the detailed rules, Mr. Emo will tell you next time. Since the teachers at the academy were working on the 16th of the first month, those who lived far away had arrived at the academy earlier today. Otherwise, they would not be able to find anyone to help organize such a grand riddle-guessing event. What special prize? Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, No matter what the prize is, what does it have to do with you? He did not believe that this idiot could get first place in the riddles. Feeling Li Zixuan's contempt, Cheng Chumo said unhappily, F***CK. Yamacho, what do you mean by this? Although I'm not good at all subjects, I'm definitely better at guessing riddles than Qin K. Okay? I've been playing with this since I was a child, and I'm tired of it. He didn't know if this idiot was bragging or not, but strangely Li Tai didn't refute him. However, Li Zixuan definitely didn't believe this idiot. He curled his lips and said, Enough! Brat, keep bragging. You guys continue playing. I'm going to look for Mr. Emo. At 5:45 p.m., the riddle guessing competition began on time. There were 5 lantern matrices set up in 5 different places in the academy, which meant that tonight's riddle guessing activity was divided into 5 teams. The students could choose any team to participate in the riddle guessing activity. After all, there were quite a number of students in the academy at this time. If they were all placed together, it would seem very crowded. In every square array of lanterns, there were more than 10 teachers from the academy maintaining order and tallying the results. Li Zixuan was not bluffing when he said that the top 3 students with the best results would receive special rewards. He really had prepared 3 special rewards for tonight. 2 big ones and 2 small ones. Type a word. Li Tai stared at a piece of paper under the lantern and murmured. In fact, guessing riddles was not his strong point. This was because it was similar to brain teasers, which required a lot of imagination. Last year, when the Strange Taste Pavilion first opened, he who had just finished reading Journey to the West wanted to recruit Li Zixuan and write novels for him. At that time, Li Zixuan had set 10 questions and claimed that if he could answer one correctly, he could go back with him and write novels for him for free for 3 years. But who would have thought that he couldn't answer a single question correctly out of the 10 questions and was beaten black and blue? It was all because his imagination wasn't big enough. Hey, it's a Qin word. Haha, isn't this too easy? As Li Tai frowned and pondered, Chang Chumo's voice suddenly came from beside him. This guy's arrogant laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Ji, who was in the crowd, laughed and said, "Yo, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect someone to guess a lantern riddle right so quickly. And it's Chang Chumo. Haha, I'll give you 1 point." After that, he lowered his head and added 1 point to Chang Chumo in his little notebook. Chang Chumo laughed proudly and opened the next level. Noodles but no mouth, feet but no hands. You can eat rice and drink wine. Make a family of furniture. Hee hee. I've got it. Chang Chumo seemed to have the help of God tonight. As soon as he finished reading the next riddle, he immediately shouted, "It's the table. Is it, Mr. Wang?" Wang Ji was surprised. He thought that Chang Chumo's usual grades were not good. Why was he like a child prodigy when he guessed the riddle? The answer came out of his mouth easily, and his accuracy was surprisingly high. That's right. It's the table. Chang Chumo at another point. The students were in an uproar. They all looked at Chang Chumo in surprise. At the same time, they also sighed in their hearts that this riddle was very interesting. It was much more interesting than just guessing riddles. "Chonyo, how can you guess so accurately? When did you become so good?" Sun Zifan could not help but tug at Chang Chumo's arm and wonder. Chang Chumo said proudly, What else could it be? It's because I'm a prodigy." Sun Zifan rolled his eyes and almost spat out last night's meal. F***ck. Stop bragging, Chumo. You call yourself a prodigy? Your grades are not even as high as mine in every exam. If you're a prodigy, then what am I? Tell me the truth, don't talk nonsense. Chang Chumo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said the truth. Actually, there are many riddles here that I've seen before. At that time, my favorite thing to do was to guess riddles. I used this to win a lot of money from Zhang Sun Chong. Zhang Sun Chong, who was guessing the riddles in another square of lanterns, could not help but sneeze. Chang Chumo continued to break through all the obstacles, and his score continued to soar. Li Tai, who followed behind Chang Chumo, had seen more and more of the lantern riddles. He also began to understand some of the rules, and the riddles he solved slowly increased. The rest of the students showed their magical powers and displayed their intelligence. They wanted to get more prizes. Some people even wanted to fight for the top 3 places to get the so-called special prize. The academy suddenly became a sea of joy. The festive atmosphere was not worse than some places in Chang'an City. After 2 hours, Li Zixuan announced the end of the lantern riddles. The students received their prizes from the teachers of the academy, according to the number of lanterns they guessed. The prizes were not expensive. They were just some small wooden animal carvings sold in the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. Compared to that, the students were more curious about the special prize Li Zixuan mentioned. Under everyone's gaze, Li Zixuan finally said loudly, "Next, I'll announce the top 3 of this lantern riddles. First place, Chang Chumo. Second place, Li Yan. Third place, Zhang Sun Chong. These 3 students will receive a copy of the interesting mathematical questions collection, compiled by me." Crack. This was the sound of vomiting blood and heartbreak. Chapter 1189. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bam bam bam. After the riddles, it was time for the fireworks show. Several plates of fireworks were lit at the same time. and a spectacular scene of thousands of flowers blooming appeared in the sky. The fireworks on New Year's Eve had already left a very shocking impression on the students, so the students didn't make a big fuss like last time. However, the beauty of the fireworks had once again conquered them. At this moment, the students were all looking up at the colorful fireworks in the sky, dazzled and dazzled. At the same time in Chang'an City, in the sky above the palace, a few bright flames suddenly appeared without any warning. Then they exploded in the sky, and a few huge fireworks bloomed proudly in the night sky. They were colorful and extremely gorgeous. The ever-changing fireworks gracefully unfolded her smiling face in light yellow, silver, green, light purple, clear blue and pink. It was too beautiful to behold. The petals fell like rain, falling one after another. People seemed to be able to touch them, but when they stretched out their hands they couldn't touch anything. In an instant, whether they were shopping, looking at the lanterns or flirting in Chang'an City, all of them turned their eyes to the direction of the palace in the north at the first moment. It's fireworks. There are fireworks in the palace. Someone suddenly exclaimed. On New Year's Eve, hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an City went to the foot of Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks festival. Therefore, when the palace released the fireworks tonight, someone immediately recognized it. Wow! These are fireworks. So beautiful. The ladies who came out to the Lantern Festival tonight were seeing the legendary fireworks for the first time, and their hearts were instantly hooked. Since ancient times, beautiful things had always been a fatal attraction to women. Huanlong, these fireworks are so beautiful. Can you personally set off a plate of fireworks for me in the future? This kind of creature not only existed in modern times but also in ancient times. However, at this time there were actually many young ladies who were infatuated with fireworks. This made the infatuated men who wanted to take advantage of tonight's date suffer, because they had already asked around and found out that fireworks were not sold anywhere. Wanru this. It's not that I don't want to, but these fireworks can't be bought at all. But how would the ladies who lived in the boudoir for a long time know about this? In their impression, what in the world couldn't be bought with money? What can't be bought? How could he not be able to buy it? The way I see it, you just can't bear to. I misjudged you. Let's not meet again. Hey. Wanru, listen to me. I didn't lie to you. Alas, it was supposed to be an exceptionally festive lantern festival or Valentine's Day. Who would have thought that because of the fireworks, it would become a parting day for these infatuated men and resentful women? Countless people would probably not be able to sleep tonight. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks in the palace only lasted for about half an hour. As if it had been discussed beforehand, when the fireworks in the imperial palace finished, a few fireworks also appeared in the direction of Cheng's mansion. Those who didn't go to Yunshan to watch the fireworks show on New Year's Eve couldn't help but exclaim. Finally, they could see so many fireworks in Chang'an. After a night of fun, everyone went to bed very late into the night. For the students of Yunshan, the happiest thing on Chang'an night was not watching the fireworks, but guessing riddles. As soon as this new type of game was released, it received the approval of most people. Furthermore, almost every student had won something last night. Although a small prize was not worth much, it was still a symbol of honor. Moreover, from the looks of it, the small handicrafts made by Strange Interest Pavilion were very pleasing to the eye. It would be a good choice to use it as a small ornament. However, for Chang Chumo, last night's memories weren't so wonderful. He had worked so hard to overcome all the obstacles and finally won first place. He thought that the mysterious prize Li Zishuan mentioned would be something about eating, drinking, and having fun. Who would have thought that it would be a collection of mathematical problems? Was this F** King joke? This situation was like a kindergarten student drawing a lottery. A child won the special prize, but the prize was a chance to train for 2 months free of charge by a training organization. Was this a reward or a punishment? When Chang Chumo received this special prize, he was so angry that he almost tore it apart. Fortunately, Li Tai arrived in time and repeatedly asked Chang Chumo to transfer this special prize to him. Chang Chumo didn't have any objections. What this idiot didn't know was that the thing that he thought was trash was a treasure to Li Tai. This was because there were a lot of mathematical problems in this book. Moreover, they were personally compiled by Li Zishuan. The way of solving the problems was exquisite and the way of thinking was tricky. For mathematics enthusiasts, this book could definitely be called the Holy Book of Mathematics. The next day, Yunshan Yinhuang College. At 7 in the morning, when most of the students were still asleep, Li Zixuan had already arrived at Yanhuang College. He gathered all the teachers for the first teachers' meeting of the new semester. His main task in the morning was to commend the teachers and form teachers of the classes who had the best results in last year's final exams, as well as those who had made outstanding contributions to the college. For example, Mo Lingwei, who built the astronomical telescope, Wang Ji, who produced sulfuric acid in the laboratory, and so on. The commendation meeting lasted until noon. Li Zixuan announced the end of the meeting and told the teachers that there would be a teacher's title evaluation meeting in the afternoon. After the meeting, Li Zixuan walked out of the college and went home for dinner. Husband, it's cooked. The dishes are cooked. As soon as he walked to the door, Han Yushi ran over happily and pulled Li Zixuan's hand. The dishes are cooked? Li Zixuan was puzzled when he heard that. He subconsciously said, "Wife, why are you so happy that the dishes are cooked? Let's go in and eat." Speaking of which, he thought that the dishes for lunch were cooked. Unexpectedly, Han Yushi quickly shook her head and tried to explain to Li Zixuan in detail. "Husband, that's not what I meant. It's the greenhouse behind our courtyard. Most of the vegetables inside are already cooked. Especially the cucumbers, they've already grown so long." As Han Yushi spoke, she gestured with her hands. Li Zixuan finally understood what his wife meant. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Are they really all cooked? So fast? Let's go. Wife, let's go to the greenhouse to harvest the vegetables." In his previous life, he was the son of a farmer. In this life, he still had a special feeling for the land. Now that he had grown vegetables in the greenhouse, it could be said that he was bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 1190. Not bad, not bad. Let's have a plate of cucumber salad with vinegar and minced garlic for lunch. It's delicious. Li Zixuan followed Han Yushi to his own greenhouse. What he saw was a patch of green. There were mustard greens, spinach, shepherd's purse, leeks, onions, lentils, eggplants, and cucumber sprouts climbing on the rattan frame. Seeing so much green in the middle of winter, his mood immediately improved. Spinach was brought back by Zhang Qian from the western regions during the Han dynasty. Lentils were originally from India and were introduced during the Han and Jin dynasties. Eggplants were originally from Southeast Asia and India and were introduced to China during the Jin dynasty. Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty was especially fond of it and named it Kunlun purple melon. Although the variety of fruits and vegetables in the Tang dynasty was not as much as in modern times, it was definitely not a small number. Looking at the variety of vegetables in front of him, Li Zixuan was very satisfied. When they had hot pot before the new year, the vegetables in it were just bean sprouts and tofu. Now that the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, they could finally have a good combination of meat and vegetables when eating hot pot later. Husband. Han Yushi nodded and went in to pick the cucumbers. Although it was cold in winter and inconvenient to eat cucumbers, for the Li family who had heating, let alone cucumbers, they could even eat watermelons. Wow! He was actually able to grow vegetables in winter. Xiaoxian, your greenhouse is really amazing. After knowing that some of the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family hurried over to take a look. When they saw the vibrant vegetables in the greenhouse, Yi Guozhong was shocked. To him, the trip to Chang and last year was not in vain. Not only did he resolve the misunderstanding with his daughter for many years, but he also saw more new things than he had seen in the first half of his life. Sometimes he could not help but sigh at how fast the times changed. Hee, my good grandson is so capable. He did all the things that others would not even dare to dream of. Mrs. Yi looked at Li Zixuan proudly and praised him. Yi Fashion personally went up to take a look at the vegetables in the field. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. This old-fashioned brat still felt that Li Zixuan had violated the natural laws of spring planting and autumn harvesting. At noon, a hot pot was set up in the courtyard again. Lanner, who used to have a special fondness for mutton rolls, only ate spinach, shepherd's purse today, especially the cabbage. The tender leaves were boiled in the hot pot for a moment, then dipped in the dipping sauce bowl, and put into the mouth to chew. It could be said to be fresh and juicy, perfectly neutralizing the saltiness of the dipping sauce. At the end, there was still the sweetness of the cabbage juice at the root of the tongue. It was simply an endless aftertaste. Brother, this dish is too delicious. How come Lanner has never eaten such delicious spinach before? It wasn't that the world had changed too quickly, but that the Great Tang didn't have any vegetables in the past during the winter. Li Zishuan smiled indulgently and said, Eat more if it's delicious. The cabbage in the greenhouse in our backyard is all yours. Lanner smiled sweetly, and very contentedly dipped some cabbage leaves into the hot pot with her chopsticks. Old master, how do the cabbage and spinach taste? Mrs. Li suddenly asked. She looked at Li Jingma, who was also busy dipping the cabbage, and smiled meaningfully. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Fragrant and sweet. This cabbage is much better than the cabbage at the end of autumn. And this cucumber, crispy and refreshing. It's really top grade. I didn't expect to be able to eat cucumbers in the harsh winter. It's really delightful. Li Jingma, who was eating very happily, didn't notice that Mrs. Li's smile was a little strange. He sighed a lot and didn't expect to be mercilessly interrupted by Mrs. Li. If I remember correctly, when Xianer wanted to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables, someone said that if vegetables could be grown in the greenhouse in winter, he wouldn't eat a single one even if he starved to death. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at Li Jingma with sparkling eyes. Obviously, everyone remembered who had said those words at that time. Cough, cough. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today's food is so delicious. Don't waste it if it gets cold later. Li Jingma's face was red, and he glared at his wife, but Mrs. Li mercilessly glared back and secretly stepped on his foot. Mrs. Li now had her son and her family backing her up, so why would she be afraid of him? Father, we're eating hot pot. As long as the stove is on, the food won't get cold. Lana raised her head and corrected Li Jingma with a serious expression. Old Master Li almost vomited blood. He couldn't stay in this house anymore. His wife was mocking him, and even his daughter was against him. Lana, eat quickly, don't talk. Father, you should eat quickly too. That was just a joke back then. At the critical moment, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to see his father embarrassed, so he spoke up to help him out. Li Jingma was crying in his heart. His son was still the best to him. Haha. Come, come, come. One for each of you. Have a taste. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan brought a food to the conference room of the Academy's Guanghua building with a basket of freshly picked cucumbers. The conference room was already full. Li Zishuan smiled happily and instructed Ah Fu. Now that Sanbao had gone to Sichuan to look for ores, Ah Fu was naturally promoted to Li Zishuan's #1 lackey. Cucumber. Yamacho, where did this cucumber come from? Yen Silu's eyes were about to pop out. He suddenly stood up and said in surprise, could it be from the palace? That's too precious. Yamacho, you should take it back. Li Gang was very knowledgeable. He knew that the palace could get fresh cucumbers from the soup bureau in winter, so he said that. Hearing this, the gentlemen in the meeting room all declined. That's right. Yamacho. This cucumber is too precious, you should take it back. That's right, that's right. This is too precious. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed loudly. Haha. Gentlemen, you don't have to decline. These cucumbers were planted by my family, not by the soup bureau. It's not expensive, not expensive. Everyone can have one cucumber. After eating, we'll continue the meeting. He planted it himself. When he said that, everyone in the room was even more shocked. How could he grow cucumbers in winter? Yen Silu said with a look of suspicion. Yamacho, are you joking? Although I heard that you have a hot spring in your courtyard, you can't grow so many cucumbers, right? Haha. Mr. Yen, who said that you can only grow vegetables next to a hot spring in winter. Everyone here will be the inheritors of engineering in the future. We engineering are good at doing things that seem impossible.